dreams restore our gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime and know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Aegis Champions League Grand Finals between Winthrop University and the Peach Cats. My name is Gordo. I am joined on the broadcast tonight by TDS, and TDS going up a little bit early tonight as we have got some extra news to share. We've got some all-star teams to announce, and we've got plenty of breakdowns to bring for both of these teams.
Exactly. It's the grand finals day, but that also means that it's the day we announce the all stars, the players that excel. Important to clarify on the regular season, not on the playoffs. That's why there's going to be maybe some. I don't know if it's controversial that some players aren't going to be here. Well, to a certain degree, I feel like maybe it is, but it's important to make note that it's regular season, not playoffs. Like that.
Yeah.
That's the most important
That's
distinction
that's
here.
always got to be the little bit of disclaimer coming on in
Yeah.
here, but yeah, let's get everybody molding a little bit before we get on into the grand finals themselves. Get everybody nice and worked up so you can take it all out in Twitch chat once the teams actually start playing. So without further ado, let's go ahead and debut our 2023 Fall ACL All Stars. Bring on up the graphic PVS, or we have named Alorum in the top lane to start things off, TDS.
Yeah, I think that it's a fair shout out to go for Alarm. I feel like one of the performers from the side of Mirage Alliance that regular season wise and playoff wise was always there for the team. I think that there was more up and downs coming in from the rest of the members. Alorim always stood out as the biggest rock, and if not for Denethor having such a great playoffs performance, I think probably he would have been closer to Alorim going against the number one first team. But I feel like it's a deserved position. Like it's contested between him and Denethor, potentially looking at everything in the ACL. But for regular season, I think that it's a fair shout out for Alorim.
Yeah, I agree. I think the number one question a lot of folks are going to have coming in looking at this named winners is going to be where are all the Winthrop University players? There are
Yep.
some featured in the second and third teams, which will be announced later on the Discord. But something else to note, right, is Winthrop didn't have a perfect regular season the way that they've had a perfect postseason, and there are multiple teams
Yep.
that did have perfect seasons who do find themselves on this list, namely those Peach Cats. And they've stepped up a lot in these playoffs, but didn't quite show that in the regular season. I think Alorum had an absolutely beautiful split this season for a player that I think a lot of people have had pegged as that weak side player who you can't play through and is just going to sit up there, go even or behind, and show up for team fights playing Orn or whatever. He had a fantastic season. He had the second highest CSD at 15 of all top laners throughout the regular
Yep.
season, massively high in all the stats that you want to look for: damage per gold, KDA, gold percentage, all those things that you want to look for in your talented top laner. And I think he's absolutely deserving to be walking away with this All Star award. Let's move on now to the jungle, where we have got ourselves Keel. You're going to find me agreeing pretty wholeheartedly with all of these TDS, and not just because it's my job on the broadcast, but because these were my first team
True.
votes across the board. So I've gotten every single one right. If it's possible to get these ones right or wrong, Keel, I think, is going to be very uncontested. He's playing in the finals here today. He's been
Yep.
recruited to Team Liquid Academy, or Team Liquid Challengers, as it is now known, and he has been an absolute monster in the jungle.
Exactly. Even though I actually don't remember if I put Kill Down or if it was Weenie on the number one team. But I think that either of them for regular season could have gone into it. Like we need to remember, Pitchcats was one of the few teams that, if I'm not wrong, when uncontested, they didn't lose any series in the regular season. So that's why their standing votes was much better than the general team. Like, and the other one was TFT, but TFT barely played games together. So like that's why also there's barely any TFT members, if not any at all. So Kill taking the spot, I think, completely deserved. Probably one of the players that I think that not only shows consistent improvement with the series, but you can make the argument that with Wixie, he's one of the two main power points of the team, and I think that playing around this top laner can be really, really ideal, or jungle, sorry, can be really ideal for a lot of the teams. Doesn't mean that that he doesn't play some of the earlier junglers or more gank oriented junglers, but he can play the carries really effectively. I think that for a team that's looking to have a hyperstar carry in the jungle, Kill is one of the best choices there is in the ACL.
Yeah, the funny thing about TFT, that's going to be the other question a lot of folks have, is where are the TFT players? This may spawn some rule changes coming into next season,
Yep.
as TFT had 2 forfeit wins, 1 forfeit loss. That's 3 total series out of the 7 played in the regular season. So what that means is that any player who missed even a single of the 4 regular season series that they played, which is most of them,
Yep.
is ineligible for All Stars. So because you need to have at least 8 games. So perhaps an oversight, perhaps an unexpected scenario with the amount of forfeits that Team Fish Taco encountered in the regular season. Regardless, they are going to be off this list as well. But as we
Yep.
go on down, let's talk about Shochi in the mid lane, another real highlight player from the regular season. Absolutely dominant in the mid lane in particular there. Had the top of the bar for solo kills throughout the entire season, the highest CSD in 15 of all mid laners, and was a massive carry force for a Cincinnati Fear team that felt like it really struggled to find its footing across the rest of the team.
And I'm going. This is one of the picks that I'm pretty sure I was going to defend till even if Fear ends up going out in the starting rounds, which they kind of did in the playoffs. But for me, Shochi is the highlight mid laner of Fear. The highlight mid laner in general of the tournament. With Young, I think those two are the best mid laners in my eyes, or two of the best mid laners in my eyes. And it was really difficult not to put them in the regular season. Young was in TFT, so pretty much after what Gato said, it's understandable why he wasn't my first choice because I couldn't realistically put him there. But Shochi is the deserved number one in my eyes with Young out of the way. And I think that he played one of the most important roles for Fear. He was live and die, whatever happened with Fear came in through Shochi. And I think that's a really important factor for Fear. But it also meant that a lot of their failures did come around Shochi maybe trying too hard. I still believe that he was the best mid laner in general. And the ones that came after, actually quite close. I do think that they are mid laners that are not only respectable, but quite good, but not to the level that I put Shochi at realistically.
Yeah, completely agree with you there. Now let's move on towards the next one up on the list. It is going to be Shogo in the bottom lane off of Ole Miss. I believe the only player on this list from a team that just barely made playoffs here as fourth
Yep.
seed, but certainly deserving for somebody of Shogo's caliber. This guy put the carry in 80 carry this season, absolutely bar none. The man has got more gold, more damage percentage funneled into him than any other individual player in the league. The entire Ole Miss roster plays through Shogo, plays for Shogo, ensures that he is going to be able to be enabled and dominant, and he has absolutely showed up in droves in that role for the team.
Pretty sure this and the support are going to be the most controversial based on playoffs. I'm pretty sure this is the one that people will be the most against completely just because of what happened with playoffs. And just to remind people once again, these are regular season all-star votes, not playoff votes. If it was playoff votes, I think it would be uncontested who the number one bot laner would be. But with what happened in regular season, I think it's really difficult to try and put anyone other than Shogo. I put Wixie, but I feel like Shogo is one of the best shoutouts you could do for AD carry in the regular season because I'm confident to say that Ole Miss wouldn't be in the spot they were going into playoffs if it wasn't for Shogo being one of the best AD carries we had in the league. So fully deserved, I think one of the All-Star AD carries, and if possible, if he get more chances, I think that he is going to keep on
Ooh, automatic, illusion of control, so enigmatic.
All right. Well, we're back. Discord is still broken, as many in the Twitch chat have been happy to point out. In particular, the Aegis server is broken, as many are. I see people in Twitter talking about this. This is going on across the board. Hopefully, Discord is able to get it resolved before too long. But in the meantime, we can at least come back live here and we can talk about some of our all stars and hope that the server rejoins us before too long. We were in the midst of talking about Shogo. I'm pretty sure TDS. In fact, I think you were in the midst of talking about Shogo.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think it was just ending the last point, which was like Shogo deservedly here because he was the main reason Omis was even in the spot they were able to reach. In my eyes, at the very least, like he was one of the best AD carries, if not the best. Should get hopefully soon enough his chances to show his prowess as one of the most up and coming and best AD carry talents we have in collegiate and hopefully soon enough in the NACL. And then also the fact that he is able to draw a lot of attention towards the bot side, both ban wise, pick wise, and also player attention wise, which can open up for other places. And we saw that for All Miss when they brought Cookie Crook, if I'm not wrong, when they were able to bring this replacement top laner for their playoffs run, it worked out so effectively for them. So full credit to Shogun, and I think fully deserved here for what he was able to accomplish.
Definitely the case here. And let's get down to the bottom lane. Isles at support, who will not be joining the Peach Cats tonight, by the way, has been joining up in the LCS with Dignitas. That has now officially been announced. Congratulations to Isles and his promotion up to the major leagues there. Was an absolutely terrific support for Wixie and for the Peach Cats throughout this season. Definitely topping the charts across the board for those Peach Cats. There will be subbed out for Kim Down in tonight's series, by the way.
Yeah, it was a substitution that will go into the bot lane. Once again, sadly, we won't get the full Pitch Cats roster, it seems like, but it's understandable for what was kind of expected to happen with the Dignitas roster. Also, like you were saying, Gordo, congrats to Wales for getting that promotion. Gets a chance to show everyone that the ACL is the number 1 league if he stomps on other bot lanes. So hopefully he does the best possible in the LCS. And I think fully deserved here being the number 1 support. I would even say going further that I think even in playoffs he was showcasing being the best support in general to a certain degree. Obviously, you could argue that with the performance from Winthrop, they had the best bot lane. And I gotta give props to Shukis. I think that he certainly went above and beyond to what people were expecting of him. But I still think Ios is the best support all around and fully deserved. He is the number 1 All Stars. Even in playoffs, he was the number 1 in my eyes.
Yeah, I think that's completely fair. I think he had a really, really solid performance. I do think I wish he was here tonight because he would have a lot to show us coming up against the squad of Mobility and Shookies, who were able to substantially outperform the Peach Cats bot lane the last time these ones met each other. I'm getting word more and more servers getting a little bit of issues on
Back in
Discord, but
track.
it does seem like the ACL one's coming up back. We will determine that as we get on up. Hopefully, it doesn't have any negative results for the teams as we look to get into tonight's series. And let's start chatting about tonight's series right now, TDS. We can go up and check out the rosters for tonight. Let's start off with the Peach Cats, who will be coming on the red side tonight.
Coming in from the lower bracket, they were eliminated by Winthrop over in the upper bracket 2-0, and it's going to be Moose Hater, Kill, Onad, Wixie, and Kim Down, not Isles, even though he's still present. It's going to be Kim Down instead. I still feel like quite a strong bot lane, but one of the biggest problems, and it's something that Pitch Cats has suffered a lot in the season, is not playing with their consistent roster. They've had to go through a couple of substitutions here and there because of certain conflicts with the scheduling and things like that. But I still think that can be a strong bot lane. Wixie and Kim Down. I would say Kim Down particularly one of the most maybe most underappreciated support talents in the NACL. I think that he has a really good trajectory, and I'm expecting to see how he keeps on developing over there. And I feel like with Wixie, they can try and bring forth a really good fight against both Mobility and Chukis in the bot lane.
Yeah, completely agree with you there. And I'm really curious to see, yeah, how they're going to be able to adapt coming on in there. We've heard quite a lot of trash talk for both parties, particularly for Wixie coming into last week. He was plenty happy to promise that he's going to put up some good results and some better results this time around than he showed last time that these two teams did face off against each other. Everybody always says getting knocked down to the lower bracket is the wake up call. We'll see if that is the wake up call that the Peach Cats needed to be able to find success here up against Winthrop University. Let's check on out the other side here. Winthrop University coming in on the blue side undefeated in the winners side bracket. These guys are currently 9-0 in the entire ACL bracket. They have not dropped a game since the regular season, and they are on an absolute tear.
Exactly. They are running the whole bracket in a really effective manner. Number one seed from Demacia, number one seed in the upper bracket finals, unbeaten seed, the only unbeaten seed all from the ACL going into the in the playoffs run. And honestly, they're performing like I feel like never before. Their performance so far has been so consistent, and I've been one of the main doubters from Winthrop. I still kind of to a certain degree, but they've been consistently showing that they are not only a really good team at with how they play together, but particularly the way that they set up skirmishes for team fights or team fighting in general is so good by them. And that's something that I remember Wixie brought up when we had the interview last week, right? It's the way that they kind of play as a team that really makes the difference compared to just how the rest of the teams are organized or played. They may not have the most mechanical players or the number one mechanical players, but they have a way or a system that works to get for them really effectively that just ends up winning against most teams out there. And I also want to bring this up to the coaching staff, Artemis, being part of I would say this huge improvement for Winthrop. I remember talking, I'm not sure who it was, but I remember over when the IMT Combine was happening, I was able to go into one of the viewings or watch parties of the stream and talking with someone. I remember that one of the biggest things going into this collegiate season was going to be the coaching staff improvement. And I think for Winthrop particularly, getting Artemis was a huge boost for them.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. It was so valuable to have him coming directly from pro into the collegiate scene, and it's really shown in Winthrop's play. The fact that this roster has gotten some continuity as well. They gotten to stay together through those
Yeah.
summer open qualifiers into this off season, and I think they've just been getting better and better with each and every event. I think they do feel that they underperformed just a little bit in that promotion tournament. They think they could have been one of those top two teams to be able to make it into the NACL, and they are now looking to do the same for this upcoming season. It's been absolutely a terrific run, though, throughout the ACL for them here, showing that they do deserve to have their names listed alongside some of those top players in North American Tier 2 and Tier 3, and a great opportunity to put the final nail in the coffin here today, where they do face off against Peach Cats for that ACL title. Let's get on into our predictions for the night a little bit here. We did a little bit of polling on Twitter. That was a lot closer than the polling directly in the ACL server, where it has been very Winthrop sided. There's a lot of throps out in this image, TDS.
Yep, there's a lot of Winthrop fun prediction, fun value, everyone on the Winthrop side. Deservedly so. I think that at this point, if you doubt Winthrop, it's either because you have something against them or because you really think there's no hope for Pitch Cats to win. And I'm on the initial part. I kind of hate them. No, in reality, it's not like that. I do think that Winthrop is a strong team, but I just there's something that for me makes me not believe that they're going to win these finals. And a lot of that comes from because I believe Pitch Cats does have the better players. And as long as they don't underperform when it comes to team fighting or certain particular situations between the players going against Winthrop, there should be enough of, for them to be able to go to get over them. And that's why I think Pitch Cats will take it 3-2. But I feel like the prediction for Winthrop is one of the most fair ones, and I'm probably going to end up eating my words at the end again.
It's very very possible that you do. It's a
Yeah.
lot closer on Twitter, by the way. I just want to say when you expose this voting to the public, it was a 51 to 49% vote on Twitter between Winthrop University and the Peach Cats. It was still in favor of Winthrop, but it was a hell of a lot closer than this 71 to 29 that we're showing on here. Now you could argue, do the people in the official Discord that are more directly involved in the scene here, that are imaged here, do they have a better idea of what's going on? Maybe, maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna argue maybe I'm kind of curious how much of the people from the Twitter poll watch ACL. Like that's my main curiosity when asking about the Twitter poll.
Yeah, I mean, who's to say? Who's to say? I mean, I did see the Peach Cats did retweet it. The Winthrop University Twitter did not retweet it. That may have
Of
also
course.
had a little bit of
Yeah.
impact. So who's to say? Who's to say? There's a lot of questions, and none of them are going to actually have answers here today, at least not directly. But we are going to find out who is going to end up coming away ACL champs. Or as we are getting folks into the lobby, Discord seems to be repairing itself to some degree or another. So it does seem like we are going to be able to get our teams at the very least into communications with each other and are going to be able to get them into a spot where they are actually going to be able to show on up and play the games. So that's always the end goal. And that's going to be coming on in here before too long. Want to talk a little bit more about these teams, though. I mean, there's a lot to be said about this matchup because it's one that we've already seen before, right? When they played up against the Peach
Yep.
Cats, Winthrop University in the winter side, it was a clean 2-0 for them. And to me, it all started in the bottom lane. Very early 2v2 kills for mobility and Shookies in both games. How do you think that the Peach Cats are going to have to try to respond to that coming into the day, TDS?
Kind of curious how much attention will the bot lane get looking into the series, because I do think that mobility and Chukis were outperforming Wixie and Isles when they faced in the upper bracket. Now it's going to be Wixie and Kim down. I'm kind of curious how many discrepancies will there be on the bot lane from Kitch Cats. Also, how many games has Kim Down been playing, right? Because that's a difference I would say between like players right now in the ACL and even players just in off season, right? And this was something that Wixie mentioned and a lot of other players in the NACL mentioned. Like the amount of games that some of these players have played right now in the off season is probably way lesser than that of the collegiate scene, because they are starting right back, streams are coming back up for them, they are trying to get back into the grind. So I think that that may be a big difference, and I'm kind of curious how much Kim Down has in terms of practicing and things like that. And then also looking at the top set, because the focus obviously bot lane is a really big matchup because of the some of the names that there are down there. But in the previous time that they met up there in the top lane, Denethor kind of stumped Moose Hater
Oh,
in
yeah.
a really effective manner. So I'm kind of interested in seeing how will he respond. Is that going to be something that happens once again? Will they be able to play Garen compared to the previous series? Or will it actually just go completely unnoticed because of how badly it went before? That's the sort of thing I'm kind of curious looking into, like those two parts of the map, because I feel like the mid lanes is going to be a pretty equal clash. Like I don't think there's going to be any highlight particular plays in the middle, just because I feel like they are more facilitators than just solo kill machines. And then in the jungle, I think that they also are more on the enabling part for the rest of the team. Even though I do think that kill is capable of carrying, I feel like you want to try and provide for the rest of the team instead.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. I do think that there's an interesting question to be asked about the top lane, right? If I recall correctly, the last
Yep.
time we saw these teams meet each other, it was a lot of those targeted Zac bans, Garen bans that ended up coming through in the second ban phase towards Moose Hater. He ended up playing some more standard stuff, and he was not able to go toe to toe with Denethor in the majority of those
Yeah.
situations. Denethor, my Denethor stocks are getting higher and higher and higher every single time I see this guy play. And the more games Winthrop wins, the more I end up seeing them play. So it's just been stacking on top of itself over the course of these last couple of weeks, undeniably. And he just
Yep.
beats everybody that he comes up against. He has such solid individual laning. He's had so many solo kills. He makes such big impact in these fights. I've seen him get caught out here and there, but what player in the ACL haven't we seen get caught out here and there? It happens all the time in these off-season tournaments, and I've just been absolutely incredibly impressed with what this young top laner has been able to show us so far. I think he might be the most individually impressive player in this series.
Yeah.
The only competition I think would be Keel. And I mean, I think Moose Hater. I wish Moose Hater the best of luck because I think that is one of the factors that really can just turn this whole series in the favor of Winthrop University.
It's one of the biggest factors in reality. Like I remember the time when we were talking about like the promotion tournament in the Southland where it was Winthrop and Denethor. I kind of put Denethor really down at the moment, and honestly, the improvement from that point to this one has been not necessarily baffling, but it's really good to see how much of an upward curve he's taken, right? Like the fact that he's been consistently going up and up all around. It's so great to see for Winthrop. And in reality, could end up being one of the top laners that, with the ACL coming up, with three top laners already kind of secured for the big teams, I think that the remaining ones can look into Denethor as a potential candidate to take those spots that are kind of remaining and could be a really nice going upwards for Denethor into that spot. As the pick and ban already started, everyone trying to rush into it as quickly as possible. And it's
Before Discord goes down again. I mean,
yeah, better safe than sorry. A lot of consistent bans, and AD carries, particularly Kalista and Ashe, both taken away from Wixie, or potentially from Kim Down.
yeah, and then the Kalista and that Talia and that Ashe all going to be removed here. Seeing some more standard bans. I think these have been pretty par for the course for Peach Cats coming in on red side over the course of the last few weeks. They don't want to give up that Jarvan. They don't want to give up that Nico. They're going to ban away the Viego as well, really targeting Trickster with these early ban focuses, trying to make sure that that jungler not going to have his best options available. This does leave them open to a first pick Orianna. We know that pretty much every team in the ACL really highly values that Orianna. The Peach Cats themselves very highly value the pick. They were talking in their matchup against TFT last week about how TFT had no bans. If they're on blue side, they know they can guarantee themselves Orianna, and that was absolutely huge for them. Now they actually end up giving it up to Sword here very early on. I wonder if that means Onat has some kind of counter prepared.
Well, it may be also the situation like this one with the Varus where you're willing to trade the Orianna for the Varus because you value the Varus more for Wixie than the Orianna for Onat. And then, like you're pointing out, maybe they also have a plan prepared for the Orianna, but it was a champion that they valued really highly. And I remember Wixie when he came in for the interview last week talking about how with no bans, you just take Orianna when it's open on blue side because they will not ban it away. And then on red side, we just ban it and they cannot play around it. So it was that sort of plan. They are going to opt into the Syndra. And this was the plan that Young went into when it was against the Orianna, right? You play the Syndra for the Orianna matchup and you feel like you're good enough or confident enough to try and play around it. But this does have its risk. Like Orianna still is really strong, and if they haven't a good enough pairing in the jungle or with the support, you can just make the combo work out really effectively. Especially because it's two immobile carries and you're playing with a Nocturne now. This is going to be scary for the Varus and the Syndra.
It really is. This is what I was assuming we would see from Trickster, given the jungle bans that we saw coming out of the Peach Cats. That Nocturne was so huge for them in their win on the winner's side. Was really good at being able to snag even key objectives away from Team Fish Taco when they faced off against them earlier on in the bracket, and was really big in two of their wins there. This is a very early Lucian pick for mobility. I'm pretty surprised to see that one locked on in here, and very curious to see how they intend to utilize that, given that they don't even get to pick the support along with it right now.
And it's not the first time we've seen from mobility playing this. I remember actually, I think it was the IMT Combine once again. He played some games with Illusion and he performed really well. And it's trying to shut down the early aggression from the Varus. Depending on the pairing, like you were mentioning, could be a really aggressive bot lane that doesn't enable the Varus to be as aggressive as he wants, but does make it quite interesting, and I'm really excited to see how Mobilities and Chukis are going to play this Lucian whatever lane. On the other side, it's Skill taking the counter pick in the Xin Yao. He performed amazingly well with this champion against TFT in the lower bracket final, and I think that this is one of those champions that gives him the potential to carry but also to make aggressive plays early on. So I'm really excited to see him utilize this champion to its maximum efficiency. As we see the remaining bans, a lot of support focus, and I'm expecting to see maybe a Jax ban coming through in one of these places. Yep. And then if Winthrop is scared, the Garen potentially as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ban both Garen and Zach though, so that does mean there's
Yep.
there's something spicy that Moose haters brought out a lot that's going to end up coming on through. Now the question is, are these the comps that you necessarily want to run them with? I don't know if I'm fully convinced as to that at this
Ooh.
point, but I do think that at the very least there should be some of those available. That's a Renekton ban. That is surprising to me. That would be an existence focused ban. It would be my first thought that, hey, if existence was in here for Peach Cats,
Yep.
we were told by Wixie that he thought Moose Hater would be in today. It's possible that it's existence. We will find out for sure once we get on into the game, but that does give me pause as the Nautilus is going to be the lock in here. That's going to be going for Kim down in the bot lane, a very traditional, very lane dominant Varus Nautilus duo for the side of the Peach Cats, even knowing that they're facing down this Lucian.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't try and play with Renata Batters, even though you don't have the full picture from the side of Winthrop. The Renata still can be quite useful to a certain degree for something like the Nocturne, and if they play another engaged support, then the Renata would have been really ideal for the situation as well. It's going to be the traditional Nautilus Leona, so not going for the range against melee matchup down during the bot lane, and it's going to be quite interesting seeing how the Lucian Leona perform. The Camille being hovered and picked as well, so a lot of team fighting focus with this Orianna Nocturne Camille combo trying to lock down a target. And once again, two immobile champions on the set of Pitch Cats are going to be really easy to get on top of. But now that you know the Camille is there, do you opt for the Garen knowing that it's, as far as we know, Moose Hater, or does he have another champion that he wants to play? Jax was by the way. Fiora is still available. Could be Fiora Angle, maybe Olaf, but he still gets locked in position for the Camille. Instead going to be a tank. That's an interesting choice by Moose Hater.
Okay, I am seeing from PVS in the Twitch chat right now, Existence is in. So it is not going to be Moose Hater, at least for game number 1 for the Peach Cats. Existence is going to be playing. I was going to say, I see a Renekton ban. I see a Scion lock-in. This doesn't smell like Moose Hater to me, TDS. This looks like an Existence champion pool. I do think he was fantastic, though, in that lower final up against Team Fish Taco. I do not think that you should lose faith in the Peach Cats purely based off of that substitution, but I do think that the same things that I said earlier remain very, very true. He's got his work cut out for him coming in up against the side of Denethor, who has been such an impressive top laner throughout the entirety of this split, and especially in this undefeated playoffs run that Winthrop continue to find themselves on. Again, 9-0 so far, a perfect upper bracket sweep for Winthrop University to bring them to this grand final. We're going to have to see a lot out of the Peach Cats tonight to try to take even a single game off of Winthrop and to try to take this series and an ACL title for themselves.
Yeah, honestly, looking into the grand finals, you don't want to have a substitute in the top lane and a substitute in the bot lane. So it's probably not the best of situation for Pitch Cats. They have good enough players to try and contest with Winthrop, but it does change how some of the dynamics work. Not only in the ban phase, because you already kind of lose the dynamism from Moose Hater's Champion, right? The fact that you don't have to worry that much about the Garen, about things like maybe the sack if Moose Hater wants to play it or things like that. It does also mean that your focus towards the top lane kind of lessens even more now, because now you don't have the wildcard that is top laner playing Moose Hater that it's playing up there. You have Existence that, even though he's a good top laner, he's a bit more quiet in general. Like, he's more so the team player. He plays for enabling the rest of the team really effectively. He doesn't go for really highlight worthy or a lot of crazy plays. He plays a really straightforward, nice, consistent job. And that's all that he's making the most out of, which is not bad. But this does mean that now your focus towards the bot lane for Winthrop is much more clear cut, because that's a place where if you shut down Wixie, you know that there's a lot of places that now you just simply control based on how some of the players play.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. I think there's solo lane that can each be considered as favored towards one side or the other, right? I think Denethor, there's so much hype behind this kid. He is NACL bound very, very soon. I think pretty much everybody universally agrees on that. He is so good up there, facing off up against Existence, who is a substitute on this team, is not the originally intended starter, and has I think struggled up against some of the top laners in this league when he has had to come in. I think the opposite can be said for Peach Cats, right? Where Onat, I think, is this incredibly individually skilled mid laner. I think a lot of
Yep.
people would give him a slight edge over Sword. So it really has to come down to this bottom lane. Mobility and Shookies were consistently able to get the upper hand over Wixie and Isles when they met in the upper bracket. Now, Wixie finds himself with a new last minute change at support in the form of Kim Down, but we interviewed him on Friday or on Monday, and he had a pretty good
Yeah.
idea that this was going to happen, and he was still willing to throw down the gauntlet. He feels like this was a big wake up call when they lost in the upper bracket. He thinks he can take the fight to Mobility and Shookies coming into this grand finals, and yeah, he said some words about it that I can't repeat on this broadcast. So we'll have to see which team is going to
Of
be able
course.
to bring it up in that 2-on-2, and I think that's really where the whole series is going to end up decided.
And I want to make more focus on that point, right? Because once again, one of the big difference in their playoffs matchup, in their upper bracket playoffs matchup, was the bot lane. Even though Denethor did kind of stomp Musader, a lot of everything where the game transpired was coming off of the bot lane because Wixie was the biggest carry of the side of Pitch Cats. And to me, he was the best performing player coming in from the regular season into playoffs. But Mobility and Chukis just completely outperformed their bot lane, and particularly it felt like Wixie and Isles that day were completely just off. So the turnaround that Wixie did showcase coming into this grand finals in the lower bracket finals is quite important. I think it was 3 games of Saya and 1 game of Varus. He performed amazingly well in all of them. Even had some highlight plays on the Saya, which didn't end up getting banned away anyway, but maybe we see it further down in the series. But in the Varus as well, he was able to perform really effectively. And now that he kind of had that wake up call, that really huge just in the back that he was not performing up to par and now he's doing much better. This is where I want to see the matchup against Mobility and see if Mobility will still shut him down. Because if Mobility shuts down Wixie, then for Pitchcats, it's close to I don't want to say impossible, but it's really difficult for them to actually make a lot happen because their biggest carry is Wixie.
Absolutely here. And with that said, looks like we are about ready to get into the game here. We are going to transition in to our quick promo video. And when we get back, we are going to be ready to get onto the Rift as game 1 between Winthrop University and the Peach Cats in the ACL Fall Grand Finals is kicking off right now. Cool. We transition into the server. Let's get over there.
Right.
Did you honestly expect anyone else? Winthrop University has looked like a runaway freight train with only one stop, ACL Grand Finals.
Take it up first, just a little bit too late on the kill, and it will go over to Mobility. Winnie arrives, but it's too little, it's too late, and first blood has been secured for Winthrop University.
And don't count out their solo lanes. Denethor and Sword have made their lane counterparts look silly all playoffs long.
And Winnie coming in for the turnaround, going to land that punch, but the shuffle back from Sword is gorgeous. Absolutely here. I mean, you know, at least I knew about the substitution coming to the day. That's an ignite down. Denethor's looking for first blood, and he's got it. 1v1 solo kill. Denethor at level 2 takes down Renekton as Gwen. He's gonna make it 2.
Winthrop have already captured the eyes of many in collegiate, and they're one series away from being crowned the best of amateur, the winners of the Aegis Champions League.
Taken out by Winthrop University.
The Peach Cats are back after dropping down to the lower bracket, making swift work of Team Fish Taco.
Flashing away from the seismic shove. Wixie coming in from the side. Teleport now being channeled by Young to try to back up his top laner, but he just walks right into Wixie, who blows him up with the chains of corruption.
Peach Cats have eliminated the returning champions in Mirage Alliance and are looking to pounce on the Eagles.
The all-in from Young, it just does nothing. Young's got to try to head out on the other side. They're going to lose a Ray for this, and Trevor has to head for the hills as well.
Heal has been prowling the jungle with outstanding success, holding the highest KDA among junglers, as well as the most kills.
Ray knocked back in, knocked up by Isles, and it is a wipe for the Peach Cats.
Can the Peach Cats get their revenge for upper semifinals? Tune in at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the epic conclusion to this year's Aegis Champions League.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Aegis Champions League Grand Finals. Winthrop University on the blue side, taking on the Peach Cats on the red. We are getting out onto the Rift for our first game in tonight's best of 5. A whole heap of money and a whole heap of pride on the line for both of these squads.
Exactly. The difference between winning and losing will be quite a good amount of money actually. So neither team wants to end up losing. And also looking into the future, you want to be in the best possible state looking forward to next year. Any opportunities that come up, any teams that are willing to take a chance on you, there's a really good opportunity for them to be left in awe with how capable you're going to be playing.
Definitely the case here. So we are looking at a little bit of an early visit towards the enemy side jungle from Winthrop University. They are going to throw down that first ward around the birds, see if they can spot out where Keel is pathing towards. Keel has been so dangerous on this Xinjiao over the course of the last week, was crucial in their takedown over Team Fish Taco. Got to see some highlight clips of it there in the pre-video. And now going to be a big opportunity here for him to prove himself up against Trickster and the Peach Cats, and Winthrop rather.
Yeah, Winthrop, that talking about them, they are the higher seed coming into today. They are the ones that you have to be able to win against because they were playing the best so far. And even though we didn't have an aggressive level 1 in terms of trying to go for any kills or anything like that, there was vision collected like you were pointing out. They know where Kill started, they know how Kill wants to try and approach this early game, and it also means that maybe there's going to be a bit of a fight down there early on the bot side with both junglers pathing towards down there.
Absolutely. Here's starting on off that laning phase. You're going to see the power that Orianna brings to the one-on-one, still so highly sought after. The Syndra's the go-to counter pick, but the Syndra's more often than not seem to end up going even here. That's a nice little Zenith Blade, though, landed onto Kim down, and he's going to take a big chunk of damage from mobility and Chookies.
Pretty sure that was max range, the Zenith Blade coming in from the Leona there. Really nice by Chookies. This is the sort of thing that is going to happen down there with Lucian. The fact that he can keep on pressuring compared to the barracks is going to be really ideal. And eventually Wixie will find a lot of damage in his favor, as well as a lot of durability if it's going to be the newer Bork into Radiant Bird 2 build. But it also means that right now, with the control on the bot side, it probably benefits much more the movements from Trickster down there.
Yeah, Existence taking some rough trades up against Denethor in that top lane early on this Scion as well. Not going to be able to rely on the Soul Furnace for enough defense this early on. You can see how quickly Denethor just cuts through that like butter. Looking for a solo kill off the Precision Protocol. Will think better of diving in for it that time, but with the flash available for this Camille, do not be surprised if Denethor goes all in for something here. There's going to be that adaptive shielding keep him alive underneath the turret, and again, just on a knife's edge here's Existence.
That's pretty much an Ignite diff. If Denethor takes Ignite in that matchup, that's probably going to be an early solo kill in favor of the side of Winthrop, but he's still pressuring really effectively the Scion, going to take the early back and the early teleport, so not much is going to be traded by either top laner because they are forcing that sort of play. Onat though,
Trickster
really
coming
nice
on
push.
in. Nice scatter of the weak from Onat, going to get him away.
That
nice
was so
interrupt there
smooth.
from Kim down. Keeps Wixie safe and does earn them a favorable trade in this bottom lane.
That was so nice by Kim down. Oh, Sword has quite a bit of mana actually to try and go for this trade. Onat has to be extra careful there.
Yeah, went really low, but was able to chow down on a Biscuit to get some back as the bot lane is going all in once again. There's going to be the Ignite. It's cleansed away by Wixie, but he's forced to flash away. Either way, Piercing Arrow going to keep mobility low, but not quite going to take him down. The same happens towards Onat in the mid lane. Two members of the Peach Cats fall incredibly low, but Winthrop cannot claim their prey in either lane.
I'm not going to turn into any kill. Wixie has no flash though. Mobility still has his, so if he can find a bit more damage on the side, maybe it could be enough with the double tap from the Lucian. It looks like it's going to only be that trade, the blow of the flash coming in from Wixie, and then losing a couple more summoners with the cleanse and the ignite being down. But early on already winning a couple of those fights, actually stopping the back is quite nice for Kim down. Maybe they can try and look for something here with how they are pushing this. They don't know about it.
Very possibly they
wait,
can. There's
see.
the Hex Flash being channeled. Chookies wants to go for it. He lands the Zenith Blade, the flash in from mobility, and first blood goes to Winthrop. But the trade back is going to be successful. Kim Down gonna get one back. He flashes
Oh,
in, he
no.
interrupts the auto though, and he won't be able to take down Chookies. He will get the wave crashed into the turret though.
That's an off-season support right there. That's certainly someone that hasn't played a lot of the games recently. Really unlucky for Kim Down. Ends up being Chuki's able to escape with his life. I'm not sure if he actually ends up dying, even if the flash comes through, but it's a really unlucky play down there. What is a really good play though, it's how they went for the 2v2 knowing that Wixie had no flash. And interestingly enough, surprised that Kim Down didn't realize that he stopped the backs coming in from the two members. Like maybe he didn't expect the damage to pass through, so he didn't really put much attention into it. But the difference in that makes it so that the kill comes through. And that's a really good advantage already to have as mobility down there.
And that's an advantage that the Winthrop bot lane will have no matter what up against these Peach Cats. They have that synergy. They can come out of the bush, simultaneously make a synchronized play, and then move over to mid lane and look to take down Onat's sword. Gonna be able to pick up a second kill for Winthrop.
And these are the synchronized movements that we love to see coming in from Winthrop. They know that they have a slight advantage. Keel, wait.
Keel coming
Has
on
no
down,
flash
going
here,
to
mobility.
focus on towards mobility. One more auto will get the knockback. The wind becomes lightning, gonna follow through for the damage. Fighting it front to back. Keel falling low as Trickster's going to look for the fear. He's gonna find it, and he's gonna take down the kill. Now Wixie looking to use his passive to fight it out, but taking too many double shots. One kill is finally found. There's a second for Wixie as Existence is slowing down Sword in the river and will pick up a solo kill for himself. 3 more coming over to the Peach Cats.
Yes, Peach Cats was just better in that trade because they not only win the fight, they actually even find Sword randomly in the river based on the cooldowns. I think Existence just press R trying to go for a fight down there in the bot lane and end up finding Sword trying to roam around. This is a really important turnaround now because it's kill for Wixie, kill for Existence in a rough matchup up there, and then also Onat getting free time in the mid lane farming really effectively. They also blow the flash from the Nocturne, so even if the level 6 comes down there, there's still a way to play around it with Wixie's flash coming really soon. So all in all, for Peach Cats, that is a really important salvaging play, and maybe looking into the future can be the turnaround that ends up netting them the potential victory, looking really far forward.
Yeah, absolutely critical there. Could have been where the whole game turned for the side of Winthrop University. Already getting a kill in mid, already getting a kill in bot. If they had turned around that 3-on-3, it could have been absolutely huge. But instead, the Peach Cats find a way to equalize, and it leaves us a neck and neck in terms of gold coming into this 8-minute mark as the Rift Herald spawns and Keel's making his way towards it.
Honestly speaking, the start of the game already looking quite nice. Both teams not shying away from anything. Hand to hand, they are fighting as much as they can, and they are trying to put a stamp to the first game as much as they can. Really exciting way to start off the grand finals. As you were mentioning, the Rift Herald was potentially being looked at, but it's kind of way too pushed in for both top lane, and mid lane is a bit too difficult to play around with. They are not going to be overly aggressive around it. It's not like Peach Cats need to try and get it early on because they do have some late game potential to play around with, but it could be a nice opportunity to try and get more gold into the pockets of Wixie. Looks like they are trading objectives only.
Yeah, going to very likely be a trade here. Trickster looking to secure that. Existence is going to find that he's doing this and try to be annoying about it. And it actually looks like this is going to be a call for Kim Down to come up, try to help out Onat and see if maybe they can try to disrupt this. The Dragon is already down, but that Rift Herald's still at over half HP, and Existence is going to have successfully stopped Trickster in his tracks and prevent the trade of objectives from coming through.
And it all comes down from how they moved around with the Rift Herald in mind. They knew that the Rift Herald wasn't started until Kill was already down there in the Dragon, starting it around it. Also, Existence got the push thanks to how some of the plays before that went by, so he got a really big wave crashing towards the top lane. He got a free push and he was able to collapse onto the Rift Herald, and then in the mid lane, Onat was also pushing. So they just had 2 lanes pushing between the 2 of them, and then also Kim Down roaming upwards. So he was able to provide even an extra number of assistance, and that made it so that Trickster simply didn't have enough confidence to try and push forward. That is just such a nice way of moving around the pieces you have in the map, and it just sets them up to collect the Dragon and not lose the Rift Herald for absolutely free.
Yeah, absolutely here. And now 10 minutes in, Rift Herald is still alive, is still on the table for this really dual-centric jungler in the form of the Xin Zhao to come through and try to say, hey, I'm claiming both objectives. I'm taking everything that I can get. I'm going to try to set my laners ahead with this. Bringing over Kim down as well. I expect that Peach Cats are going to try to make a play for this. They're going to try to get some vision control first, but they've called over their support. Meanwhile, Chookies is still going to be hanging out in bot lane.
Yeah, there's also double teleport for both Onad and Existence, which means that they can try and just back off or push the wave back and get their teleports down with a little bit more advantage for Onad with the items that he has. He currently doesn't have the best ones, so a few more items could be much more beneficial for them in trying to force some fights. Rift Herald already started, Trickster kind of pushed away a little bit. There's ultimates for everyone, but the movement from the bot lane is going to be first coming in from Winthrop. This may be a fighting point for them.
Onad also had to recall with no mana. He's going to have the TP here stolen away by Trickster. He does not miss those. He is inevitable in grabbing these epic monsters, and now Existence is going to be left out to dry here, flashing back over the wall. Chookie's going to look to knock him over, invulnerable through that onslaught. Perfect play by Existence to get himself out.
Yeah, and Kill misplaying a tad bit there. It's not like he wasn't expecting this to come down like that, but he didn't hit the eye. The Herald actually moved around a tiny bit, ends up messing up the hitting of the eye, and that is why at the end the smite comes in a really bad fashion by Kill. Really unlucky situation, ends up allowing for Trickster to come in and steal the Herald really effectively. And even though the Herald is lost, it's still not that bad for Pitch Cats, because Wixie was able to collect a couple of one play down there in the bot lane, plus some extra gold. But losing out on it, it's not the best.
Look back in, setting up for Keel over the wall. The wind becomes lightning, and an easy kill to the Peach Cats. Keel dumps his full combo and takes down Chookies.
Yeah, perfect execution down there against the Leona. They end up blowing her up before she even flashes away. That's why the Keel ultimate comes down at that point, just to blow her up as quickly as possible. And at the very least, even though they lose the Herald, they are able to keep themselves ahead in gold.
Taking an early lead here. Denethor taking some turret shots. Existence nearly makes it more than one. Could have potentially been a solo kill Anger there, but Denethor does get himself out of the way in time. Will be able to retreat back to the base and look to get that Divine Sunderer completed. Will be so crucial for him in these fights in the one-on-one up against this Scion.
Exactly. The difference maker between fighting a tank top laner and being able to kill them, it's getting that Sunder in their favor. The Camilla should be soon enough getting that, and also having it for a potential dragon fight. Not sure if it's going to be one of the main contending points for either team, just because it is only the second dragon of the game, but trying to get it and put yourself in a spot where you can try and collect the soul as early as possible is a really good idea as well for both of these teams. So could be a potential fighting point for the side of Winthrop. As Vision is coming down, Keel is over on the top side of the map. I don't think there's going to be much fighting for it. Trickster is in a really good spot though for an ultimate.
He's looking around here to see if he can paranoia his way in. He's going to pop in, jumping in towards mid lane for Onat. Onat going to be forced to flash to safety. He will get out of there in time. Keel is arriving for the backup, but the disengage is too quick and there is no punish available here. Look at where Kim Down is though. He's still hovering around on this ramp. Denethor, meanwhile, taking a big trade with Existence, going to just keep that health bar chunked out now that Divine Sunder is complete.
A really good trade in general, getting so much damage onto the Scion and putting him in kind of a weird spot to be. The dragon spawning in 5 seconds. Herald pulled down into the mid lane. Should get a charge really easily. There's 3 members here that have enough damage to be able to burst everyone out.
Charge.
Oh, didn't get played though.
Yeah, too late for plates. Just off by about 10 seconds there. Means that no extra gold to be found, but that damage onto the mid lane turret, still plenty valuable. Second dragon here now wants to be started up by the Peach Cats. They are bringing down Denethor, though. Existence doesn't have TP. This is going to be a numbers advantage for Winthrop.
Exactly, it's going to be an advantage for the side of Winthrop. Onat doesn't have flash either, so they have to give the dragon out. They know that they don't have the numbers, especially now that Denethor is completely visible for them. There is ultimate on Existence, and there's no ultimate on the Nocturne.
Unstoppable Onslaught going to bring him on in. There's the Chains of Corruption thrown down on towards Chookies. Here comes a big Scion. Train into the middle of the team. Denethor dodges out using the ultimate. There's going to be Unleashed Power taking him low. His Kim Down flashes over the wall. The first kill goes down to the Chookies. A 4-man shockwave same to force the retreat out of the Peach Cats and keep their health bars low. But Winthrop University, they're not out of the woods yet. Mobility, the only one with a respectable amount of health. He might try to launch himself back in the knockup over the wall. Going to take down Sword and going to pick up a second kill for the Peach Cats as they look to focus down this lizard. It is going to fall. It will be smited out, but Denethor teleported in, and he's going to throw himself into the middle of the team alongside Trickster, trying to clean up the cats. Existence is the only one left, and he'll fall all the same. It's an ace to Winthrop University.
It's the teleport advantage coming in play for Denethor, just as slightly on time to be able to take the victory. And as the ultimates were coming back up to play for Winthrop, they find important kills in that dragon fight. The dragon goes in favor of the side of Pitch Cats, but it is a Cloud Soul. It's one of the most useless souls there is for a lot of the champions. Like, maybe not for the Nocturne. Camille as well could end up finding value, but in general, it's a much important win for Winthrop, getting not only the kills, but also who they got it. It's the Camille, it's the Lucian that now are farther ahead than their counterparts and can try and begin putting even more pressure in the map.
What a great decision to re-engage that fight there from Winthrop University. Denethor gets to teleport in behind and finds a perfect fight angle for the rest of the squad. Super well played there by the Winthrop University team, and now find themselves in a little bit of a gold lead, about to be even more as Denethor finishes off first turret heal, looking to make a collapse play on towards him alongside Existence. Do they have the ability to take him down, though? The interrupt from the ultimate not going to end up coming on through. He was already challenged. The knockup will be found from the Decimate, though. The heal will bring the damage for the kill. Existence gets the shutdown.
Really well played there by Existence, flashing in to stop the runaway from the Camille. Even though there's no ultimate on the side, they still are able to persecute the Camille and get the kill. The Camille does get the turret, so gold value-wise, or gold-wise, it's more valuable for the side of Winthrop, plus they also get the top lane turret, but it's going to be quickly answered with the bot lane turret, and also just a bit more CS going in the favor of the side of Pitch Cats. This game is still extremely close, and it's only the first one of the series, Gordo.
Only the first one. Still not decided yet, as fighting over the second Rift Herald. Peach Cats want to secure this one for themselves, but Winthrop are approaching. Paranoia is available for Trickster if he wants to throw himself in, but he doesn't have the vision. Rift Herald will go on down, and Heal will secure it for the team. Paranoia is dropped, though. It's going to be the Shockwave onto 2 off the back of the Nocturne. Wixie gets flashed on top of, but he does create the distance. Keel still fighting in the middle of the team, will go down after the Gore Drinker, and now Existence. What are you doing here, man? He's arrived way too late. He's going to go down as well. Mobility on a killing spree.
The combo between the Orianna and the Nocturne works out perfectly. I'm not sure if that's the supposed bug that a lot of people have been talking about with the Orianna Nocturne, where I think you preemptively ulti and it still carries it out perfectly, even out of range, so it just gets put into the perfect place. But they are able to not only kill the Varus, but also manage to receive a lot of value after that. They are trying to kill Sword here, but they are also getting collapsed.
Yeah, looking for the hook. Nice dodge there from Sword. Now here comes Chookies looking to make the counter collapse. Trickster's here as well. It's a numbers advantage for Winthrop University. Onet flashes in, doesn't get the scatter onto the target he wants, and he's just gonna get melted down. Trickster finishes off the kill, and it's nearly a 4K gold lead to Winthrop University.
A massive fail there by Onet. I understand the idea though. I think it's not a bad idea. Looking at how it was going to be set up by the side of Winthrop, I think that if you connect that, at the very least you trade 1 for 1. But it's still a sad misplay to see, and it ends up netting them another kill. And this is the big difference that so far has been so positive for the side of Winthrop. They are playing more attuned as a team. They move around more logically as a team. And Pitch Cats, even though they have potentially better mechanical players, they are not responding accordingly as a team, and they are getting put in places that are kind of difficult to respond at or as.
Agree, and it's team play all the way for sure, but the Winthrop University players individually, they're not pushovers either. They don't give up the kind of leads that you would need to give up in these one-on-ones and these two-on-twos to offset the team play difference. Winthrop University are coming out ahead in all forms, and it's allowing them to build up these kind of leads. There's going to be the ultimate
Yeah.
thrown down again. The synergy between Sword and Trickster cannot be discounted. Nearly taking out Wixie again, but he does manage to get away with a sliver of HP, but that's an 80 carry force out of the fight right before the Dragon's going to spawn.
The weird part, though, for me is that they still do not respect that combo. Like, they know that's a thing that can happen, but they just simply keep on allowing it to come down. And I'm not sure if it's because, once again, it's supposed to be something that isn't necessarily intended or something like that, or it's because they don't fully,
It's
or
hard
they are
to
not capable
time,
of reacting
too. I
to
mean,
it. Yeah, I think it must be that.
Withrow.
Yeah, no, they're playing really well around it. Oh, the 5, actually?
Resistance coming on in, going to find that knockback. The damage coming through on him is
That was so
hard,
good.
though. He will be able to take down Chucky.
Keel?
Now Trickster, the next target, throwing down the Crescent Guard. Keel manages to stay alive, and there are no ultimates available for Winthrop yet. It's a 1-for-0 in favor of the Peach Cats at this point, as the Dragon is the next target. Denethor avoids the
Oh,
hook.
no.
It cuts down, pinned down. As here comes that Decimate, smited away by Trickster, and the front to back will favor Winthrop all day long. Diving into the back line as Denethor looks to cut them the rest of the way down. A triple kill over to Mobility, and nobody left standing for the Cats until Onat will be taken down as well. Denethor not quite able to finish him, but he's got to limp away and suffer the losses.
Honestly, I'm really glad that Nocturne is kind of stomping on people, because they don't, people don't tend to realize how strong Nocturne can be. They just kind of assume that Nocturne doesn't exist until they see it once again, and then it's going to prompt up just a potential ban or going to be a contested pick. But so far, Trickster has played this champion close to perfection, I would say. Timing on the ultimates has been great, timing on going on to the barriers has been great, and then adding on top of that the combo value of the Urana has just simply been so perfect to see. Now, there needs to be some reaction by Peach Cat. Like, it doesn't really matter, even if the combo is close to perfect, you have to have some plan or some way to play around it. And so far, they really haven't found that. But if Winthrop doesn't allow for them to get that sort of play, then it's going to be really difficult as well. As we see Denethor pushing on the side lane, I'm surprised they didn't look aggressively for Baron, but they probably feel like as long as they control it and they can force a fight in their favor, they can win it.
Yeah, just a little bit of brawling for Vision for now. And I gotta say, TDS, over the last couple of weeks, if there were crystal ball predictions for the ACL and you could predict number of Baron steals, number of Dragon steals, you would be best friends with Trickster at this point in the tournament. He has been so on point in his ability to steal away in these 50-50 situations, coming away with Barons and Dragons and Heralds and every other thing you can imagine here, up against every jungler. Even our all-star jungler here in Keel has now lost 2 of them to Trickster over the course of this game.
Exactly. It's really nice to see how Trickster has been able to get most of the advantage in the jungle matchup in that situation.
Oh my
I think
God.
also Nocturne does enable that, but this is also a tough matchup to see. Denethor is just getting so much value on top of the Sion, and honestly, it's kind of difficult not to understand why. It is a Camille against an Sion, and it's also Camille going full damage. So you add on top of the fact that Camille has true damage in her kit, to the fact that she has the damage build going forward, that's going to make it really difficult for Existence to survive for as long as possible.
Yeah, people like to say that it's Cho'Gath Ultimate on like a 9-second cooldown, but that's not fair. Cho'Gath Ultimate does not give you movement speed.
That's true. It does not give you movement speed. It does also not give you enough of a opportunity to just consistently outplay a lot of the match champions. Like, I think Camille Q has a slightly longer range, no? Or is it close? Or is it
She's got
similar,
more
actually?
attack range. It depends on how big Cho'Gath is, because getting champion
Okay,
size
fair
de
enough.
facto increases your attack range, but
Yeah, because I think normally Camille does have a slightly more range
Agreed.
with her Q, I think.
I believe you are correct there. But yeah, it's a big one. It's a lot of damage.
It's fun.
And it's really tough to play against with your Existence at this point in the game. Denethor 3-1-6, looking so powerful. A little bit of a pick here on the Chookies, though. Scout of the week gonna slow him down. They are gonna throw down the Solar Flare, and now Denethor, they're actually Mobility gonna be the target getting focused down. That's an easy shutdown for Keel. Now Denethor getting locked down as well. A big pick series for
And
the
they killed
Peach
Denethor?
Cats. They want more. They want Denethor, and they're gonna take him out.
It's
They
gonna be
lose a
Baron.
top inner turret for it, but a huge power play now on the board for the Peach Cats.
And now it's on the Nocturne Orianna combo to stop the Baron from being taken away, because two crucial picks on both Denethor and Mobility could be the point where they can try and salvage the game as much as possible. Trickster found on the side.
You can't risk this with Trickster. He's been stealing them away. The Paranoia are going to come on down, flash over the wall. Keel wants blood, but a three-man Shockwave going to stop them as Sword guarantees an escape for himself and his jungler. But they have to stop the Baron. The respawns are coming on through. Chookies is back on the table. Mobility is here as well, coming on out of the base. And the Peach Cats have to give up their Baron aspirations.
Yeah, even though the pick was amazingly well done from the side of Peach Cats, it's not going to turn into a massive objective. It's only going to be the two picks onto Mobility. Denethor still has teleport, so he wasn't even forced to blow it up for trying to stop the Baron or trying to force anything on the Baron. And then even though Trickster doesn't die, he does blow the flash. So that's, at the very least, a slight advantage that you can argue can be used to try and stop the side from Winthrop from just keep on controlling the game. But it could have been a much bigger play coming in from the side of Peach Cats.
Definitely could have been. There was a lot of possibilities on the table there, but now going to look for it again anyway. Five-man squad. They see Denethor in the bottom lane. He does have access to the teleport. He wants to come up and interrupt.
There is one
waiting in the bush. Going to get that knockup. They're going to take the engage onto Chookies. He's pretty tanky, but he will drop fast with all five members in front of him. Culling comes out, connects onto nobody. There's the combo once again. There's the stasis coming out of Onet to try to stay alive, but he's going to get hit by the fall of Solar Flare. The front to back. Mobility continues to throw out the damage, but the unleashed power going to claim one back. It's a one-for-one fight so far. Both marksmen need to be the focus here, but Chookies is taken down so low, and Trickster crucially with the smite going to fall as well.
Yeah, there is no smite now on the side of Winthrop, so could be a slight advantage coming in for Peach Cat, but they are not going to overly push. They got the 1-for-1, they know that they are behind in terms of the pushing of the waves, so they are not going to overly commit. Yes, they lose this mid lane turret, and it's going to keep on adding up onto the disadvantage that they currently have in terms of gold. But I feel like for the way that the game was playing out, every pick that you're able to trade when you're this far behind in gold is still a positive to a certain degree. And the tankier the Sion gets, the easier it is going to be to trade one for nothing if the Sion is the focus. Same as just trying to force certain objectives, and they're going to look for this Baron once again. Ultimate for the Nocturne is back up though. And we see has no flash.
Teleport to make sure that they can start up the Baron in time. Bot lane is still looking at them. Chookies and Mobility fully aware. There's the engage from him down. They're going to just try to force this while the numbers advantage isn't there, but the combo comes through on a Wixie. He's already down. Onat as well. The Peach Cats have lost their carries as Winthrop University spring the trap and wipe them off the map. Keel doing his best to pick up whatever he can find, but there's nothing there. A triple kill to Mobility, and Baron with everything else they want coming on top of it.
Okay, every hope they had, it's completely going to be stopped at this point with the Baron going in favor of the side of Winthrop. I don't think it's going to be easy for the side of Peach Cats to come back into this game. Even if the Nexus is still standing, it's really difficult to stop the onslaught that is going to come up. And one of the biggest problems is that Wixie is getting caught out with the Nocturne Orianna ultimate combo. And to a certain degree, it's not his fault. Like, you just get ulted by both of them at the same time, you don't have flash, you're going to die. Orianna is just going to burst you out immediately. And I think that this is just going to force a ban on either of these champions going forward in the series. Like, neither of them are going to be played together once again.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, and I cannot emphasize enough, right? Like, first of all, these guys are not on land; they're on ping, at least somewhat ping, right? It's not zero; it's some number higher than zero. And this is not an easy combo to execute. I mean, the timing changes depending on how far Nocturne is from the target, but they keep pulling it off every single fight. It's beautiful to watch. Sword and Trickster are just unstoppable on this combo. There's nothing Peach Cats can do.
And also a lot of this comes from the fact that this is a roster that we've credited so many times for both their team fighting and skirmishing. So the fact that you're getting champions that can make that even more impactful, it's just beautiful to see, and it's working out marvelously well. As we see Sion essentially close to dying in that previous trade, the base is going to keep on getting attacked on, and there's barely any opportunity to try and look for an aggressive play.
And Mobility casually almost solo killing the 3-item Scion there. Just happens. It's a shockwave, connects onto 2. Dive in from Trickster, and Wixie is already down. Onat the last hope here for the Peach Cats, and he's not gonna make it too much longer. Mobility approaching from the top side, Sword from the bottom as Winthrop University tear apart the Peach Cats in their own base and look to make it 10 wins in a row. Not a single loss in the upper bracket yet for Winthrop University as they start off the grand finals 1-0.
Starting off strong, Winthrop not going to let their perfect record be stopped at this point, and deservedly so. They played this game amazingly well. But there's way too many questions you have to ask for the side of Peach Cats. What are they going to do going forward into the next game? What are they going to try and ban away? Are they going to try and change sides? And particularly, why take the aggressive plays if you know you're behind in a lot of situations there? That's kind of the question that I'm going to be asking myself going forward, because even though I do think that Winthrop played it really, really well, you have to question the Baron call, especially knowing that Wixie has the flash. That's a really big question mark for me, and I'm kind of interested in seeing if that's going to be a big issue going forward.
That has got to be one of the questions that we need an answer for, and that and more are going to be answered as this series continues to be played. We're going to throw it to a quick break while we get into draft for game number 2. Look at this matchup and look at how many more games we have left to be played. We'll see if the Peach Cats are going to be able to clap back once we come back from this break.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out against your face. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side.
To the Aegis Champions League Grand Finals, where we are getting into Champion Select for game number 2. Peach Cats have selected the blue side for the second game, so let's see how they want to change up their draft strategy. So we are racing through these bans. We'll bring them up on stream in just about a second, but I see Ash, Jarvan, and Caitlyn banned away for the Peach Cats. Talia and Oriana banned away for Winthrop University.
And one consistent thing from the Pitch Cats ban phase, the Jarvan 4 taken away from Trickster, not giving him the opportunity to have that sort of carry, then the Ashe and the Kalista as well taken away, and this is what we were expecting, the Orianna getting banned away on red side. Winthrop understand the power, they don't want to see it once again, and they are not going to play the Orianna Syndrome handshake matchup. They'd rather just go for everything else. As we see the Cyan for Wixie, this was a much better pick, or this was a really strong pick going into the lower bracket finals for him. He performed amazingly well in the Saya, and it's first pick worthy for him. So I want to see what Winthrop answer with. Could be the Lucian once again, or the Barriers in the bot lane for mobility.
Yeah, it definitely could be. I think both are very valid options. The Jack's going to get locked in super early here, though, for Denethor. They decide, hey, you know, if we're not going for that Orianna strat this time, let's focus up in the top lane. Sejuani Jax is the first 2 selections to make sure they're going to be able to enable that man up there. Peach Cat's now going to get access to the Rakan in the bottom lane to pair alongside that Xayah. Now, what will the selection be in the top lane? Hovering some fancy stuff. I would not be surprised to see Existence go for the Renekton, though. This is a personal favorite of his. Very comfortable pick for him, and he will lock it on in.
It was banned away in the previous game. It's going to be picked now in this game. Comfort for Existence, it's really important. And I think that in the previous game, the Sion, even though it was a counter pick technically, it didn't really found the sort of value you want to see from a counter pick. So probably better to have more comfort. This is technically as well a counter pick, but I think Existence does play the Renekton much of a bit better. And as we were kind of predicting, it's going to be back to the Lucian for mobility. I think he played an amazingly good game down there with the Lucian. It's going to be against a Syraken, which should be the Saya should be less of a threat early on in the game just because of how the early bleeding phases from these carries go. But with the Saya Rakan duo, you have to have a strong duo for yourself as a Lucian to be able to go against the Rakan. I'm expecting a Milio ban from the side of Pitch Cats and potentially maybe another Enchanter ban, if not the Leona.
I would not be surprised if we saw that one come through as well. That Lucian looked so dangerous for mobility in game number one. You're definitely going to be looking for ways to prevent it from being quite as viable as it was there. There's that Melio ban you were talking about. That's going to go off the board right away. And I wonder if they're going to try to take away any of the engaged supports here. Though Nautilus may come up at the top of your list as somebody who's able to interrupt what Rakan is going to be going for. We will have to see if that will be the selection here. I think the Leona you're not quite as afraid of once you do have that Xayah on your team. Mid lane, something else to be paying close attention to here. Orianna and Talia, the only mid laners taken away. That Nico, though, still a high priority pick if Onat wants to try to get his hands on it, or if Sword wants to try to snag it away.
And with the engaged potential, I wouldn't be against seeing Winthrop go for the Nico themselves, just to have that Sejuani Jax duo with the Nico extra to go in and be able to dive into certain players. Could be quite nice to see. If not, I can see the Nico ban coming through here just to take it away. But there's also the angle of just banning away, like you're mentioning, the engaged sports like the Leona or the Alistar to try and stop the Rakan. It's going to be the Asir instead, so the matchup in the mid lane going to be quite interesting. As the Leona gets instantaneously picked, it's going to be counter pick for Sword in the mid lane, and I think you just go for what can work out really, really well for you. It's potentially going to be the Nico, I'm not 100% sure, but I wouldn't be mad against going Syndra once again. As Bigture potentially gets picked, one of Onat's more played champions with the area, I would argue, and it's going to be picked here. And I'm expecting here to see a more carry-oriented jungle. Oh, they kill one of the Nunu players actually from the NECL.
He is. Keel used to be Frosty Nomad before he was Keel. He is a new guy. Way back in the day. Whether this is just a call out to that or a legitimate consideration, that's its own question.
I love it.
As he will lock in the Zac, that's definitely a Keel pick. Thinking back to his time on Wildcard, was a flex pick between top and jungle for them back in the spring split, and will be the jungle selection for them here, giving them some real long range engage opportunities.
I like the sack here. I can see the Syndra being the counter pick here for Sword, by the way, just with the pushback to try and stop the sack from being a big threat. There's also potentially maybe a more aggressive pick like the Yone. Sylas is not necessarily a bad choice with the ultimate abilities that are on the other side, but it also means that it's not going to be the best of matchups going into the picture. It's going to be an interesting mid lane champion fight. But what I'm more interested at is the sack, because it's not typical we get to see the sack being played by essentially almost anyone, even in pro play. But importantly as well, the fact that now you have more tools to try and dive into the backline with both the Rakan and the Renekton to try and just collapse heavily onto the Lucian or the Sylas. And then you also have the safety from the Xayah by herself to not be worried about getting dived on. Could be really ideal for them to just play as aggressive as they can without having to worry about their AD carry.
Absolutely here. And now going into the in-client draft here, really do think that that long-range engage potential for Keel is what Peach Cats have to try to play for here as that wild card that'll throw Winthrop off their game. We've seen just how strong they can be playing as a team here, and they have such a good setup now, I think, around their top side with Denethor and Sword, both on these melee carries and being set up by Trickster on that Sejuani. This is kind of a dream setup for them, I really do think, for them to play that top side game plan that they want to go for up against this Renekton and Victor.
Exactly, and playing for Denethor is something that we don't typically get the chance to see, but I'm actually not against it. Like, I think Denethor, we have been mentioning this for so far in the start, from the start of the series to this point. Denethor has been one of the most consistent and best performing players from the side of Winthrop. I think him and Mobility pretty much being the two star carries to a certain degree, and then you have the other members being really good forces around them, without trying to take away from them also being a huge factor in Winthrop's consistent streak. But Denethor is the one with the so far one of the best mechanics, so far some of the best laning phases as well, and also with some of the best pools to try and play around to carry. And now that you drafted this Jax, you can go for the with the Sejuani, just go up there, go towards the Renekton, shot him down as soon as you can, and then just have the Jax be a big strong force. Because one clear thing for this game is that if the Jax gets out of control, I don't think no one can stop him on the side lane.
Yeah, definitely not going to have some great side lane responses here. I mean, you're going to have to rely on the Victor or somebody to just be able to sit at long range and wave clear, but that's always going to be a constant risk up against Denethor's
Yep.
Jax. Not really a straightforward, easy answer to be found there. And then some very great ultimates to steal away for the Silas as well mean that they have those alternative gauge options available to them on Winthrop to be able to start fights in 4-on-4 or 5-on-4 situations anytime that they are able to find themselves putting them together. The disengage from the Peach Cats, it's solid, but
Yep.
it's really tough to be able to keep on disengaging over and over and over again if there's a stolen away quickness or something and a solar flare and a glacial prison all coming at you, especially when the glacial prison and the solar flare are so non-committal, and if you dodge away from one it doesn't force the other team into an unfavorable position.
Exactly. There are tools that can just completely shut down some initial engages or some plays just because of how much control they give you. It's difficult to try and get that down on a champion like the Saya, but the Victor is not that case, right? Like even though I think Victor can be really ideal because of its aggressiveness and the way that you can try and just kill certain targets really effectively with the laser beam in the range, the fact that you still have a champion like him that it's immobile to a certain degree can be really worrying for pitch cats, and Winthrop can try and capitalize on that, just trying to pile drive as hard as they can on top of the champion. It also could be a good opportunity to try and go into the Saya, because even with the ultimate, she still falls down into a certain spot. And I can see them trying to layer down their CC in a way that you have the Leona stun plus then the Sejuani stun, and it works out effectively enough to try and just lock down the Sejuani play, the Sion plays.
All right. We are finding out that Keel did not have Zach on that account, so we are going to have to make a little bit of an account swap happen here. He's coming on in now, ready to go. That's why we use the draft law, because it lets it lets us take advantage of every pick, even if we may not own them on our individual accounts. We've started it out. It's going to take a little bit longer to get it a game, but everybody's here, everybody's ready, and everybody owns their champions.
Yeah, it's a slight hiccup. It's not going to affect the way that the grand finals is going. Maybe it's the sort of thing that needs to happen to try and refresh Pitch Cat's mindset. Maybe it was all planned by Kill to try and just allow every member from Pitch Cats to get a bigger breather and then go into the game stronger. I want to believe that. That's my theory, because if not, yeah.
If not, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, there's some concerns to be had there, but I'm sure they are going to be up and ready to go here before too long. Big comeback game going to need to be had here for Peach Cats. Going
Yep.
down 2-0 to a team that is already undefeated in the entire bracket run is not a position that you want to find yourself in by any stretch of the imagination. It is going to be so hard to try to reverse sweep Winthrop University. I think if you're Peach Cats, you are really, really, really trying to take out all the stops and get yourself a win right here in game number 2, especially when you get yourself the blue side.
Exactly. You want to try and make the most out of the side that a lot of people consider to be the strongest. I'm more of the red side is the strongest side kind of guy, but I understand the logic on the other one. As for the side of pitch cuts, I also think looking into how this grand finals has played out so far in the first game and how everything the bracket kind of went through, you would think that Winthrop has the confidence boost, right? The fact that they've been going unbeaten, they haven't lost any game, they've looked the strongest, they have a really consistent record, and their players are playing so far so well tonight as well, just gives them such a big confidence boost compared to the rest of the members. And I think that if you don't take up at the very least one game to try and put a dent onto that confidence, it's just going to enable Winthrop to keep on playing to their best. Like I think pitch cats need to try to take a dent onto their confidence from Winthrop, because mentally they're in a spot where it's really difficult to try and take them down from there. And if you lose this game, going 2-0 down to a team that has gone unbeaten, that has all going in their favor for that last potential game, would be really detrimental for you. So pitch cats need to make the play here, need to put the series into a spot where they can try and turn it around and win the second game as hard as they can.
Agree. They're unbeatable in their current state. At least that's
Yeah.
how they've got to be feeling. That's got to be the aura that they bring to the table for their opposition. You need to start to take them down a peg if you're going to be able to turn this around and be able to win this series. It's a long best of 5. At least any best of 5 that you
Exactly.
end up winning if you're the Peach Cats is going to have to be a long best of 5. You don't want a quick one. A quick one means that you've lost. So trying to turn that one around, it means they are going to have to build up some kind of pathway back into this piece by piece, brick by brick. We're going to have to see how they are going to be able to do that. I think Kim Down, as the bright side, looked quite good in that first game.
Yeah.
I think he was able to execute some really good individual stuff there. We don't talk about that auto attack interrupt. We talk more about stuff like that dredge line interrupt that came on through on one of those engage opportunities from the Leona. If you can keep pulling off stuff like that, it'll be really helpful for them in the 2-on-2. Again, it really did feel like it was going to be Mobility and Chookies who ended up coming out ahead. They picked up the first blood in the 2-on-2. Again, that's the third matchup in a row up against the
Yep.
Peach Cats where they've been able to do that. They are going to need to stop that from happening coming into the rest of this series.
It just goes to show how much of an impact the bot lane has had so far for this series, between these two teams particularly, and how important it is for Wixie and Kim Down to be able to put a stop to this sort of onslaught that Mobility and Chookies have been able to pull off. I think Wixie is still not yet finding the stride that we were expecting to see. Like, I think the first game wasn't necessarily bad, but he did end up getting caught out in certain places. Obviously couldn't perform the best as the Varus. So this time around, maybe with the Saya can be a bit more comfortable and try and put the carry performance that we expect to see from Wixie. As for Kim Down, you said it best. I think the Nautilus performance was quite nice. He was in a top spot because it's not like he could protect Barris and force a play for the team. So trying to take a decision in that sort of situation, probably really difficult for Kim Down. This time around though, he's playing the Rakan, one of the highlight champions. I feel like going into, if you go look the NECL performances, one of his highlight champions has been the Rakan. Great engages really well for trying to set up your AD carry, and also laning wise, it was a good force to try and make ganks happen. So I think that this Rakan could be a really good tool to try and just make the game go your favor and set up Wixie for success.
Absolutely here. Now, Discord is starting to repair itself. Nature's
Let's go.
healing. So we're going to throw it to a quick break while we get into the Rift for game number 2. But we'll be right back in just about a minute with game number 2 between the Peach Cats and Winthrop University.
I'll love forever. So kiss me while the stars are bright. You'll find someone better. So kiss me while we're still alive. Put your perfect way out everything. Hey, shock me like it's stormy weather. Build a night of fantasy. Hey, I just wanna There's no you in my utopia. There's no you in my utopia. Dream of another world.
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Aegis Champions League Grand Finals, where Winthrop University and the Peach Cats are facing off once again. Peach Cats now on the blue side, Winthrop now on the red.
They've changed sides, they've changed champions, but the scoreline is still the same. 1-0 advantage for the side of Winthrop, and importantly, could put themselves into match point, championship point, and also just money point, I would say, because that's one of the big things about this tournament. And with what we've seen from the first game, there needs to be an important change coming in from the Pitch Cats. Importantly, in decision making. Hopefully, they can make adaptations in this game.
Absolutely. We're going to need to see something different out of the Peach Cats in the second game as they look to try to equalize, try to turn this into a best of three, try to get themselves a little bit of momentum back, and try to hand the Winthrop University squad their first loss of this playoffs bracket. That alone would be a big momentum hit, as they're just a nonstop freight train right now on Winthrop University. They
Yep.
have not slowed down one bit since these playoffs have kicked off, and they do not want to start now. They want to take the full perfect run. You got to stop it right here if you're Peach Cats. If they get up to 11 wins in a row and are coming in with 1 win to go until they are ACL champions, I don't even know if it's possible to stop it.
Now imagine though that they go to the 11 win streak, and then you give them their first 3 losses in a row. Like, talk about a way to win the championship in a reversive fashion as well. Would be kind of hype for the side of Pitch Cats, but yeah, realistically, if you give them the really nice engage by Chukis.
Yeah, I mean, then that's League of Legends history right there, but we'll deal with that when we get to it. Early trades in the bot lane have been a staple of these two teams facing off against one another, regardless of who the support on the Peach Cats is. And it has always favored Mobility and Chookies. We have to see if Kim Down and Wixie can put it together and change those fortunes here soon. Definitely not going to be right now, though, as they did not get the level 2 first. Mobility and Chookies will have that control.
Yeah, once again, it's going to be another level 2 advantage going in favor of Mobility and Chukis really early on, trying to set up the pace of the lane in their favor. But this time around, I would say more respect coming in from the Pitch Cats bot lane. They knew that the level 2 was going to come down. They don't play for the range of Winthrop's bot lane, but instead they played for their own range. And they are waiting to try and get the most out of it, as another engage by Denethor. Really nice stun.
Really good stuff there. Denethor building himself up a solid lead early on in the top lane, up against that Renekton. And I mean, that Jax is going to be a bigger scaling threat as well coming into the later games. So really going to need to try to manufacture some favorable situations for the Renekton here. Existence dives in. He gets his W blocked, and Denethor is looking for a solo kill. Existence gets pushed underneath the turret and will have to take a recall.
And he gets out of it with his life, but that was a scary situation. No flash was blown though at the very least, so you do take that sort of trade if you're Existence, but now you're getting even more pushed by Denethor. He's just denying so much experience for the side of Existence, and now the top lane already looking really, really badly in a matchup that was technically a counter pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most comfortable champion for Existence. You can't blame him for defaulting to it in a situation like this, but yeah, Denethor, I mean, he's on his favorite as well in the form of that Jax. Don't know if he would individually call it his favorite. Oh my,
what the?
That's a crazy animation right there. Quite stretchy is Keel. He gets his whole hand back to him though.
You know what? I think that's more believable than the stretch just lasting a tiny bit. Like, I think you probably get more range off of that.
Yeah, got a little bit of a silly funny effect going on there. Is Wixie going to fall incredibly low? Going to flash back to safety. Mobility burning down to the Ignite. One more auto will do it. And Wixie and Kim Down, they turn around their fate, and they pick up the first blood. Now fighting back up against Chookies. That explosion from the Eclipse could do him in, but they keep him held down. They set him up for Keel, and they give Wixie the double kill.
And this is your start, your dream start for the side of Pitch Cats. 2 kills in the bot lane early on, first blood and second kill for Wixie. Your hyper carry, the star of the show, getting all the money early on. And look at the difference in the buy, by the way. It's Noon Quiver to 2 longswords. Yeah, that looks great.
Really a great start there for the Xayah Rakan bot lane that Peach Cats draft for themselves. And finally giving themselves some reprieve up against how oppressive this Lucian has been so far in the series. Onat, though, getting engaged on, calling in 3 members to set Sword up for an early lead. The stun from the Gravity Well, though, means Trickster cannot stun Onat back. He will escape.
Yeah, goes in for the flash really late at that point, but ends up escaping with his life. Now he's staying a bit longer for trying to cover the wave, the huge wave that is in the mid lane. There is flash for Sword, so he has to be a bit careful there, Onat, but he's going to be able to back safely. Now, the only lane that is looking really positively though so far is the bot lane. Engage on
The
the Sword.
knock up there, Keel not going to be able to find it, dodging away on the stretching strikes as well. Very clean execution there from Sword, just completely denies the Zac any opportunity to do anything.
Yeah, you're probably looking to at the very least force the kill there. It's not going to be the case. Early Chaos Storm just to push away and be able to back safely, so we're not going to suffer any bad fate in that place. But even though the mid lane is not the worst place to look at, because it's certainly top lane. Oh, it's a...
Oh, there's the solo kill for Denethor.
That's painful for Existence, and I'm not sure what else to say. Like, there's barely anything that the Renekton can do in that situation. So Zac is going to get richer, but the top lane is going to look awful and awful the longer it goes. And I'm not sure how much can you give up as Existence in that sort of situation. That's a good trade.
Yeah, really great trade there found by Onat and Sword, or by Sword onto Onat. There's going to be the engage coming on in. They're going to look to get the knockup back away to keep some space for Wixie, but the stun will come through either way. He manages to get underneath the turret, and they survive this gank. Well done by the Peach Cats bot lane, getting themselves out of dodge in time.
That's 100% on Kim Down in my eyes. He played that off perfectly. Knock up onto mobility, forcing the flash from Trickster. Able to stop the last hit onto Wixie as well to allow for him to escape. Beautiful Rakan mechanics there and salvages the life of Wixie. If Wixie dies in that spot, that could be really, really bad for the side of Pitch Cats. Because not only losing top lane this badly, you may be in losing just everywhere else.
Very close to going on down there. Able to keep themselves up. Now going to be able to keep it at a 2-1 score line at this stage of the game, but wow, is Denethor just getting so strong up there in the top lane, forcing another recall there out of Existence, and going to continue to build up what is already a 20 CS lead here at just a few minutes into the game.
It's a good thing that the champion you're playing against is Jax, it's the Xayah, right? Because at the very least, you do have a get out of jail card with the ultimate. If it was Varus, I'm not even sure that the kills early on are worth it, just because the Jax still kills you even with the advantage.
Yeah, I think that is very much most likely here. And now getting set up here in the bottom lane. Once again, at least looking like it is Keel paying a visit towards this side of the map. Choki's going to be in position as well. They do spot and mobility. It's going to be really tough to get the Zac in there this early into the game. Very likely that they're just going to try to keep this freeze going and try to make sure that mobility and Chokis aren't going to be able to come in and disrupt anything that they are trying to do down here, already having built themselves up a pretty nice lead and already having secured the first dragon. Not too much else to fight for down here, but Keel wants to make this engage happen.
Look at who's coming top lane, Gordo.
Yeah, Trickster going to be looking to make this gank happen. A 2-level lead for Denethor already. This is just absurd as he throws down the ultimate. There's that racial prison and nowhere left to go for Existence. This will be a kill for Denethor, but breaking out a fight in the bottom lane now. Looking for the knockup, but getting interrupted. Chookie's melting down so fast. Keel gonna be able to pick up that kill for Wixie as mobility is forced underneath the turret, and Sword can't pick up anything off of the quickness. A turnaround for Peach Cats in the bottom lane means that they will equalize across the map.
Exactly, another kill, and if I'm not wrong, 2 plates of gold for Wixie. Even if Existence is pretty much not existing in the top lane, and is horribly behind with the CS and the deaths, it's still good to see that the other side of the map is striving for the side of Pitch Cat. That being said, the difference between top lane and bot lane makes a really important, it's a really important issue when looking at the gold deficit. Because the gold says that right now PitchCats is 1,000 gold ahead. And that's technically true, but at the same time, when you consider how far behind Existence is, that gold lead is practically negligible.
Practically negligible is for certain, as he has just gotten further and further ahead every time we've taken a glance up here. The opportunities do seem to be dwindling for this Renekton to be able to have too much of an influence in this game, taking another big chunk there. Denethor continues to collapse up here, and now Trickster wants to try to take that dominance into this side of the jungle. Heal going to find him here, pull him in with the Stretching Strike, secure his own blue buff, but Denethor is coming in just to make sure that this is going to be easy pickings for Trickster. This is a 2-on-2 that the Peachcats just can't win.
And the thing is, I feel like as Existence here, you have to just focus on the farm because you're not going to win any trade. They also have the Rip Herald that they were able to collect meanwhile the bot lane playing was happening. So that means that they also have a good tool to just get as much gold as possible for Existence. He has to be extra careful here, although I can see diving in the future for Existence in the coming wave.
Absolutely. Going to need a little bit of extra help to make the dive happen, but not too much.
Yeah, they're going back
is
actually.
already so strong here, already 2-0. Now Onak getting visited again. That's going to be a nice ultimate connecting there, and the burst damage is just huge, but it's not enough to take Onak off the map as the Stretching Strike's going to hold Sword in place. Look at that Chaos Storm taking down on the Sword, and Keel will be the one to get the kill. Another turnaround coming in through before long for Onak, pulled back in by the Stretching Strikes, and Onak will pick up the kill for the Peachcats. Another turnaround, great use of the Cell division, and the Peachcats continue to build a lead in the game.
And this is why I love the sack pick. Not valued enough by a lot of the players, but can find this sort of plays, coming in from angles that people are not expecting at all, being able to dive really effectively because the Cell division enables you to be really aggressive, even if you're not in the best of spots, as we see Engage bot lane. Just a bit of a trade, but that's about it.
Fights on both sides of the map. We've seen this song and dance before. It ends up with Denethor getting a kill and Wixie getting one on the other side. And you know what? I think Peachcats will keep taking that trade if they can.
Yeah.
It's dangerous to have a Fed Jax, but they are so happy to get Wixie this far ahead and to put mobility this far behind on the Lucian.
Exactly, and I feel like one of the biggest things here is, yes, Denethor is completely far ahead and he can destroy this game. But now that you also brought up the big tree in the mid lane, you do have now 2 power points, and those 2 power points have the range advantage over the Jax. So you can play around this Jax into a certainly effective manner. As long as you don't just go really aggressive, you can play around the Jax really effectively and try and maximize your value. They will lose the first turret blood up during the top lane, but I think that this top lane was already dead. So as long as you're able to farm for the Renekton on the side without losing out on health or on more turrets, can be really good for the side of Peachcat. He's going to get though, or pushed even further though here.
Oh, no, he pops the dominance, he's trying to stay alive. Denethor will not let him get away though. Is the fight breaking out in mid lane? Onak gonna get locked down, goes into the stasis to find some time for the rest of the team to be able to bail him out. His quicknesses are thrown down on both sides, but Sword is locked down for so long, nearly burning down, will burn down. As Kim down gets that credit, it's a 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
It's 1-for-1 in the mid lane, but in the top lane, the damage is still being done with Denethor getting another soul kill. This is the big issue. Teleport may come down, but I'm not sure if he gets the most value.
Existence teleporting in, trying to take the fight. Knows that Jax has no mana. He wants revenge for all his prior lives, and he will get it. Shut down over to the Renekton.
How was that close when Jax had no mana? That's a really scary thing to consider. But Existence finally finding the counter kill. He gets a shutdown. He is now going to get some free gold from the minions, and now the game going to be at the very least a tiny bit more playable for the Renekton. But you have to, the thing you have to take into account for Peachcats here is the Saya being really strong, the Zac being strong, and then the Victor being a tiny bit strong. Like, those are the important things for you. Oh.
All in on towards Wixie. Doesn't get to use the Feather Storm in time. Is going to just try to walk his way out of here. Kim down, blocking the culling, but the chase down will come through. He still has access to that Feather Storm once it's time. Does throw it out in exchange for Chookies' flash.
It does look like a potential dragon play though. Oh, sword.
Ooh, the lockdown on top here. Sword's gonna get stuck in the stun coming on through. The Glacial Prison will slow down Onat for a little bit, but he does still manage to return some good damage onto Sword. The backup of the bottom lane should be what decides this. Wixie with no ultimate, no cleanse, and low HP. He cannot join the fight. That means the Peach Cats have got to give it up.
Yeah, able to stop the back there by Sword though. They did use a couple of ultimates, but it's not the end of the word. The ultimates that were used to try and stop Sword from binding a lot of value. And it also meant that with that play, the dragon wasn't an objective that Winthrop was able to collapse on top of. But now the game is becoming a bit more playable over on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, the Jax is still really, really strong. So there needs to be a bit of a balancing period, I would say, for Peach Cats to make the most use out of this Saya when she reaches 2 items, 3 items.
Absolutely, and that is where Peach Cats are going to have to strike while the iron is hot, especially with how much of a side lane menace Denethor is proving to be. He's already taken down both turrets on the top side, only 15 minutes into the game. He starts to move down to bot lane, he can build himself up an even bigger lead, and he can start threatening those inhibitors so soon. The second dragon going to be the next fight line as Keel is going to find the engage here on towards Trickster. Sword going to get pushed back by the poke damage of Onat. The parties will back away from each other. The inside track on towards the dragon will go over to Winthrop.
Yeah, Onat is kind of low. Oh, wait, the engage. They can try and turn
engage
it.
though from Keel. The knockup going to connect onto Denethor. They want this shutdown gold. They commit the Chaos Storm. He jumps back away, but the charm will come through for Kim down. The flash ultimate from Keel. Everything onto Denethor, and Onat will take him down. A 5-man squad of Peach Cats facing down no fed Jax will move towards the dragon.
It was a fed Jax, but it was 3 members going against only 1, and they make the play work out. As Existence needs to be careful here. Actually, Wixie.
Looking for more, locking down on Wixie. Everything goes on to Wixie, and he drops with no cooldowns available. Shutdown gold going over to Sword, but the clap back now available for the Peach Cats. They're calling over Keel, but he's a bit too far away for the elastic slingshot, and no follow-up engage to be found. It's a 1-for-1, a carry for carry, and now the dragon could end up going over to Winthrop.
Yeah, it's going to be a dragon for Winthrop, and this is a big mistake by Peach Cats, but particularly from Wixie. He knows that he has no cleanse, no flash, no ultimate. The ultimate just came back out. So even if you have god reactions, you're not going to evade everyone just jumping on top of you. You can evade maybe 1 ability, maybe 2 if you're the greatest player ever, maybe, but you're not going to stop everything, and he gets caught out of position with no summoners, no ultimate. And I think that this is something that also happened in the previous game. Understanding that you have no cooldowns up for yourself and putting yourself in a bad spot. That's not something that we typically see from Wixie, but so far this series has been happening a couple of times and may end up being a really big problem going forward in the series.
Sword going to find him down waiting in this bush. Good decision to check it here. Prevents him from getting flanked later on, but this turret will be going down to Wixie. Will be in trade for this bottom one to Denethor.
Going to be the turret for turret. More gold for Wixie is almost always great, and you also are hovering really nicely around him. That being said, Trickster is up here, or down here actually. He's taking away some jungle camps, and they're also playing around Denethor. So if I was Existence, I would be a bit more scared, because I know they can try and dive me.
Denethor taking to about half HP there. Good chunk damage coming on through from Existence to at least prevent this Jax from being in a position where he can just dive him straight up. Recall coming on across though. Denethor does have access to that TP, will be able to come challenge on this top side if the situation calls for it. Rift Herald still in the pocket of Keel to try to set something up in mid lane. Good dodge from Onat, but he can't dodge it all. Like you said, TDS and mobility will be able to take him down.
And once again, this is the problem. They are not respecting the angles from the side of Winthrop. And Winthrop is reading this perfectly, by the way. Full props to them, because they are realizing, okay, Peach Cats, they're just going to keep on making the same mistakes. And they are taking advantage of it. They are doing a really good job at making the gold lead non-existent and killing the champions that can be a difference maker for the rest of the game.
Absolutely. Peach Cats looking a little angry after not showing up in those all-star votes too often, TDS. They are collapsing with absolute certainty each and every time. They've fallen behind in both of these games for a split second until their superior team play has brought them back into it. They are still slightly behind in gold here, but picking up both of those dragons and just looking like they have the superior play around the map as more and more turrets fall and more of the map opens up. Looking more and more difficult for the Peach Cats. They're going to have to restabilize here very soon.
We're at the point of the game where Denethor has one item above the Renekton. Like, it's 20 minutes into the game, and Denethor already has one full item over the Renekton. That's a scary, scary thing to think about. And the prospect of the side lane being so much stronger for Winthrop is going to be really, really important for them. Oh, wait, the prediction.
Engage found onto mobility, but there's no target for the stretching strikes. The teleport is being channeled by Onat. And Denethor just sees an opportunity. He sees so many people mid lane and says, I'm going to wail away at this turret as much and as quickly as I can. The 1-3-1 setup here from Winthrop. Very, very difficult for the Peach Cats to deal with if they can't find their engages. And that attempted mid lane fails.
That was flash and heal burned by Evolution. This opens up more opportunities to push onto the turret. The angle from Chukis is quite nice, but Weekly has everything, so should be able to try and escape around it and engage on.
They're trying to burn down Trickster. He's falling very low, but he's still at about half HP. There's going to be a Solar Flare in response. Denethor's in for the back line, diving on towards Wixie. He goes up into the Feather Storm, but that just leaves Onat as the next target. Onat kiting back into the jungle, but Denethor is hunting him down. Wixie manages to stay alive through the fight, though, and nobody's able to get on top of him. He restabilizes with the rest of his team, but Onat is stuck in no man's land, trying to get his way out of here. Working his way back towards the turret, but Sword coming around for the cutoff. Doesn't get the abscond over the wall. That's crucial, but he will be able to find him anyway. Kingslayer to take him down. Meanwhile, the Peach Cats are starting up the Baron.
Exactly, even though they do kill Onat, it's still 4 champions alive. For the side of Peach Cats, they have the smite in their favor. Sejuani is really far away. Going to be a free Baron for the side of Peach Cats. 40 seconds though for the Dragon to come up. It's Dragon Soul Point. They have to back immediately here and try and come back as soon as they can onto the other side of the map. Denethor, by the way, will have teleport soon, so there is a potential for a play to happen where they win the Dragon fight on the side of Winthrop, and Denethor with teleport can try and go onto the bait. But at this point, the fight is going to be for this Dragon Soul Point. Mountain Soul Point.
Such a crucial soul for them to be able to secure for themselves, and Peach Cats do not want to give it up easy, but they are going to need to piece together a hell of a fight. It looks like they're not even going to try.
I think they're not going to fight, yeah.
No, Onat's clearing on the top side. He doesn't have access to TP. They are just trying their best to clear out the waves and pick up whatever they can.
I respect the decision. The only problem with this is that if you don't find enough value with this Baron buff, that Soul Point can be Mountain Soul, right? And Jax with Mountain Soul, it's going to be close to unkillable for a certain point of the game. Oh.
They're just trying to fast track their way into mid lane. Can Existence interrupt these recalls? He gets two stopped. And Wixie just wailing away at this turret. Mobility coming on up. Heal going to look to pull the trigger. Lands the stretching strikes, pulling him back towards Sword. Mobility going to be able to break it there, but this turret is going to break first. Fighting on back now. That's a turret picked up, and they're looking for more on the top side. Onat giving these minions the fast track up here.
He doesn't have the Baron buff though, so it did take him a bit longer to actually reach the turret. There is ultimate stolen there by Sword with the Rakan, and there is teleport by Existence, so there's a potential for a slight play or a slight fight to happen here, but the minions are just wailing onto the turret.
Yeah, Trickster coming up on the side is marked by Kim Down. They know where he is. And this Siege minion going to be able to keep firing away. They will be able to get the inner turret. They do build themselves up a bigger gold lead. Meanwhile, Existence is still pushing in the bottom side on this Renekton. Denethor is going to have to go respond to him. They know it's a 4 versus 4 now. This might be the best fight that the Peach Cats could take as they look to keep this siege going. Trying to find themselves an angle. The Solar Flare going to come out, gets dodged away from by Kim Down. Teleport now being channeled for Existence. He's found his way back into the base. They're going to look to bust open an inhibitor off of this. They take down the turret, moving forward on towards that structure as Sword is flanking around onto the side. He will have access to that quickness before too long. The root going to come through on a Chukis, and Sword pulls the trigger, looking to dive in out of the back line. The knockups come through. Wixie, though, is still raining down hell with the feathers. A triple kill to Wixie. Mobility, the only one standing, and he's going to get forced into the fountain. It looks like Peach Cats have an opportunity to put a stop to Winthrop's undefeated run.
And I guess Cats do have claws, Gordo, because they come back swinging with their tiny paws, but they do come back swinging. They win the second game of the series, and they are going to try and put a stop to Winthrop's run in the upper bracket. They get the second game back into their favor, and we have a series.
Put your greatest fears to bed, ladies and gentlemen. We have got a series on our hands for the grand finals. 1-1, Peach Cats strike back in game number 2. Right as we start to doubt them, they just take everything with that Baron push.
And the big things to consider here, apart from Kim Down being still a great support player, because I feel like this Rakan performance by him was amazing. Wixie on a hyper carry performing to the expectation. The Saya from the lower bracket still delivering in this upper bracket in these grand finals. And then also Kill on the sack. Big contrast to this first game, where I don't think particularly he played badly, this Xin Zhao, but his impact on the Sang was much bigger. Could go in, doesn't have to worry about getting exploded, can find ganks for the team, play around the strong carries, and I gotta give props as well for Existence, because he was getting dumped on, but it never was enough that Denethor can just completely run over the game. And that's an important strength in and of itself. So finally, putting an end to the win streak from Winthrop. And now what are going to be Winthrop's adaptations? It's the first time we have to see them adapt in the series.
It's looked like it was going to be a complete Winthrop sweep for times there. There's been moments they've been down, but they've always been able to come back. Finally, Peach Cats are able to take a Nexus and put them in a position they cannot come back from. And now Peach Cats need to ride that momentum out through the rest of the night to try to claim themselves an ACL title. They've proven that they can do it through focusing the bot lane, through setting up Wixie, and through a nice weak side performance from Existence to deny Denethor the opportunity to get too much done across the rest of the map. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to keep it up.
And it's going to be a fun series if it goes all the way. So far, I would say both games have been contested, right? It's not like one team has had completely just outperformed and outplayed and dumped on the enemy team. Both teams have had competitive matches or competitive games. And if this goes on, I can see the Game 5 scenario happening, Gordo. For the Grand Finals would be a dream come true. I am biased as a caster. I want to see the series go all the way. So if this is how it's going to be, I'm excited for how it's going to continue going.
We will have to find out. It's all a best of 3 from this point on. We will have to find out who is going to end up coming up with the 2 wins they need for an ACL title. We're going to throw into a quick break. We'll be getting the draft for game number 3. We'll be back as soon as we're done. Welcome back, everybody, to the Aegis Champions League Grand Finals, where Winthrop University and the Peach Cats are 1-1. Winthrop University finally dropping a game in our ACL playoffs, TDS. And at the last
Yep.
possible hurdle, Peach Cats now have an opportunity to try to take a lead in this series.
Took them 4 weeks or 5 weeks of play to finally drop a game, but deservedly so, they finally end up losing one. As we see the pick and ban going really quickly with a lot of the same bans, pretty much I think the same pick and ban phase from the previous game, with Saya being the first pick and the Jinx being the counter pick this time around for Wixie. And this is a champion that we've seen a lot of highlights from Wixie. On the other side, though, Renekton quickly picked as well for existence, and now Rakan and Nico secured as well. So going to be it's going flying through really quickly, and a lot of picks that we haven't seen before that are now going to be played by both teams.
Yeah, these teams know exactly what they want, and now Peach Cats, having seen that the Nico, the Xayah, and the Rakan are going to end up coming on across, they have an opportunity to ban away stuff like the Jax from Denethor that was so good for them in that first game. I would also expect a Nocturne ban here. That's been a big pick for Trickster. It's so good with the Nico when you can get it. There's a Viego ban, so I think you just say, screw it, we're going to let Denethor have the Jax. I need this Nocturne ban, yes.
Well, based on the previous game, I feel like Existence, even if he loses greatly, I can see him thinking, okay, I can at the very least survive this matchup. But the problem is, like you're mentioning, I think the Nocturne has to be a ban coming in from the side of Peach Cats, because it can be a really scary champion. Or in a different way, you can try and take it away, right? They do have the first pick going into the second round. They are going to ban it, so not going to allow for Trickster to get this champion. And I also think it's going to be another mid lane ban coming in here for Onad, which I think performed greatly on the picture.
Yeah, the Nocturne ban that we craved does come through. They're going to take away the Syndra, and now that Bel'Veth away from Keel. And do you save last pick as the mid lane pick, or do you take something into the Nico right here, right now? What do you even take into the Nico when you already have the Syndra and the Orianna both banned away? Looking at a run back of the Victor, it was successful for Onat. He is also a fan of the Ahri. I would not mind seeing that one either. Swapping between the two, and it looks like the Ahri is going to be the selection.
I'm guessing the logic here is way clear. What can push the Nico without interacting with her as quickly as possible? And even though I think Victory is not necessarily a bad choice, Ahri does have way more movement tools. And that way you can try and escape from the Nico by combo that is potentially going to be picked up here to try and escape as much as possible. I'm also thinking the pick here for the Ahri comes because they want to give Keel the potential to either go for the Xin Zhao that he can play greatly as a counter pick, or give him another champion that he probably wants to try and perform on if they see every champion on the side of Winthrop. As the buy gets picked, I can see the Jax just being the run back here. There is an argument maybe to try and go for the Gnar, not necessarily a bad choice. One of the champions that has been consistently played against the Renekton, but I would love to see the Yorn just because of the long range engage.
Yeah, now looking to see what the pick will be. I would be very surprised to see this Gnar. I think the Gwen seems more likely. We heard that Denethor does like this counter pick. We saw that Denethor likes this counter pick in the matchup previously. He is going to be taking this one now to be seeing what he's going to be able to win up against this Renekton, and the Wukong will be the final selection for Keel here. Having seen those selections, just wants that engage potential, wants that AoE power. Given that you are going in for the Ahri, you're not going to have access to that big AoE CC that you want out of some of those mages. Instead, going to bring it in the form of the Wukong and just try to have some extra peel, some extra opportunities to set up for Wixie on this Jinx, which has really been a champion that has hosted some of his biggest highlights of the split.
Also, the value of the decoy for trying to engage to bait the ultimate from the buy, trying to utilize the decoy as a disengage tool to try and stop some of the engage potential onto the Jinx as well with the Hurricane. So there's tools that the Wukong is going to be able to utilize in this game to make Wix's life as easy as possible. And then in the aggressive side of things, you have the potential to just blow up the Saya as quickly as possible, because even if she ultimates the initial part of the Cyclone, there is the second part of it, and you can actually kill the Saya quite quickly with the Wukong damage if she's not careful enough. So I like the idea of the Wukong here. They do have a lot of engage tools, and it's a good way to try and get onto the backline, onto the champions that are going to engage onto you with the Cyclone value.
Yeah, that's going to become such a big force here And Kiel being able to find those engage angles, I think, was such a big part of what
Yep.
allowed them to win in game number 2. Him pairing up with Onat, being able to utilize the first initial CC out of Kiel and then guarantee that gravity well stun coming through from Onat. That was how they made some of their biggest picks in game number 2. They're going to be trying to doing that exact same thing to Sword, to Trickster, to whoever they can find in game number 3 and repeat that success. I do think this comp, all in all, it really looks a lot like what we saw in that first series or in that first win that was given over to Peach Cats in game number 2. They're trying to repeat that performance. We'll have to see if little changes like the Nico and the Gwen are going to be enough for Winthrop to be able to change that around.
I still do think though that it's a bit of the same idea with those two champions. I think Nico does have a much better laning phase, so it does make Sword's time a little bit easier in the mid lane. But you do have the fact that you have a carry top laner that can win against the Renekton. You have the Nico that does have great ways to engage onto certain champions with the Nico ultimate. And then you have more value on mobility because even if the Saya falls behind, she still has the outplay button in her ultimate. She can become a late game carry much more effectively than the Lucian, and she has more tools to try and play this game out. Compared to the other side, I do think that Pitch Cats has similar formulas to them to trying to win the game, like you mentioned. The only issue here is that the only late game carry that they have truly is the Jinx. So if the Jinx falls far behind, they will have to wait way too long for them to try and play around the game with this Jinx. The Ahri and the Renekton are more facilitators to try and reach that late game potential for the Jinx much more effectively, but it's still really dependent on the Jinx being able to find a lot of value. But if you're going to trust in someone, I think Wix is someone that you are willing to trust to carry the game out.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be, right? If
Yep.
you are the Peach Cats at this point. We talked about it at the beginning of the series. I still think it holds true. I think Denethor is going to be expected to win the top lane most of the time. Onat's going to be
Yep.
expected to win the mid lane most of the time. It really comes down to whose bot lane is able to come out ahead in these matchups. In game number 1, it was Mobility and Shookies. In game number 2, it was Wixie and Kim Down. And those are the teams that ended up winning the games. Both of those bot lane
Funnily
duos are
enough.
the ones who got first blood. They're the ones who were able to start the snowball. They're the ones who were able to finish the Nexus. And it's going to come down to that one again throughout this whole series, I think.
And honestly, it's really fun to see how the series is inclined to go over who wins the bot lane matchup between these two NACL prospects, right? Like apart from Kim Down, that pretty much is right now an NACL player. The other 3 players are NACL prospects ready to make the jump happen. Wixie and Mobility got their stints, but didn't last long enough, sadly. And they are looking to try and come back and be more of a consistent project for a lot of the teams. Chuki's as well, not really on the NACL rider for a lot of times, but it could be his opportunity to try and jump up in that value. And I think that this is the great opportunity to showcase everyone that you're not only the best AD carry here, but you're one of the best AD carry prospects to be looking into for the NACL, and to showcase everyone that they can take a shot at you. And I'm really excited to see how both of these bot lanes are going to go going forward.
Yeah, I completely agree here. You know, plenty of folks on both of these teams try to fight their way into the NACL. We heard from Mobility, right? And I'm sure anybody on Winthrop who comes in, if they win this series, will be happy to tell us they are looking to
Yeah.
be picked up for NACL as a squad. They believe that they'll be able to qualify their own way in if they are not stopped. And they don't think anybody can stop them here. So definitely a lot on the line for both of these squads. Peach Cats having already promoted a player up into the LCS. We'll have to see if anybody is going to be able to join them or at least make their way into the NACL off the back of these sorts of performances. And a grand final like this, it makes a big difference in your ability to do that. Gives you a nice little resume builder as we tick our way down into game number 3. It's got to be on all these players' minds.
Exactly. Going to be a fun game to keep on seeing how the series goes. How much will the impact of the previous game have also on the mentality of both of these teams? Because we need to make this clear once again, right? It's the grand finals. It's the first time Winthrop has lost a game in pretty much a month, right? So if it's the first time you've lost a game for so long, how much is that going to impact you going forward? Like there's times where teams have a great streak of winning and then one loss just completely puts them in the other way around. They can just completely fall over because they just lost their complete confidence after losing that one game. It's happening in a lot of esports and sports. So hopefully for Winthrop that's not the case, but it's something to keep our eyes out for. And then for Pitch Cats, how much is that of a confidence boost for them? Do you is it possible that this win alone push them forward in terms of how confident they will be going forward in the series, or will it just be one small, not blemish, but one small point in the series, and then the rest it's just going to be the same? Like that's the sort of thing that also matters for grand finals.
Yeah, that's going to be the question. I mean, I know Winthrop's been playing a lot of collegiate events. I know they've dropped some games here and there in those, but it's a different beast than the ACL. You don't face teams like the Peach Cats in the collegiate scene. As some would argue, you face better teams than the Peach Cats in the collegiate scene, especially if you're a big Winthrop fan
Fair
here.
enough.
But there is going to be definitely a lot to be determined here as we are getting loaded on to the Rift here for game number 3. Should be ready to go in just a few short moments.
Exactly. Should be really soon to start out. Really excited to see how the game will go. And like you're pointing out, Gordo, the beast of the ACL and the beast of CELO probably a bit different, especially with the signings that were recently announced for a lot of the other colleges around the
Oh
CELO.
yeah.
Kind of exciting prospect to see. But at this point, I'm confident enough to say ACL is just a tad bit better. Maybe later on, when everything is more settled, it's going to be the other way around.
Maybe. I mean, we can see that, best steal all teams. Look at ACL for next split. Maybe you could
Prove
you come and be a
yourself.
part of it. We could all join this together. We had Ole Miss and Winthrop this year. Both of those teams able to make very very deep runs here. Winthrop looking to make the deepest run of them all. We will be ready to get onto the Rift here before too long. Does look like we had a little bit of a pause, but we are now getting on in here. Everybody spawning in. Let's get on to the Rift. Game number 3, Winthrop University taking on the Peach Cats.
And it's going to be the game 3 starting really soon. Not looking like anyone's setting up for a potential level 1, which I'm sad not to see, but it's also the grand final, so it's understandable that no one wants to throw the game really early on in the level 1s. In the previous game, there's not been a lot of early fights or a lot of early attempts at gaining a lot of vision. Typically, it's just one word inside of the opposite side of the jungle for each of the jungler's starting point, and at this point, it's looking like potentially the same, even more so without a lot of vision. Okay,
It
maybe
is
more.
definitely looking that way here. So
Oh.
going to be starting things off here. Kim down finding an early hook on towards Chookies, but Chookies will be able to dance his way out.
Pretty similar trade. A lot of damage onto Chookies, but he just dashes out. All Kim Down able to get the first hook. So for confidence, you hit your first hook. That's probably good for Kim Down.
Yeah, definitely should be thought as well for Kim down, as he had a really solid Nautilus performance, I think, in game number 1, but was not able to come up with the win for it. Going to be looking to even out that Nautilus scoreline of the ACL. This is just his 3rd game in the ACL, given that he's coming on
Yep.
in here as sort of an emergency substitute. He would like to walk away with at least a 50% Nautilus win rate, I think. This would be the game to do it.
Putting it into perspective, right? He has a similar win rate so far compared to Tenacity that played on Monday for TFT.
True.
The two of them have played 3 games, or they played at the point of 3 games. They had 2 wins, or 1 win and 1 loss. Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
Quite the bit of damage coming out across there. So that is going to be... Ooh, another big trade coming out across.
Yeah.
Denethor going to keep Existence low on health there. And, another snip.
There
I
is
mean,
Ignite on Denethor.
Existence, he's going to try to heal some back here, but the level 2 going to be achieved by Denethor, and it's going to force out the flash. It's already all going wrong for Existence here. Sword finds a nice trade into Onat as well.
And that's the advantage of the Nico early on. You just get so much value with your Q, your mana is not that big, and then your damage with your basic attacks even can be quite a difference maker. So far, really good for both of the solo laners coming in from the side of Winthrop, and that's the thing, Existence wasn't really respecting the damage of the win, and particularly the fact that she's playing with an Ignite. That can be a big difference maker when looking at trying to go for solo kills.
Yeah, that is absolutely going to continue to be something haunting Existence here. He does not want to end up giving up another one of those solo kills here. You can see Sword being very clever with his use of the transforms there, trying to guarantee that he can minimize any turret damage he takes or anything like that, any response damage that's going to come out across from Onat, shifting into a minion as his abilities connect. Going to be continuing to keep that push going.
Kind of funny how long it took people to realize that was an actual thing with the Nico, but
Yeah.
Okay, wait, engage.
Ooh, Chucky's taking a big chunk there. Will be able to dance out, though, before he gets snared up by those chompers.
Yeah, and a bit of trading up there from Existence. He went back, got a refillable potion, and that's about it.
Yeah, that's rough there for the use of your first teleport. Denethor didn't use his as well, though, and just picked up the Dark Seal, so keeping things relatively even between the two. He's advancing forward. Denethor going to look to
Trickster
push
is coming.
Existence underneath the turret again.
Trickster is hovering the top side of the map, was pinging for a potential dive. There's no flash on the Renekton, and the wave is low pushing, potentially in the favor of them. They actually don't even need to force the dive. If Existence steps too far forward, that's a kill attempt there.
Definitely could be. His Existence stepping up a little bit too far down. He's got to be very cautious here. He gets punched, taking a big chunk of damage, but I don't think the dive's in the cards yet. Not with the minions that far away. Trickster will chunk out his health. He will be forced to recall, which is still going to be so rough for this Crocodile, but the recall gets interrupted. This might be a dive after all. Vault Breaker going to expire, but I don't think Trickster cares. He'll punch him once, set up first blood for Denethor, and now has to try to escape from Keel, who is chasing him down. The turnaround punch, the flash away, but Keel will hunt him down. Ignite, though, committed by Denethor as he looks to trade back out of the monkey. But Keel manages to keep alive. Denethor not done yet, though. Looking to snip him underneath the turret. Picks up a kill again, and Denethor will escape.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I'm not sure if that's actually worth it, because it's 2 kills for Denethor for just the price of 1. At the end, its Existence not respecting the fact that there's going to be a lot of damage from the buy. Even if she doesn't have the Q, you still have way more advantage in health bars in favor of the side of Winthrop, and the dive works so effectively for them. They get 2 kills, they get the flash from Kill as well, even though it cost them the flash from Trickster, and now the advantage for Denethor. It's going to be quite effective if you ask me to try and carry out the game, especially as a win.
Absolutely, Denethor in such a dominant position here now. He advances back in towards the top lane. Shows why this team has been considered so unstoppable for so much of the split. There's going to be the jump in from Chookies. Him down going to be the target. Chookies taking a lot of return damage, though. Burning down to the Ignite. That should get Wixie excited. Can he turn anything around off of it? Firing back into Trickster. Gonna take him down with the zap. Excited again. Meanwhile, Denethor picking himself up another solo kill. But Mobility gonna be forced to flash.
Yeah, but at the very least, though, Gordo, it's going to be a similar scenario to the previous game. It's, can the bot lane win or can the bot lane carry? That's going to be the question mark once again for this game. With Wixie not only getting 1 kill but an assist as well, getting the push and having the big CS advantage, who's going to be the much stronger carry? The scary part, though, for me this time around compared to the previous game where Wixie had the Saya, is that Saya has the get out of jail button, right? The R to try and escape from the engagements. This time around it's a Jinx, so it's much scarier for yourself.
It is going to be reliant on the teammates to set up the peel and to keep this dangerous Gwen off of them. It's Trickster coming on down, as is Keel. We could see a 3-on-3 here before too long. They're going to move up towards this dragon. Him down, spots Trickster with the ward.
Yeah, actually, yeah, Wixie backing there, probably not the most ideal, though. They can try and collapse maybe onto Chookies.
Maybe. Grouping up now onto the bottom side.
Dragon started.
Yeah, Trickster going to try to secure that one, and it doesn't look like Heel has any intentions of showing up down there to try to interrupt it. It looks like that should be going on over to Winthrop unless Wixie and Kim down sense that something is amiss.
Yeah, pretty sure that Wixie, or actually Keel wasn't able to get the Shin before what happened before. So now going back for that Shin could be a difference maker. Wixie getting his back stopped, not going to get the chance to actually get a slight advantage over Mobility, and with the wave getting pushed, not going to be allowed to do that. As we see also, the Renekton is still suffering up there in the top lane, but I do think that it's much lenient compared to the previous game.
Absolutely. I mean, we will have to see how he's going to be able to continue to try to keep himself alive if he ends up going down in the one-on-one more frequently. Then it may end up that it has been a more favorable lane for Denethor than he has seen thus far, but it's up to how they are able to play it from here on out. We've seen him be so dangerous on this Gwen previously, and it very well may be looking to reprise that kind of performance here. Great damage there out of Sword. So the Rift Herald has spawned. 8 minutes crests by, and we'll have to see if these teams are going to look to fight for it or if this just belongs to Winthrop because of that lead that Denethor has.
Yeah, this time around, trying to gain control of the Rift Herald is going to be much difficult because of what you're pointing out. Denethor having so much control, it's really difficult to stop just getting the free push and being able to push into the Rift Herald. Also in the mid lane, the Nico has a lot of control thanks to just her consistent poking, and that means that trying to get on top of her probably going to be difficult. Trading sides actually, so this could be a dive attempt.
Very possibly getting set up here. 3 members in towards the bottom side. Keel going to be leading that charge. Chucky's trying to fend off the wave to make sure that's going to be as hard as possible. He's losing all his health. The Wixie Keel dives in, gets the knockup out of 2. Chucky's is already down. Mobility goes into the Featherstorm, but still tanking rockets from Wixie. It will go down to 1 more hit. Keel picks up the 2nd kill, and it's all up for Peach Cats in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they just get everything, and I'm loving the way that Kill is playing this game. Yes, Denethor is completely stomping onto existence. We understand that part. Oh,
the flash attempt there. Onak gonna get CC'd anyway. Tries to flash out. Still has 2 charges. The Spirit Rush turns it around up against Trickster and Winthrop University getting desperate in the mid lane. Give up another.
Trickster tricking himself into that play, ends up failing the flash, and luckily that means that it's going to be not only the kill for Onat, but also they blew both flashes on both Sword and Trickster. That is a lot for their engaged potential. Yes, Denethor is still gaining so much value in terms of gold, but the problem is that now it's a similar thing to the previous game. Mid lane is back in favor of Pitch Cats, and bot lane is already way in favor of Pitch Cats. So now you have 2 lanes to contrast the 1 lane that is losing. That's the big difference maker for this game once again.
It has continued to be such a difference maker here. Is now Existence taking the fight with Denethor once again, but Denethor is confident, trying to turn this around with the snips. The needlework keeps chunking away at his health, and Sword will force out the flash.
Yeah, no, that was scary. That has to be really, really scary for Existence there. Ends up surviving, and he does slow the teleport from Sword. But yeah, this matchup is really sad to see for Existence. It's just really difficult to do anything as the Renekton, especially after getting soul killed once already.
Absolutely, here is now the focus coming in on towards Sword as he gets chunked out once again. And will need to get a little bit of health back before he can try to challenge Onat in this mid lane.
He doesn't have teleport,
a lot of time up in that top lane, yeah, and he's just getting punished for it now.
It's really unlucky there. Loses out on the plate, and there's a potential for another dive to come down. They are calling Kill down. They are calling Onat down. Chukis is not taking, it has taken a bit of damage, but it's not to the same degree as before. But they have the champion. They even ultimated in.
Featherstorm's not even up yet. The charm gonna come through, and Wixie goes down right before the cooldown is available. Beautiful timing from the Peach Cats as they get themselves 2 more.
Honestly, you wouldn't believe this team came together today, because they are playing with a sub support. That was such a well-prepped dive. Oh, well, Kim Down is dead. But yeah, comparatively, it's more worth the fact that they got the 2 kills, and Wixie is still getting more gold. Like, yes, you're losing everywhere, the kill into Kim Down, but the fact of the matter is that your hyper carry is getting hyper strong.
And he is absolutely massive now. Sword getting himself caught here as well. Wixie gonna get himself another unstoppable on the Jinx. And you may have just called it there, TDS. 1 loss is all it takes. Winthrop University not being able to put it together here as we get towards the mid game in this game number 3.
They're going to lose the first turret gold, even though they have the repair. Like, I think they are pushing. Oh, Denethor actually fails 1.
It's going to keep him held down, but Denethor still thinks he can take the fight, and he just well might be right as the needlework going to give him so much regen. The knockup coming out through from Chunkies. Both top laners find themselves incredibly low. Super Mega Death Rocket will hit on towards Trickster, but will not be enough to cut through that shield, and Trickster will escape with his life.
I'm gonna lie, I thought that was more
show
damage.
Here. Wait, somebody's going down in this fight. At least Existence wants to make sure of it.
Yeah, Kill is coming over on the side. They are probably trying and holding on as much as possible for Denethor. If he suicides, that can be... Oh,
Oh, Denethor going very low here, trying to snip his way back. Takes existence incredibly low. Keel is coming on up, going to come out of the stealth, looking for the hit. Will find it on the Denethor, and now Chookies might be up too far next. Look at that damage from the Divine Sunderer. Keel knows he can take this fight all day, and he'll force the flash out of Chookies.
it's a flash out from Chookies. It's a dead for Denethor, and it's a game that Pitch Cats are enjoying so much, so wholeheartedly, because at this point in the game, not only do they have 4k gold advantage, the strong point for the side of Winthrop goes down as well. That means that now you have 3 lanes that are not winning. Well, Denethor is still winning to a certain degree, but the fact of the matter is that he's winning way less than he was before. So now you're comparing yourself to a 5-0 Jinx that already has an item, has 40 CS advantage over the lane opponent, and also is going to have a much better late game than pretty much every other carry in the game, or in this game. So it's a really scary prospect for the side of Winthrop.
Getting very, very dangerous for them to keep trying to take these fights. They're such a hard engage team with this Vi and this Rakan. They want to be able to keep on finding angles on towards this Jinx or on towards this Ahri, but they can't produce those. It is going to be very tough for them in these fights, and now they're down so much gold. The damage output, not just from Wixie, but from Keel and from Onat, is going to be very tough to sustain through.
We'll say, though, this is one of the best opportunities to try and kill Wixie. Doesn't have flash. There's flash and buy and flash and sword. If they are going to kill Wixie, it has to be now that there's no flash on the Jinx, right? Like, this is the perfect opportunity to try and dive on top of the champion.
Very well could be here. Denethor going to trade there a little bit with existence once again. These guys have been going at it the entirety of the game. Denethor coming up a little bit less successfully in some of the more recent fights as Keel is looking for a potential Cyclone angle. There's going to be the hook coming on in from Kim down. Flash in with the Cyclone from Keel, and they will take Sword out of the fight. Mobility forced into the Feather Storm, but it's already coming up. Peach Cats, they get themselves one, back on away, and this should be their Rift Herald.
Can we put Kim down onto the All-Star ballot? Just 3 games of him already are convincing me he's looking like one of the best supports. This game is so smooth by Kim down. Like, he's forcing the engages so well. He's walking forward with no fear, are coordinating perfectly with the team. Oh.
Existence getting the stun on up there. He's got the backup of multiple members. The teleport now being channeled for Sword. Sword wants to rejoin this and turn this into a numbers advantage for the Peach Cats. He shifts into mobility, but still has access to that Pop Blossom. Chookies gets the knockup on a Kim down. There's the time in the backline, focusing on towards Wixie. 3-man Pop Blossom from Winthrop University, trying to reset, trying to keep the fight in their favor. They get themselves 2, but will trade 2 back on the other side. Denethor now hunting down Onat, chasing him underneath the turret and snipping away his health bar. How long can he stay under the tower, though? His Sword will get traded back by Keel, bonked down for a killing spree to the monkey.
And Onat doesn't die, so all in all, it's 2 for 2, if I'm not wrong. Actually, 2 for 3 because Chuki did die. It was 1,000 shutdown from Wixie. I'm pretty sure the one that got it was Sword, if I'm not wrong. Like, I would like confirmation, if possible, from anywhere else, PBS if possible, but getting that 1,000 gold shutdown is a massive deal for them. As we get the replay, actually it was before this. Yeah, you missed it by just a tiny bit.
Okay. Going on in, there's the dive. Pop Blossom.
Yeah, it was Sword. So 1,000 gold onto the Nico is not bad. Gets the boots after that, so gets a bit more gold. But this was the play we were talking about, right? Forcing as much as possible onto the Jinx with no flash. This was the best opportunity to make it work out, and they find Wixie.
Super good stuff there for the side of Winthrop University to try to fight their way back into this game. They are still down 4k gold, but not going to let them run away with it for free, and showing the power that their team comp brings, diving in with Trickster, following up with Sword, able to keep multiple members locked down and able to work their way onto that Jinx. They can repeat those kinds of performances. They will have a lot more success in this game, and they are going to be able to pick up the Rift Herald here.
Yep, it's going to be the Rift Herald. It's the second Rift Herald, which namely it's going to be the much weaker utilization of the Rift Herald. It's not bad by any means, because you can try and get a turret for yourself, especially with when you're behind in gold. Getting any sort of gold is almost always going to be valuable, but it's more so an objective to try and slow down things from Pitch Cats than an objective to make Winthrop accelerate the game.
Here's Existence sprawling now up in the top lane. Onat getting locked down. There's the combo coming through again, but Onat stays alive with enough HP, slowing them down with the Everfrost, kiting it back. Flash in from Trickster will be able to pick him up the kill. His sword escaping with a sliver of his own. Keel will be able to take him out, but Trickster looking to clap back. Gets him there with the Vault Breaker, but the Cabale out coming on through from him down. Here come the knockouts from Chookies, locked down for ability to keep throwing out the feathers. Keel, though, able to dodge away from the autos with the decoy, will stay alive, and Mobility walks away empty-handed.
Mobility flashed in, probably to try and get the feathers down onto Kill, but doesn't find the clone. Really nice play there by Kill to ignore the engage, and it ends up being a 1-for-1. After everything was said and done, it's not that bad for the side of Pitch Cats. But for Winthrop, this is the sort of play that they want to try and pull off consistently. You want to find some pickup onto one of the members, you want to stop them from just pushing onto your base, and you also want to find some gold. Sadly, Mobility doesn't get it, but Trickster does get a good amount of gold. I think it was a shutdown as well onto Onat, so you want to make this plays work out as much as possible, because this is how you salvage the game from just being completely over.
There's going to be a dive in coming on through from Existence once again, trying to bring up multiple members, but both teams are doing the same. The Vault Breaker going to connect onto him, and Denethor snips him down with ease. There's going to be the Tangle Barbs looking to lock down him down as well. Wickley coming in from the bottom side, thinks that he has the fight line, thanks to Keel spinning away with the Cyclone, and he's going to be able to take down Denethor. He makes it Trickster as well. Chunky's going to be next on the menu, and Wixie arrives from the bottom corner and takes down 3.
And Baron should be really close to spawning here. That could be on the table, but probably not in time for it to actually make it work. It's just going to be the couple of kills. Mobility was really far away from the fight, so they cannot force as effectively as possible. But what a great counter play. Came down baiting out a couple of abilities, and then forcing once again with the kill re-engage. I'm loving how this team is working out. I don't know how. You get one member that just appeared today, and then everything feels like it's going well for them.
Absolutely, just coming together as a team. Keel, I think especially, has been so crucial. He's making such great calls on when and where to start these fights. And it's getting the rest of the team alongside with him, following him to the death, and getting themselves into a position now where they look like they can go up in this series, TDS. Moving on down towards this next dragon. Baron up on the table as well.
Exactly. Baron and Dragon out on the table, so I'm not sure if we're going to see just yet the end of the road, or the end of the road for Winthrop in this game, but it looks like it's going to be started by Keel. I don't think Winthrop wants to try and contest this one just because it is a much more important objective on the Baron, and they probably don't want to give that up, but it is a bounty objective. So the more objectives they can get, the more gold they can try and secure for themselves. Oh, the ward on the side, the minion on the side, I mean.
All right, Onak going to find Denethor here. Going to have to use his CC, just trying to buy himself the space, because those scissors hurt. Can't ignore those. Will be a dragon picked up for the Peach Cats, though. It doesn't look like any response can be mustered from Winthrop right now.
Yeah, they have to find their opportunity to try and turn around this game, right? Similar to the play we saw going on to Wixie. But they cannot go into it haphazardly. They have to find one slight opportunity to catch Wixie off guard. It can be through playing with the Nico minion. Oh, wait.
Ooh, pulling the trigger on towards Wixie, but nobody quite in position to be able to respond. Wixie's just going to kite this out. Trickster's up way too far. Trickster goes down. There goes Denethor as well. The Rift Herald going to be no help to them. And the teleport in from Existence, not even necessary. It's just a massive overtime from Winthrop.
It's a teleport to send a message, because the message from Wixie already got completely received. They killed the Vi. I think it was one crit from one of the rockets that just completely deleted her health bar when it was just the remaining. But the play from Trickster there, I don't mind you forcing that when the rest of the team is in place, right? But goes way too far forward knowing that there's still Gale Force on the Jinx. She's not out of position, she's still close to her Nautilus in the middle of the wave, and then when you force in, you don't have any follow-up. It's just Colding to be collapsed on and killed immediately. And the rest of the team, even though they see this play happening, they try to collapse on or to follow up onto the play from Trickster, and maybe by trying to be a good teammate, you kind of doomed yourselves. Because now you not only lose the two members, but you also lost the Baron buff. It's a 10-1 scoreline for Wixie, and the team is just looking way too good at this point of the game.
It's Vi syndrome. I see 80 carry, I press R. And it works in so many situations, but not when you're this far behind. Peach Cats now well and truly in the driver's seat here for this game number 3. Pushing in mid, pushing in bot. Denethor looking to be a side lane threat. But Existence already did so much work to this turret earlier on during that mid lane push. They're going to pick it up easily.
Yeah, and they're sending the Jinx, so she's going to get excited. She's going to push this wave, and she also can begin trying to attack onto the other wave. It looks like they are going to be a bit more respectful. There's probably quite a bit of gold on both the Jinx and the Ahri, or maybe soon enough the Jinx getting her third item, or fourth item actually. At this point, she's so far ahead. But it's still so weird the way that Jinx needs to be careful here.
Yeah, Trickster was looking for it again. This time thinks better of it. Does not end up chasing over that wall. Did not know for sure where Onat was. He's actually in the other side jungle. Keel coming over the wall, going to be able to steal away those wolves. The lockdown is available from Kim down, but is the damage? Super Mega Death Rocket dissuades any further movement. And they are going to look to pick up this topside inner turret as well, just cashing out off this Baron buff. And I gotta say, the Peach Cats tonight have been so good with the Baron.
Yeah, so far they've been able to maximize the value really effectively. And also, they understand that the one way to try and stop this Baron value or engage.
There's the all-in. This time he's got Chookies for the backup. The charm gonna come on through, but getting stopped in their tracks by Existence and Co. Nobody able to follow through the dive. Wixie still standing, refuses to drop. That's not a Guardian Angel. He just won't die. All 4 members go down from Winthrop University. Denethor too late to the party to make a difference. And the Peach Cats are knocking on the base doors.
How did that work so well? Wixie should have been a dead man, and it's looking like potentially the third game going in the favor. Oh, Denethor is still alive.
Denethor trying to fight this out. 1 versus 5. He's got 1. He's got 2. That's where it'll end. The Peach Cats shut the door on game number 3. They're on match point for the grand finals.
What a game by the side of Peach Cats. Wixie gets a great scoreline, 10-1 and 8, the hyper carry doing his job, hyper carrying. But you have to give the shoutouts of this game, in my eyes, to Kill and Kim Down, both doing their jobs not only amazingly well, but they are the reason why Wixie ends up being in that spot. Like, Kim Down was masterfully engaging and doing so many good plays to try and set up the AD carry for success. And Kill was just making the most out of the counter pick. I understand now why they give Kill the counter pick, because if you give him the advantage, he is going to carry the game as well. Great job by everyone from Pitch Cats, but the jungle support duo this game, the TL and ACL team support jungle duo doing so well so far, actually. Even before the season starts.
Yeah, I know. They're looking real strong here, and soon enough going to be joined by some excellent players around them as well. Unfortunately, not going to be these ones, but sending them out with a hell of a goodbye here, as they are having a fantastic series, and they now have 2 chances to get 1 win up against Winthrop University, a feat previously thought impossible, now done twice in a row. The Peach Cats looking to get themselves a win here in the ACL and walk away with 5K.
It's gonna be an interesting one. I'm excited to see how it goes. I'm excited to see how the remaining of the series goes, because Winthrop still has a chance to try and turn around, right? Like, it's not a game over, but it's the first time, I wouldn't even say all LCL long, where we've seen Winthrop against the wall. It's the first time they are with a chance of losing the series. It's actually kind of exciting to see how they are going to respond to this.
It's going to be a challenge for them. We will see what Artemis and Co. can cook up in the break in between games 3 and 4. We are going to throw it to a quick break as well while they get into that draft, but we'll be back before too long with more of the ACL Grand Finals. Welcome back, everybody, to the Aegis Champions League Grand Finals, where Peach Cats are on match point, up 2-1 over Winthrop University, previously thought unbeatable. Now, with their backs against the wall, taking it back to blue side for game number 4.
And this means that a lot of the predictions are currently, I think, dead, actually, because a lot of the people predicted Winthrop to win 3-1. So already kind of doomed for a lot of people, but the potential for the game 5 is still alive, and Winthrop wants to bring it back. As the bans go by, pretty similar to the previous game, Saya, though, added to the list here, and maybe this is the angle where they just pick the Lucian or the Jinx here, first pick for Winthrop.
This does leave the Orianna open as well. I would be surprised if Peach Cats don't ban it here.
Yep.
It was so good for them before when they were able to get that Orianna Nocturne duo. And I'm going to be honest with you, TDS, I don't think the Nocturne was the crucial part of that combo. The Orianna ban does come through for the Peach Cats. That will leave up the Ashe, which was banned away in game number 3.
And could be the first pick here for Winthrop. That would mean, though, that you could leave open the Jinx and give Wixie once again the potential to hyper carry. But I do think that for Winthrop, the Ashe wouldn't be a bad choice, and giving a strong bot lane for Chukis and for mobility could be a really nice turn of pace, because so far the team that wins bot lane wins the game.
It's absolutely been the case throughout most of the evening here. And that is going to be the Nico early lock-in for Winthrop. They doubled down on this pick for Sword. Didn't work out for them in game number 3, but they call that a fluke and are going to try it again here, see what they can make happen. Now going to be the Peach Cats with an opportunity to respond. They still want that Crocodile. That is where Existence feels the most comfortable, and he will lock it in for himself once again.
He really want Existence to be in the utmost comfort possible, and so far it's worked as well. We haven't talked much about it because he does end up getting killed in lane, but it's been 2 wins with the Renection, and I think the comfortability of the champion for Existence just makes everything work out really well for Peach Cat. As the second pick still being decided on, the Varus going back to the first game pick didn't quite work out in the first game. It was a really good game by mobility on the Lucian, and I can see them just going back to the Lucian from the first game for mobility to try and counter this Varus early on as well.
Yeah, that might very well be the case here. So we will see what Winthrop have in the tank for the counter here. The Caitlyn, the Kalista, the Xayah all banned away. Do they want to try to dip into the Jinx pool themselves? Do they want to go back to the Lucian? They are looking at the latter right now. Could take Lucian and Melio right here if they wanted. There's that Viego that we've seen banned away against Trickster so many times tonight. He gets his hands on it for the first.
The first time we see Trickster on the Viego. Has been banned away so many times, and finally we're going to get the chance. It's the Nico Viego duo, which we don't tend to see that often, but it's not a bad duo to try and get the resets going for the Viego, so not against the idea, and could work out really well. As the last pick is coming through, I think they go for an AD carry pick here just to go against the Varus, and it's going to be the Jax instead. If I'm not wrong, it was on the second game they played the Jax Renekton matchup. It dumpstered the Renekton really heavily, and they are going to try and play around that.
Yeah, they really do need to find a way to convert these leads from Denethor into game wins, because since game number 1, they've been able to build up the leads, but it hasn't ended up making the difference as the Peach Cats get their hands on the Zac again. This was, I think, Keel's best performance of the night. He was so good on it in game number 2, and they are going to try to take it here once again.
Honestly, love the sack pick. Keel played it really well. Keeps you engaged, but also gives you a lot of CC to try and play away from the Varus, right? It does give you a lot of opportunities to try and push champions or make them be as far away from the Varus as possible, and you have a lot of good pick potential as well thanks to this duo of the Varus sack and even the Renekton as well with their point-and-click CC. As we see the continuation of the bans, Lucian taken away. This was the expectation for the Varus to be put in lane. There may be a Seri ban as well for mobility, or a Jinx as well if they feel like there's the chance that they play the Jinx on the other side. Kai'Sa instead, which it's not a bad call out, honestly. I think mobility, another good Kai'Sa player we have, and could put pressure onto diving onto the backline.
Could put pressure on for sure. Peach Cats now looking at what else they want to take coming into this potentially final game if they're able to get themselves a big enough advantage. Looking at the Sylas, could be very good here to be able to steal away a Pop Blossom, and they snag it. I'm gonna be honest, I think Sylas is a better user of the Pop Blossom than the Nico is. He's got all those mobility tools. This is looking real dangerous for Winthrop.
plus an opportunity to actually get his health back when he goes in. So could be an interesting matchup in the mid lane. Early on though, I can see the Nico getting the push, which could enable the side of Winthrop a bit more. We have the bot lane remaining, and could be the Leona once to get picked if you want to have the engage from Chukis. The Jinx looks to be the pick that they opt into. I actually would really like if they go the Jinx with the Lulu or something like one of those supports that can buff up the Jinx. Melio is open this time around, actually. Could be the first time we see the Melio for Chukis, and pairing up with the Jinx wouldn't be that bad.
Yeah, I agree. That's a super powerful duo that they could just lock for themselves right here, right now. I would love to see some kind of enchanter to go alongside Winthrop. Instead, they do take the Thresh for that little bit of extra added safety and that little bit of potential engage. I do think Winthrop are real short on ways to get fights started now, though.
It's
That
on the
is going to
hook.
be pretty difficult for them.
It's pretty much on the hook. If you can connect the
Yep.
hook on the Thresh, you can start a fight. As we see the last pick for Pitch Cats though, it's the support. What does Kingdom want? I love this pick. I was thinking about the Renata. If he goes for it, there's way too many ways to stop the engages from happening from the Nico Viego Jax. So even if a hook connects, there's a good opportunity just to stop the engage from happening all around. And the Renata, for the revive passive, for Silas, for Renekton, for Varus, even for Zac that gets a double revive, could be really, really scary. So I'm really excited to see how Pitch Cats play this game out with their champion picks. Also important to notice, it's Kingdom's Renata, and I think it's one of the other highlight champions he does have over in the NECL.
Agree with you there. I do think his Renata was very, very good during his. I say during his time on Team Liquid Challengers. He's still on Team Liquid Challengers, but during his time on Team Liquid Challengers in 2023, it was such a good, valuable pick for the rest of them. And now going to be in, I think, such a great matchup for them here. The Winthrop University squad, I think they've had to index entirely into this side laning. They need this Jax
Yep.
to be such a big side lane threat, to be stronger than anybody that could potentially match him. He needs to be stronger than the Renekton. He needs to be stronger than the Silas. He needs to be that bigger duelist threat to force these kinds of 4-on-4 scenarios and get good fights for Winthrop University. I don't see how Winthrop can start fights on their own terms in these 5-on-5s.
Exactly. It's going to be difficult for them because, like we were pointing out, right? A lot of that is going to bank on the hook from the Thresh. If you pick up an important target, you can maybe force a fight much more effectively because then the follow up from the Nico can be easier, right? Like you can go in with the hook, Thresh Lancer the Nico in with the Pop Blossom, and that way start a fight much more effectively than just the Nico walking forward. That being said, I can see a universe where the way that they play this game is they walk into the objective first, and when they walk in first, they have control over the objective. They can start it off. They force the side of Pitch Cats to walk into them, and that way make the engage just happen naturally. Like that's probably their best bet at an engage happening without depending on the Thresh. Will it be plausible? It's difficult, but I can see them getting that sort of control if they get ahead of in the game really early on.
That is what they are going to be hoping for. And now coming on into what could be our final game of the night. I love what the Peach Cats have drafted for themselves here, sticking to their identity, going back to the Zac. It's been such a big pick for them,
Yep.
mostly in top lane this season. And now Keel bringing it back to the jungle where he's originally been piloting it. Been so absolutely critical for them here. $5,000 on the line, and the Peach Cats will want to seize it for themselves with what has gotten them here in the first place.
Maybe it's Keel trying to trigger the spirit from Moose Hater and bring him to the game so that they can try and win. It worked in the second game. Maybe it's going to be that same idea in this potential last game because it's important to know to put it out there, right? This could be the potential last game. It's game 4, 2-1 advantage for Pitch Cats. They are in the driver's seat. If they win here, they win the $5,000. But if they end up losing here, we may go to a game 5. Winthrop needs to try and turn around the situation. And this is based on what they think their best bet at doing it.
It very well might be here. We get ticking on down into that spectate client. I do want to take a moment to shout out our sponsor, Coachify. Remember, Coachify is a commission-free esports coaching platform currently in open beta. You can become a coach today, track your students, and inspire them to succeed and turn your passion into a career. Click on the panel located below the stream to check out their website for more information. Thank you again to Coachify for sponsoring this fantastic season of the Aegis Champions League. And it could very well all come down to this match point for the Peach Cats. Backs against the wall for Winthrop University from an undefeated start from 10-0 all the way up in through the first game of this series. They are now down 1-2 and will need to win 2 more in a row for them to be able to be crowned ACL champions.
And this could be the end of the road for them if they are not able to turn it around, right? And I think it has to start over in the bot lane because so far, and I'm pretty sure you called it from the second game or actually from the previous game, right? Whoever wins bot lane has won the game. And in the previous game, Mobility and Chucky simply couldn't find the right strike to try and play. They stole the bot lane from Pitch Cats from the second game and still couldn't really make it work out as effectively as possible. Whereas the Varus and the Renata on the other side, coming in from Wixie and Kim Down that have been playing so well so far. The only game though that they lost was on that Varus. Maybe Wixie can try and turn around the situation and show why he's such a high prospect in everyone's minds as an AD carry. But this game could be very well defined once again in the bot lane, and I want to see these 4 players performing as best as they can.
I absolutely want to see it too. Again, the focus is always going to be on the bot lane. I've been proven right throughout the night on this TDS. I think you're fully on board as well. Whichever bot lane has been able to win out in the early game has been the team that has won this game. In the past, it's been Winthrop. It's been Mobility and Chookies who have come out on top over Wixie and Isles. Wixie and Isles getting a 2v2 killed in both their games up against Mobility and Chookies in the upper bracket. Them getting the 2-on-2 kill up against Wixie and Kim Down in the first game of this series. But from game number 2 on, it has been Wixie and Kim Down who've been able to come back in these 2-on-2s, who have been more dominant, and it's netted them 2 wins. They're now looking to do it for a 3rd time on this Varus Renata and crown themselves ACL champions off of it.
It would be a really interesting way to end the season with Wixie being able to go over the one matchup that he ended up losing and being able to prove himself once again as one of the best AD carries we've had probably in amateur, but also I want to see Mobility being able to step up as well. Like, he had such a hyped season, right? We didn't put him over in the top 3 all-star AD carries, but he performed super well against everyone. He was such a great prospect. He was looking so aggressive consistently. He won multiple bot lanes in a really effective manner. And so far these grand finals, it feels like he's been kind of quiet. So for Winthrop to try and turn around, he has to step it up. And I hope that he can try and showcase why he was able to throw the trash talk he had previously in the upper bracket, right?
Right, let's get in to game number 4. Everything on the line. Winthrop University backs against the wall, taking on the Peach Cats for the 4th time tonight. And they'd better hope it's not for the last time.
Nobody wants this to be... Well, actually, if you're a Pitch Cats fan and Pitch Cats, you probably want this to be the last one. But as a caster, my bias is for the 5-game. So I will say I do want the 5-game series if possible. And with the start of the game, nothing out of the ordinary. It's going to be the staring contest. No one going to be as aggressive. Maybe a bit of vision later on. But pretty much everyone just holding their ground.
Everyone holding their ground. So much on the line for both squads. And only going to be potentially one more chance for Winthrop to be able to turn this back around. I would love to see a game 5. We'd all love to see a game 5. And in that way, we are all Winthrop fans in this game number 4. The Peach Cats, though, they are happy to be calling it at 4. They would be happy to go home with a 3-1. And I think they've got the draft to do it here, TDS. Onat on his Silas, a pick he's so comfortable on. Heal back on to the Zac. And look at Onat already knowing exactly where that minion's supposed to be. He knows which one's out of position, and he gets a great trade.
He counted the minions. He was sure about it, and he gets the...
World counting champion.
Well, we have to wait and see. Maybe he falls victim to the counting later on the game.
True.
So far, though, he's doing a good job.
He's a great counter.
So far, though, nothing out of the ordinary, right? Just training in lane, pretty similar to what we saw before. Denethor once again trying to establish dominance. Bot lane trying to establish dominance as well. So everything kind of on track to being pretty similar to the previous games.
Definitely here. Sword going to be the first one to tick level 2 here, though, and going to find a good trade. Denethor going to do much the same up on that top side. And say what you will about Winthrop, but Denethor has been getting leads in the lane without a doubt each and every game in this series. Peach Cats have just done a great job of neutralizing him and making those leads not matter. You know what the answer is when your leads keep getting neutralized and not mattering, TDS? It's just to get a bigger lead.
It's just a get good difference, right?
It is.
But in all honesty, I think that Denethor is one of the players that you cannot blame, or at the very least, it doesn't feel like you can blame him for how the games went, right? Because he's been winning his lane consistently. In the one-on-one and even in the 2v2s, he's been one of the best performing players. The problem is that, like you're pointing out, they never really turned that lead into anything more meaningful. And I also think that the lead that he got was almost always getting countered by the lead the bot lane got, and actually the lead from the bot lane was bigger. So if that's going to be the case, like, there's not a lot of opportunities for Denethor to just outplay everyone.
Yeah, going to be tough to find those opportunities up against a composition constructed like this. There's so many ways to stop that Jax in his tracks and keep him away from Wixie. We'll have to see what he's going to be able to do. Another Tangle Barb's connecting onto Onat here. He's taking a lot of damage and will likely have to use that recall and TP here before too long. Keel coming to make sure that he'll be able to pick up the wave.
Exactly, going to just hover around. They know that the Viego was around the bot side as well. The hook connect though.
Great damage coming through on towards Kim down here. Wixie doing his best to return the favor onto Chookies, though. A nice piercing arrow. And seeing that mobility's out of mana, they want to keep that fight going. Great chunk there out of Wixie and Kim down.
They also play really aggressive, knowing that they have the opportunity to get the rebuy from the barriers, right? Like, that slight difference, knowing that you can get the most out of your trades just because you do have the potential for barriers to just reset and come back to life, does make a difference in the trades. Even if the hook connects, you cannot be sure you can not get killed on, or get jumped on, I mean.
True. It's definitely a big threat here. They are going to be pushed on back as a result. The faintest of leads coming through for the Peach Cats bottom lane early on here. Same can be said of the Winthrop top lane. Another engage found here by Onak. Great snag there with the Abscond Abduct. We'll find an extended trade, but Sword able to clap back pretty effectively, having that level advantage.
That was a weird interaction, actually. It connected, even though it didn't look like it was going to connect. As Existence takes another big trade.
Oh,
After in the top lane.
Yeah, just wailing away at him with that lamp. Wixie will be able to pick up a plate here alongside Kim down, so he'll be happy to have that gold. But yeah, this is going to be a recall forced out of existence. Does have the TP to get back to lane, but just continuing to experience the wrath of Denethor's Jax. He has been so dangerous whenever he's been able to be on this champion. Now has another opportunity to show why. Getting a great freeze on off here. Existence has to go in, has to try to force this wave into the turret. It looks like he will be able to do it, but he's going to take a rough trade for it. Still fighting with Denethor, though. Gets some nice damage back off the back of the sword he was able to pick up.
Yeah, and the bad part is that he committed teleport before to actually come back and be able to push this wave. That means that at this point, he actually isn't getting the most value. Denethor still has teleport advantage, and if he's able to get a much better trade, he can come back and just try and win the later trades. Existence is just in a really difficult spot, and it's going to be difficult to turn it around, as Wixie getting a bit, or at the very least trying to jump on Wixie and scare him, but Keel is on this side. They also have Silas over on the other side with a bad ultimate, but everyone is setting up to try and fight this, actually.
This is a full-fledged 4v4 breaking out around this dragon. It's falling so low, though. Keel will be able to smite this here. Does secure it. Now Sword stepping up, going to land the Tangle Barbs on towards Kim down. But the follow-up engage is just not there. If the Death Sentence doesn't connect, there's not really a fight to be had for Winthrop. So they show up with 4 members, but they don't get an objective, and they're just kind of left looking foolish.
Yeah, it ends up being just a Dragon collected. Even though the gold lead is probably going to still go a bit in favor of Winthrop, the first Dragon going into the pockets of the side of Peach Cats is really nice, because now it makes it so that their Dragon count can start really effectively, and they are able to roll a really good soul. Even if the top lane has an advantage, they can play far away from it, because the important objective can just lay down in the bot lane. And also importantly, and comparing it to the previous game, right? Denethor's lead is not as big as he had in the second game. In that game, there was a solo kill by this point, and there was also like a 30 or close to 40 CS deficit. So at this point, I think Existence is doing a much better job at staying as close as possible to Denethor.
Definitely getting quite a bit of damage there. He's going to be looking to pull on in that big minion wave and see what he can do to the turret. Going to be a big chunk coming on through. Denethor, wow. It's a big chunk coming on through from that counter-strike, but not going to be able to make too much else happen. Death Sentence goes wide up against Onat. And mid lane fight will just keep on going, but there's going to be the flay back in. Onat getting punished for his melee status quite a bit in this laning phase, but it has not affected his farming. He's staying even.
Kind of surprised actually that there was no commitment from Sword there, just because with the flay coming in there, I think you do have at the very least enough damage to force a flash. Oh, Existence needs to be careful here.
Yeah, getting collapsed on. Trickster coming on up, looking for that first blood to heal back off the Cold Meek. Now coming on backwards, going to be looking for another one to dive on in from Onat, stealing away that ultimate, trying to dive underneath the tower. Can't get the last bit of damage, but Keel has flashed the wall. He's slingshotting his way in, slowing them down with the elastic slingshot, pulling them back in, and first blood goes to Existence in the Beach Cat.
There's still a Nico on the side, and Onat has no flash. It's going to be the death. Oh, wait. Onat.
Trying to stay alive with the Kingslayer. Not going to be enough. Sword going to be able to equalize on the other side. But now Sword potentially going to find himself dove as well. Keel can do these dives all day long. He has access to the Cell division, and he's happy to give that money to Existence. But Denethor arrives to turn it around, and Sword is the one getting paid. 2 kills to the mid laner, 1 kill to the top laner. Winthrop 3-1.
Oh, they think that Denethor actually backed away, but in reality, he actually gets enough time to just come back and read the play. Importantly as well, Kill doesn't connect on the slingshot initially, which means that they don't have enough control or damage to follow up onto the kill. Really unlucky sequence of events for Pitch Cats, but crucial for the side of Winthrop, because they were not only losing the matchup that they were actually winning, but they now were giving up gold in favor of Onat and Kill. So this was just going to be a similar situation to the previous games, where the one place that you were winning becomes the same as the place that you were losing.
And now going to be plenty of additional gold right in Sword's pockets. That's going to make those Pop Blossoms hurt so much more. Now, I want to see a refocus towards the bottom lane here, particularly from the Peach Cats. That has been the key to the series. I keep saying it, TDS, and yet here comes everybody grouping up around top lane. There was a little bit of a 4-man bot earlier on that was won by the Peach Cats in the terms of taking the dragon. I want to see a little bit more of that if you want to see a Peach Cats win. Winthrop, though, happy to keep the focus up there as they get Denethor into an even more favorable position.
I'm kind of curious though, Gordo, because in the previous games, it was first blood by the bot lane. So if this time around there's no first blood for the bot lane, ooh.
Denethor getting a great trade there, blocking that Ruthless Predator with the counter-strike and making Existence feel it, pushes it back underneath the turret.
Yeah, I was rumbling on my thoughts, and Existence almost ends up dying there. Really scary situation. It's still the same story so far for Denethor during the top lane. Winning, but winning really effectively. Not the biggest CS deficit for Existence though, so not the most or the worst spot to be in. But still, you need to be careful about how you try to opt into some of the plays.
Definitely do need to keep your wits about you here. Those Tangle Barbs going to chunk Onat out pretty low. Another proc of the Hex Tech contraption there. Going to keep him low. And Onat going to have to retreat away from this mid lane as a result, choosing to stay. But it's getting to be dangerous territory here up against Sword and his 5-stack. Darkseal will just blow that stolen Pop Blossom to clear the wave.
And they were looking to try and stop it. Sword trying to stop the back does a really good job, and this could be the Rift Herald play. Yeah, Heal is close by, so they can try and play around it, but with no Pop Blossom on Onat, I think that you just have to give the damage here.
Ooh, Super Mega Death Rocket nearly connecting there. Onat finally getting away after the recall. Heal going to come and try to make sure that it isn't the whole turret going down, but is going to struggle to clear out this wave. It takes a lot of damage for it.
It's probably going to be... No, it's not going to be another plate, but it was still a lot of damage onto the turret. A lot of gold that Onad also lost under the turret because of how many minions were collected by kill instead. But you did stop the Herald push and also able to get the back from Onad, which... all in all, it's not bad news for the side of Pitchcats. Hold the steel quite close, and the dragon going to be collected on the other side of the map by Pitchcats.
2k gold in the lead is Winthrop University off of their topside shenanigans, but this will be the second dragon in a row for the Peach Cats. Existence again throws the Ruthless Predator into the counter-strike and is going to take a big bonk for it. And now leaves himself vulnerable here. Going to probably lose this second turret plate on this next wave.
Those traits honestly feel so bad for Existence, and also it's coming for a potential dive. There is the Viego on the side. There is ultimate on Existence though.
Taken so low here. He
There's so
does
much
have
damage
access
there.
to that dominance. He's got to blow it now just to stay alive up against that Divine Sunderer Jax, ripping through his health bar. Will be able to get the recall off, but when you have to ult just to recall, you're not having a fun time on the Renekton, and that is where Existence finds himself in this game number 4. Denethor gonna get another big trade as soon as he arrives.
Yeah, but he actually gets a really nice counter trade there, Existence, forcing a bit on the damage. Oh, the flash play though from Chukis maybe here.
Ooh, nice attempt at a call out there from him down, but does not land the handshake. Instead, that's going to be that Chains of Corruption. Tons of damage coming through on a Trickster. Flashing in is
Wixie.
Wixie. It manages to take him down. The
gets a revive.
bailout going to revive him. It's a double kill to him down. And Wixie about to make it a triple for the Peach Cats before going down to Chukies. Beautiful play from the Peach Cats bot lane. And the Peach Cats aren't done yet. Sword getting locked down. Sword getting taken out. 5-5 on the scoreboard, and the Peach Cats with the lead back in their favor.
Oh, Existence ends up flashing there, and he actually may end up dying here if he's not careful. But yeah, Wixie putting the pressure down during the bot lane, showing Mobility. Mobility once said he was the best AD carry left in the ACL, and that Wixie was the second one. It's looking like maybe Wixie is actually the number 1, although Onad may be getting collapsed and has to flash away.
Very close flash getting forced on out there. But unstoppable now looking is the Peach Cats bottom lane. Unfortunate that 2 of those kills went over to Kim down, but feeling good for them nonetheless. 2 assists that don't have to be split multiple ways. Those add up to about a kill for Wixie, and he gets the last kill for himself as well, and then gives over his kill gold to Chukies. And that's going to net a net gold lead to the Peach Cats.
Wait, is it on-hit barrels actually? Just looking a bit of at the items, just because there is a dagger on the barrels. Wixie not opting into a bit of the or the
Tankier
more
build,
tankier
yeah.
route. Yeah, the Radiant Virtue build actually. They get a lot of damage onto the turret.
Yeah, that's been what most folks have been focusing towards, but
Wixie went for it in the first game.
yeah, he's going in a different direction now. Onad in the middle of nowhere. He's going to go down here before too long, trying to fight up against Mobility, but he gets taken out.
Yeah, that's a collapse if I've seen one, honestly. Gets quite a lot of damage on them, and now they also have to be a bit more careful over in the top lane because there's an opportunity for our rotation. In the meanwhile though, Existence collects quite a bit of gold, taking that first turret down in the bot lane, and then Wix is still getting a lot of good farm up there in the top lane. Gonna be Herald.
Absolutely. Now moving towards this Rift Herald. Trickster going to be able to secure this one before too long. It doesn't look like there's going to be a response mustered by the Peach Cats. They will secure this one before too long, going over into Trickster's pockets. First turret gold still very good for the Peach Cats to have in their pockets, especially in Wixie's pockets. Let's keep an eye on what he's building. It doesn't look like it's that Radiant Virtue, like you said. No, he's going damage.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Talking about
going to just look for the solo kill here. Let's bounce, he says to Mobility. And Mobility's got to bounce now, getting their way out of there. Will survive, but has to expend the flash.
It's a flash for absolutely nothing on kill. Yeah, it's the ultimate. Oh, wait, Onad.
Fighting up against him here is Denethor. And Denethor going to be able to try to force the recall here. Gonna steal away that Grandmaster's Might just to try to keep this turret alive, but bonks it down anyway. Now getting turned around on Denethor. Very close to getting a solo kill. Ruthless Predator stun comes through though from Existence, and they just might have baited the Winthrop University top laner. Trying to dodge out, but you can't dodge the Kingslayer. Onat with the kill.
I'm not sure if Jax counts as a king, but it certainly enslaved him. Ends up going down in that play. Important kill, even though Denethor has teleport, because now they can try and get more control over on the bot side. Sword pushing onto the turret. They probably want to try and contest this dragon on the side of Winthrop, but important goal obtained by both Onat and Existence, and now with the top lane also falling down, they can just try and go for the bot side.
Certainly can. The Rift Herald charging on in will be able to take that turret out. It is going to be able to equalize the turret count across the board. Dragon number 3, though, this would be sole point for the Peach Cats if they were able to secure it. But Onat getting caught out again, goes into the stasis. That is going to be the pop blossom down for Sword. Onat's got to try to keep himself alive here, but the reset is going to come on through for Trickster. Now Keel might be out of position as well. He flashes back over the wall, but going to get played back into it and going to end up in the Cell division. Here comes the hostile takeover. They're focusing down Trickster. Trickster goes down to Wixie. Wixie now firing away out of Denethor as Keel has resurrected himself. Wixie still falling lower and lower though, is Keel gonna be the next one to drop? And there's going to be a successful escape for Denethor. The follow-up fight is not done yet. Sword looking for the engage, but the front line still stands for Wixie. He fires the arrow through and takes down Sword as Existence leads the charge for more. Slowing them down is Kim down to set up for Existence to clean up too. The Peach Cats are not slowing down.
Denethor is still alive though, so they have to be slightly careful about it. There's no smite on either team just yet. Denethor now going to catch Onat out of position, but it's going to be potentially a dragon in favor of the side of Peach Cats. Here comes... Oh. I was looking at the vehicle there. I'm kind of scared about it. Yeah.
I'm getting nervous here.
You know, he's too far away. It's fine, it's fine. They played that out really, really well. But what a team fight by the side of Peach Cats and Winthrop. Both of them played that off as best as they could. They killed Onat really quickly. They killed Keel with the Cell Divide and were able to force into a bad situation. But Wixie, once again, playing that team fight as best as he can. That moving around from Denethor, moving around from Trickster as well, and then getting enough damage to kill Sword from a really far distance, and then allowing for Existence to just clean up the fight at the end. What a great fight.
Absolutely terrific showing here from the bot lane of the Peach Cats. Both Wixie and Kim down, coming up huge in that fight. And coming out with a win where it looked like one was impossible for the Peach Cats. Now finding themselves 2K in the lead, finding themselves on soul point and on match point as well. But Onat, he just cannot get himself out of these situations. Trickster has found him again. Chookies is there for the follow-up, and there's no way he's getting out of this.
It's not the first time it's happened, and I'm kind of feeling that it's not going to be the last one either. Another good kill for the side of Winthrop is not going to be the worst one. Oh, kill, getting a shot actually.
Over the wall, looking to start the fight onto Keel. Keel going to be able to walk out of this. He is plenty tanky. Going to be able to regroup with the rest of the team. Does have to sacrifice his Krugs to do it. Look at mobility, though. He is getting pinged on by both teams. They are well aware of how much danger he's in. But doesn't look like any kind of engage will connect. Existence camping in this bush. Sees him pass, but cannot make the fight happen.
And in the meanwhile, Denethor just keeps on doing what Jax is best known for. Push the bot lane and push on the side lane. Gets a lot of minions down there, doesn't get interrupted by anything. And since the only one that died was Onat, nothing else ends up happening. A bit of a waiting game, pretty much, it feels like, for the next objectives. Until the Baron becomes the true objective of the game, or until the next dragon spawns. Doesn't feel like either team wants to really force anything, just in case. But in the meanwhile, I just want to put a little bit more attention going back into like the players that are performing so well so far, because it's important to know that yes, Peach Cats has been doing great in the bot lane, but they're playing with a bot lane that was essentially sopped in tonight. And Kim Down has been playing so well all night long. Like Wixie has performed much better than he did when his previous matchup against against Winthrop happened, but Kim Down it felt like maybe he probably, or we didn't know how many games he has played. We didn't know how much has he played with this team or anything like that. But so far, it feels like it doesn't matter. He's just playing so well this series.
Yeah, over the wall comes Keel, looking to get some vision control around this Baron. It was favoring Winthrop for a while there, but will be successfully retaken by the Peach Cats as Denethor really starting to flex his side lane muscles here, though. Existence, he's had some good plays this game, but he will not win up against this 2-item Jax. Going to try to keep that fight going, though, buying some time for the rest of the team to be able to bail him out, and Denethor might just be up too far. Going to try to escape, but there's just no chance. He's slowed down by the stretching strikes. He does flash out, and he does get the leap strike to the minions. He's free to go.
Is Baron? They are trying as fast as possible, but actually they don't have the damage. Mobility wasn't in place. Onad may get collapsed on there.
Oh, Onad caught out again, goes into the stasis. Here comes the hostile takeover to try to buy some time. The knockup's come on through. Onad tries to escape, and the reset is found by Trickster. Kim down going to drop as well. It's a 5 versus 3 on the map. Existence is teleported to the play, but there's no play to be had. He's got to retreat back to the team.
And Onad, I'm not sure if he teleported in with the ping ward or without it, but he ends up paying the price with his life as Chuki's finds Existence again.
Existence coming back on in. Wixie trying to find the angles to throw out the damage, but he's just hitting the clone of Sword, flashing back away, but chased down by Trickster.
Oh, no,
another shutdown coming through for the Winthrop jungler, and Keel is 1v5.
It's gonna be the throw by Peach Cats with them dying just consistently. Everyone finding themselves out of position, trying to stop Denethor. It's not gonna be it. It's not gonna be the Baron still. And now the game completely on its head. Winthrop back at it, and they can try and turn around the situation. Although Soul Point going to come up soon. Wixie will be back up for it. Existence will be back up for it, and they are trying to find a pick inside of the jungle.
Trying to find whatever they can. 20 seconds to go on this dragon. Will be spawning up here soon. This is still Soul Point for the Peach Cats. They find themselves now at a gold disadvantage of 3,000 gold, but they have a chance here to be able to secure themselves the Hex Tech Soul. They need to hold on to this river somehow. They're getting pushed out as the rest of the team regroups. Hook comes out, does not connect. And again, remember, it's so hard for Winthrop to start these fights unless Peach Cats started for him. They're going to dive in, looking for the elastic slingshot. Mobility is the target. He's pushed backwards. The reset's coming out across. Onto the back line goes Denethor. He's found Wixie, and Wixie will drop. Winthrop University take the fight 4 for 1. They're going to take the dragon, and they're in control of game number 4.
They find everything they want. Mobility able to bait them so long in the fight, and at the end Wixie gets picked off. This build deals much more damage, but it also means that you're way squishier, and Denethor is taking full advantage out of it, killing Wixie once again inside of the fight, and now the game is becoming way harder for the side of Peach Cats. They have complete control of it, Gordo, until they didn't.
They certainly did, and now so many structures falling. It's such a gold lead getting given back over to Winthrop University, and they're finding their stride in this series again. TDS, they take themselves multiple fights in a row, and they are going to be looking to take this to a game number 5. It's looking more likely than not at this stage of the game. Those fights where Wixie was unkillable, they've stopped happening, and he has gone down in 2 big fights in a row.
It's really difficult to stop the onslaught from coming through, Gordo, and now the game has turned around like this. Who's stopping Denethor? He has a Sun, yes. He has enough damage to kill the barriers by himself, and he also has enough damage to kill the Sylas. So it's just a scary prospect all around, as they are looking really aggressively inside of the jungle. Not much going to be obtained here, but Peach Cats has to survive the onslaught. And then if Wixie gets a 3rd item, maybe they can try and turn around some of the fight. But at this point, it just feels like Winthrop has the means to try and kill almost everyone. Or everyone, actually.
They definitely do. Setting up now on the top side for a 4-person push. Denethor has reached the spot he was looking for. He is unstoppable in the side lane. Sylas can't answer him, Renekton can't answer him, and that means the Peach Cats have to find a way to force something. Keel's throwing himself in, but Keel's getting caught out. He gets pulled back in by the team. He gets focused down by the Jinx, and he's already in the Cell division. Meanwhile, Denethor has picked up a solo kill in the mid lane. Everything that could go wrong has gone wrong for the Peach Cats, and Winthrop University are tearing into the base.
And Pitch Cats is going to look back into that Baron play and bite themselves in the elbow, because that really is going to turn out to be the losing play. Not sure why it ends up going like that, but Winthrop is completely happy with it. Like you're pointing out, Denethor is now able to run the game over, and for the first time it feels like bot lane doesn't win the game.
Oh, the stun comes on through there for Denethor, pulled back in by the handshake. There's the hostile takeover. They need to be able to take down this top laner to get themselves at least a little bit of something back.
He's going to
Can
die.
Wixie even do it? He can't auto anymore. The counter strike. He gets pop blossomed up, and handshake is not enough. He will drop. Denethor will escape, and it looks like Winthrop University are ready to slam the door on game number 4 right now. Moving forward on towards Existence. Existence finally takes down Mobility, but is that going to be enough? Keel's found his way out of the back line, but he's got to be reliant on Onat for damage without Wixie alive. Doesn't look like either team knows what to do here. Onat gonna find himself a Nico clone, but finally it looks like they will just back away.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they are going to overly commit there. They got 2 important shutdowns. Keel trying to run away, but I think he's going to get spotted here by Sword and not probably going to get enough opportunity to escape. Or maybe he does.
Oh boy, I mean, looks like Keel's been found again.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to land the
I love
tangle
this
part.
move so
Gets
much.
himself out.
Just gets out of there, able to escape, and now looking at the remaining objectives, right? Because they took down 2 inhibitors down in the top lane and in the mid lane. They were able to kill Wixie once again, and they were able to kill, if I'm not wrong, Kim down as well. That being said, though, they got shutdowns from Mobility and Denethor. They are able to finally push back a bit of the onslaught that was coming down from Winthrop, and they can technically just give up this dragon because they already got 3. So it's not like they need to contest once again, but they need to find an answer for Denethor, and it's not looking like it's gonna come close, or soon enough, I mean.
It's been very, very hard to be able to find that answer, and I don't think it's going to get any better. The Jax is just going to get more items. It's going to get more dangerous. They're going to need to either be able to buy a little bit more time and find a fight win in the 4-on-4. They're going to need to be able to make some kind of pick. The opportunity they had to kill Denethor in the base was huge, but they don't successfully do it. And now looking for the flank here from Existence, but he's spotted the whole way.
Existence gets spotted there. Kill actually ends up jumping away.
Who's flanking who?
Yeah, it's kind of scary actually.
All right, neither party going to be able to find anything. Existence is coming back around. There's the dive in from Keel, getting played back away by Chookies, but they do get the knockups on a Trickster. Trickster going to be the focus, pulled back on in. They do manage to take down Sword. Mobility looking for the resets, but Trickster's already down. Keel dives forward. Nobody's been able to take him down, but look at Denethor in the base. Denethor took down both Nexus turrets, and Onat is not going to be able to stop him on his own. They need more backup, but it's not getting here in time. The flash in from Existence, but you can't. Ruthless Predator through Counter-Strike. And it's going to be a game at number 5 in the grand finals, TDS.
I'm not sure if I would call it the NA special. It feels more like the LATAM special game for kills, because nothing else was being played for, and at the end Winthrop ends up winning game 4. It could have gone either way. I think that it should have gone to Pitch Cats. From the first 10 minutes to 25, it should have been Pitch Cats. But that Baron throw, it's going to hunt them if they end up losing this finals. My prediction is still as alive as ever, and we're going to a game 5, Gordo.
Mine too, TDS, but we can't both be right. It is
True.
going to be the full distance here. Side selection will go to Peach Cats for the final game. And Winthrop University, they may have lost their first 2 games in the playoffs, but they will not give up there. They take us the full distance, and they will get one more shot at the Peach Cats to keep themselves alive in the ACL and to win themselves a title.
And whoever takes it here, it's deserved of a grand final, right? Like, this should have been the outcome all along. Game 5, whoever takes it, deservedly so. But we needed to get to the game 5. Pushing Winthrop all the way to the 5 games Pitch Cats has been amazing so far, but they threw the ball a little bit in that 4th game. Now they need to recover mentally. Like, this is a game of mentalities, right? Like, we were talking about this when Winthrop lost their 5th game. It felt like in that 3rd game the mentality was a bit wishy-washy with how they were playing, and now going into this 5th game, whoever has a stronger mentality, whoever has a stronger just yeah, I just think like mentality is probably the best word to put it down. Like, whoever can play to their best is going to win. And I'm excited to see who is going to come out on top. But we will know until we go into that game 5.
And it all comes down to one more game. We're going to throw it to one more break while we get into draft for that 5th game. We'll see you on the other side. Just a couple more minutes. Get yourself some water, get yourself some popcorn. We are going to Silver Scrapes. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Aegis Champions League Grand Finals, where the Peach Cats and Winthrop University are going the distance. A full 5 games. Winthrop University take their first 2 losses of the ACL playoffs, but that won't stop them, TDS. They get themselves a win in game number 4, and there will be one more game to determine who our ACL champ is.
It's always fun seeing everything boil down to a BO1 in the last game of the tournament, seeing how they are going to perform, seeing how everyone is feeling just the stress, the exhaustment. I think it is the word. I'm not sure. Not my first language. Can't blame me. But how everyone is just at the boiling point, right? Like at the point where everything, you just want everything to be over, but you want to win. So I'm excited to see how both of these teams are going to actually execute on this last game, because it's typically not the team that drafts the best, but the team that drafts the most comfortably that ends up winning. You can draft the best possible, but you need to be as comfortable as possible because you want to minimize as many mistakes as possible.
You do. There's got to be a lot to think about coming into a game number 5. Ease of execution,
Yep.
comfort, but also just how you're going to be able to win out of this series. What compositions are going to work best for you? We had a lot of doubts about the game for Winthrop University composition, but it ended up working out for them fantastically. They found so many plays, and it was Denethor's Jax that put the final nail in the coffin and won that game for Winthrop, taking them here to game number 5. Still looking to stamp their names on the ACL here and take themselves home a title. The Peach Cats, though, they've taken down the unkillable Winthrop twice already.
Yep.
Can they find the recipe to do it again? I still like the Zach pick. I still think it's worth prioritizing. I think you need Keel on that powerful engage. And you do need to set up for Wixie to be able to carry in these fights. And the on-hit Varus just felt like it couldn't make it happen, at least not up against that Jax.
Exactly, and so far, Barris has had 2 losses in this series, and both of them came from Wixie actually. So I'm not sure if you as Wixie feel comfortable once again to try and play the champion. Like it's not necessarily a bad champion. Like don't get me wrong, I think Barris is one of the strongest champions currently in the meta. The problem is that it hasn't worked in the series, and there's times where a champion simply doesn't work, and it's worth to pick something you feel more comfortable playing than going back into a champion that clearly didn't work out. I think with the Cyaban with priority right now, with the Kalista, the Ashe, the Caitlyn as well being one of those champions, I think you have to look into the Jinx once again as Wixie to try and be the hyper carry we know you can be. As the bans are going through, and there's a newer one added to the pool, the Nico finally taken away from Sword.
Yeah, I think that last game really does the final nail in the coffin for the Nico. It was so good for them in that game, and they decide they're not willing to give it over for a third time. They beat it once, they lost to it once, and they've decided they've seen enough. And there's that Jax ban up against Denethor. You do not want him to have that much carry potential in a game 5 situation. Orianna ban going to round it on out. What will be the first pick here? The Talia left up for the first time.
Yeah, it's the first time, and it's one of Bonet's favorite champions to play. He is one of the better Talias in the league. Even in the NECL, he was one of the better performers on the Talia. Can be flexed as well. Kill is one of the junglers that is willing to bring up the mages in the jungle, as well as the, not weirder, but the more off-meta picks. And he's one of the carry-oriented junglers as well, so could be a flex potential. Really interesting seeing how the Talia goes, with Barris potentially getting picked by Winthrop, and I think they want to try and prioritize a stronger bot lane for mobility. Even though he played really well as the Jinx in the previous game, I feel like it was more Denethor being able to carry than mobility on the Jinx being a big factor. So this time around, maybe giving him a bit more priority early on, and maybe a Thresh to follow up on it.
Taking a early Varus here for mobility in the bottom lane. I wonder if this does mean we see the Wixie Jinx again. The Xayah already banned. The Kalista has never been let through. A Zoe pick for Sword. This has been a favorite of his going way back, like TSM Academy way back.
Yeah.
I am shocked to see this locked in this situation, but hey, we said it was a spot for comfort. This may be a poke composition coming through from Winthrop from looking at just these 2 champions.
Now we see Denethor pulling out the Jays, and could be poke perfectly fine with the Barris. I still think it's one build that you can opt into. Obviously, you don't want to go against a lot of armor, but with the Zoe, there's more incentive to try and go for the poke because you have way more value all around. As the time gets harbored, it's a really good pick to try and salvage the barriers, and it's looking like with the Nautilus and the Renekton, you want to have that saving grace ultimate for the barriers or for the Zoe as well. If anyone is caught out of position, Tamkench is going to play such a good defensive duty with the ultimate to just save a couple of these champions. The second ban phase is going to start soon. I think a lot of focus is going to go towards Pitch Cat spot lane, particularly banning away maybe the Jinx from Wixie, and potentially as well the what is called the Velbeth again from Kill, just in case.
Well, that's the
Ooh.
question, right? Is do you think that this is going to be a Talia in the mid lane for Onat, or do you think it's going to be in the
For
jungle
Keel.
for Keel? When they got a hold of this champ in the regular season, they were much more likely to put it in the jungle. I don't think they played any games of it in mid lane during that regular season. Now in playoffs, that has switched on its head. When they've gotten it in playoffs, when they played up against CCG or Team Fish Taco, they were playing the Talia in the mid lane during those matchups. So it's very open whether Peach Cats want to flex that pick towards the jungle or towards the mid lane. And it's going to be tough to direct your bans knowing that instead they are banning away this Jace. So they are at least leaning towards it being a jungle pick. And yeah, they're just going to keep trying to reduce Onat's champ pool.
Yeah, they are focusing onto the mid lane. The thing here is that you can go for the top laner here, even if you ban away things like the Fiora here. Could be another potential carry ban. The Camille from the first game from Denethor as well went really, really well. So could be one of those bans. It's still going to be the Viego from Trickster, which I think, understandably so, went really, really well for Trickster. And now you can pick your top laner here since you know it's the Renekton and go for the counter pick in the jungle. There is a universe where Renekton is mid lane, flexed into the mid lane, and you pick counter pick for Existence, but this is the comfort from Existence, so we absolutely do not expect that at all.
Absolutely. Winthrop University now going to take that Cassante in the top lane. Freshly nerfed, freshly rebuffed up a little bit for Denethor in the top lane. Is what could be, or I mean, what should be their final competitive game of the 2023 season. We'll be moving into that preseason patch here before too long. Everything is going to be different. Cassante going to be what Winthrop wants to pilot here in this game. The Sivir will be the carry pick for Wixie. A little bit short range, but it's got the potential to be that DPS carry that you need. And they're looking at giving Onat the Victor to complement it. Light on frontline, a little light on engage, but oh boy, does it have damage, TDS.
Yeah, they do have the damage, and the Victor and the Savior have the advantage that you don't need to go over certain champions to be able to deal damage. Like, your damage goes over the champions, so you don't need to reach the backlane to be able to deal your damage. And the counter pick, Maokai being covered, I think the Nocturne wouldn't be a bad choice just because of the paranoia value, but the Maokai gives you the frontline advantage. Sejuani could be another one, but I think the Maokai, based on having the Paris and the Zoe, the poke extra, the value from the poke being there as well from Maokai could be really, really good for them. But this is a full-on team fighting composition from Pitch Cats to a much more pick potential sort of composition from Winthrop. And the difference from what came from the first game to this one from Winthrop and Pitch Cats is really interesting seeing how the series evolved.
Very, very, very possible here. We are now looking for what could be, well, what is definitely the final game of the series, but what could be one of the most important games that either of these teams have played throughout this season. You know, a lot of these folks outside of the NACL, outside of making deep playoff runs there, but an ACL title, nothing to scoff at here, especially in how stacked the league has been this season and what is going to potentially amount towards whether you win or lose the ACL here, whether you're able to walk away with that $5,000 grand prize and that glory that comes with an ACL title. It all comes down to this one, TDS.
Yeah, it's the last game of the season. Pretty much the last game of the year. Feels like for these players as well, right? I don't think there's any more combines coming up soon. Christmas just around the corner, same for New Year. So could be the last shout of victory for a lot of these players, at the very least until next year. And hoping that they reach the NACL could be the last time we see them for a while before the NACL starts. So hopefully we get a great game. Hopefully whoever you support here ends up getting the win. I'm unbiased, but I did both Pitch Cats winning 3-2, so to try and make me look better, Pitch Cats winning would be nice for my prediction. But in general, I just hope to have a great game. I think both of these teams have been amazing so far and have made arguments to try and win it all.
Absolutely here. Winthrop University with an absolutely dominant run through the winners bracket, having not dropped any games in the bracket until tonight. Now pushed to the full game 5. Peach Cats getting 2-0'd by Winthrop in the upper bracket, fighting their way through the lower bracket in an intense 5-game series up against Mirage Alliance that they ended up taking down Team Fish Taco, that stacked superstar lineup that everybody was picking to take it. Now coming up here and pushing Winthrop University the full distance. Going to all come down to this for either side, both with such momentum behind them from what they've been able to accomplish this season. And it would be an absolute tragedy to lose the finals in 5 for either of them.
Yeah, it never feels great to end up losing it on the last game, right? Like it's like getting hope and then losing it all on the last possible moment. And neither of these teams wants to feel like that, but there can only be one winner, and whoever it is probably will be really, really happy and excited for it to work out like that. But looking at this last game's matchups, right? We've been hyping so much the bot lane. For the first time, the bot lane that won didn't get the win of the game. It was Denethor finally being able to pull it up in the top lane. I think there's quite a bit of difference between both the Kisante up there in the top lane to the Jax in terms of how much carry potential there is for both of them. And I think that this time around, if you're able to shut down the bot lane a little bit better, there's more chances for Wixie to hyper carry the game because of the value of the silver with 3 items plus the bouncing from the ricochet. The ricochet can have so much value this game.
It really can. I mean, and you're going to need it because there's so much tanky frontline here available for Winthrop University. They've got the Casante, they've got the Maokai, they've got the Tom Kench. You're not going to be able to work your way through that with just the Talia and the Victor. You need that AD DPS that Wixie is going to provide to be able to take them down. And it is going to be so tough to keep her safe. Going to really need that spell shield to come in clutch up against how much poke and
Yep.
harass they have across their carries, the Zoe, the Varus, and the Maokai. What the Varus builds going to become a big question in here for mobility as well. Do you go lethality to lean and index deeper into that poke? Do you go for something more on hit to give yourself some DPS and a team comp that otherwise doesn't have very much? Or do
Yep.
you go for the more standard, or I guess standard these days, tank Varus build with the Blade of the Rune King and the Radiant Virtue?
Well, looking at the Renekton, the Nautilus, and the Celia value that you may get, probably Tank Varus wouldn't be that bad. But looking at the fact that you draft Zoe, Varus, Maokai, I just feel like it has to be the poke Varus, right? Like having the poke from a safe distance from the Varus, the Zoe, and the Maokai, threatening so much damage onto the Victor, the Sivir, and even the Talia. Like, if I'm not wrong in the draft, we mentioned it, right? Renekton and Nautilus is the front line. These are the only 2 champions that can face check bushes, can face check onto the enemy team, because the other 3 champions may get just completely bursted out of nowhere. And we're not confident if that's enough survivability to try and cover for the poke. So this could be the best game possible for a poke Barris to just try and come in and destroy the back lane without really having to show his face.
Absolutely here, and going to be a potential really powerful pick there in that Varus if they are able to get those kind of situations. And then I got to have my eyes on Denethor again on this Casante.
Yeah.
He's been winning lane all series long. Even in the games he's lost, he has been able to get the better of Existence. Now Existence once again on his favorite champ on the Renekton. It
Is
hasn't
this
been
4
enough
games in a
for him
row?
to come out ahead. 4 games in a row of the Renekton. He lost game 1 and said, I'm playing Renekton all game, all day, all the rest of the night. I will not get off this Renekton no matter what you do. And nobody's forced him to do it yet. But the Casante now going to be a new opponent. Will it be one that he can beat? Will it be one where Denethor feels the most confident in being able to take down the Croc? Something else to be thinking about here is that top lane dominance has been so reliable for Winthrop. Will it continue to be so?
Yeah, Denethor has been so far. If Winthrop wins, for me, he's the player of the series. He's been consistently winning out his top lane matchups, always creating pressure up there in the top lane, making it as easily as possible for Winthrop to try and play. And for such a young top laner, he's had carry potential, the carry value that you're looking always in a player. And I think that if Winthrop are able to keep on developing him, we are going to see him sooner than later in the NACL, and hopefully even higher than that. He's a great player, and so far for me, the player of the series if Winthrop wins.
I think there's definitely an argument to be made there. As we are on to the Rift, we are getting ready for game number 5. Peach Cats on the blue side, Winthrop University on the red. It all comes down to this. Gambling is enabled, by the way. Channel point bets. We got 200,000 channel points in that chat right now. Go and get your bets in, as it's going to be a banger game number 5.
Can we call it gambling? I think that we should put a much kid-friendly name onto it so that it doesn't sound as bad. So I feel like we should say supporting.
It's not real money.
Your
It's
team.
channel points.
But I think that supporting just sounds that much slightly better, and hopefully nothing that would
sure.
would
It's
get us into
supporting.
that.
Go and support your favorite
Yeah,
team.
support your team for the win here.
Yeah.
Unless there's a sponsors looking at this, we can change it to betting if there's a sponsor or anything like that. Unless Iber doesn't want it, but just saying.
I don't know. I don't know if we're going to. I don't know if we're willing to make that jump right now. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know. Anybody hit up Ivar and Flay with your offers.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be off season soon, or anything's possible. But for now, it's Coachify and Trolley all the way, baby.
I like both of them, gummies all the way, as we see also vision for both of the sides. So nothing actually obtained in this early game apart from that early vision, slide vision as well in this Tribush. So really just a straightforward control the game or start the game for both of these teams. And we need to remind everyone, it's going to be the final game. Whoever wins this, champion. Whoever loses, out. So pretty straightforward there.
Yeah, I mean, it's as high stakes as a game can get here in the ACL. Winner going to walk away with that $5,000. Loser going to take the second place prize. I don't even know what it is. Doesn't matter what it is. Just know that you want the big one. Bot lane fight's going to break out early on once again. And we are going to continue to see if a bot lane dominance is what spells success in this series. It didn't quite work out for Wixie in game number 4. That was the first break from the pattern we've seen. Will it continue?
Exactly. First game, we finally saw the bot lane winning, not actually winning the game. And this time around, probably going to be interesting seeing if finally Mobility gets the win and gets the win for his team. That being said, one thing that I've been impressed so far by both Mobility and Chukis is that they've won the level 1 push almost every time. Like, they've won the rush to level 2 almost every game, and they've been able to be effective with it. But also on the other side, Wixie and Kim Down have been more respectful about it, and they've been able to deny as much aggression as possible off of just understanding that they haven't won that push almost any game.
Now, going to be a very calm early laning phase when all is said and done. Everybody's health bar is sitting pretty. The clears are completed by the junglers. Keel racing through his, by the way. We'll have the full clear done in a little bit over 3 minutes here. And we'll be looking to make a visit towards this bot lane, if not to secure the scuttler, and then to put some pressure onto Mobility and Chookies.
Going to back and maybe look for the top lane Scuttle Crab actually, and I think this comes with maybe the bot lane pushing here, trying to set up for a slower push, and then backing themselves. They want to deny any sort of opportunity for fighting really early on here. And I like the idea there. It's probably really smart to just try and not fight as much as possible with the Seaver unless you know that there's a 100% chance that you win them.
Yeah, absolutely. Push going to come on through from the bot lane of the Peach Cats, but the bot lane scuttler will be secured by Trickster. Instead, it is going to be Keel going for the recall, coming back out with the Dark Seal and the Amp Tome, clearing out up towards the top side in his own right. Trickster looks to lay down some vision, lay down some saplings, keep an eye on what's going on here, and he might be going in for an early gank. He's not spotted in this tri-brush. And Wixie going to be the target, going to have to flash away. Instead, they go in for Kim Down. He's going to get knocked back away, but taking up the turret is Chookies, and First Blood has come through for the Peach Cats. Back underneath the turret again. Chookies is going to be the target. Wixie trying to cash out, but Mobility with the Varus passive active, going to take him down. Mobility with a double kill.
That almost worked out so perfectly for them, but Kim Down gets the kill. He gets the double buffs, and by Mobility killing Kim Down, he gets the double buffs himself. Could have been disaster for the bot lane of Winthrop, but at the end, it's salvaged by Mobility, and they are finally on the front foot this time around. 2 kills for Mobility, and this is the sort of start you want to see from your bot lane if you're Winthrop. Also, it's going to be the attacks with barriers, actually, or the Radiant Virtue barriers more than likely.
It's looking that way. And an early double kill to Mobility is exactly what you want if you're Winthrop University. It was a great turnaround from Kim Down to be able to find the first blood, but the Varus passive is just too powerful. He gets stacked up with the lethal tempo, and he cleans house. Coming up huge now with a pickaxe and a recurve bow into the bottom lane.
Look at the item bit, by the way. Pickaxe bow to just double longsword. That's not going to be fun if you're Wakesy, but you're still playing Sivir, so at the very least you know that early game wasn't going to be your strong point anyway.
Absolutely. And now it's really not going to be your strong point.
Yeah.
Now you are going to be really struggling in these fights and going to be trying to not get frozen on here as they've got a fat stack of caster minions here that Mobility is just working his way through. He's got the double buffs as well. It is a hard lane to play through here. Keel going to try to bail them out here, but will get spotted by this sapling and this ward.
Yeah, they know 100% where Keel is, even though he has quite a good minion lead over the Maokai. At the end of the day, it's still the Maokai, so it's not like it's going to be that bad for him. And then they do have complete control over this dragon. Push in mid lane, push in bot lane, and then first move onto the dragon. It's going to be the first dragon going into the favor of Winthrop. And if they are able to roll a really good soul, they can try and make that their win condition as well before the Sivir becomes active.
Definitely can. Sword blowing that summoner cleanse. We haven't got to focus on the Zoe too much. Not a champion we get to see a whole bunch of in 2023. But Sword is definitely one of the preferred pilots of that champ. Looking for some aggressive trades off the back of those stolen spells.
The game has kind of slowed down. Like, we saw such an early action down there in the bot lane, but realistically, it doesn't really feel like both teams want to force really heavily. It's still game 5 of the grand finals. You don't want to throw by going overly aggressive. And also, considering what the side of Pitch Cats need to do to try and win, I don't think they want to be overly aggressive either. Your win condition could potentially be the Sivir, so you don't need to force. And then you also have a Zoe that can eventually get stronger and stronger. The only problem is if you fall really far behind, then your Sivir is going to be completely negligible.
Yeah. Keel now pairing up with Existence on the top side, trying to clean up that top side jungle from Trickster. See how much farm he can deny from the Maokai. And it looks like he will be able to secure this red buff on respawn. Pretty good call there from them to be able to make sure this happens, unless Sword catches them up to no good. It doesn't look like that's going to play out.
It doesn't look like it. They are waiting to try and maybe catch someone off guard. There's ultimate mobility, so they were potentially looking to maybe catch Kim Down out of position, but it's not going to be the case. Just a couple of slight hits traded and nothing else. And I want to quickly talk about mobility now that we have a slight bit of time, because mobility has been one of the players that has suffered the most this series, right? And so far, this game has the opportunity to try and turn around everything that has happened for him this series.
Absolutely. Denethor gets to pull back in onto Existence. Here comes Trickster throwing down the Nature's Grasp. Flashed away from Existence, but he gets charmed up anyway. Will he end up going down? He will not. He stays alive. But he's going to have to look for a recall angle or risk being dove, and he doesn't have the TP. Chains of Corruption connect on a Kim Down, and he's forced to flash away in the bottom lane as well. Just tough laning positions here for the Peach Cat. Is over the wall, and Thor kidnaps Existence and takes him down.
Yeah, Existence thought that he was going to outplay there, but the magical button by the K'Sante. You can just press W, become invulnerable, and escape. Really well played by Denethor there, and now the re-engage here maybe... Oh.
Knockup's coming through. Nice double knockup found by Kim Down, but I don't know that this is going to be enough to save him. One more arrow. Does hit, but does not take him down. He will escape with his life still. Mobility and Shookie's happy with how these 2v2 fights are going and building themselves up an ICS lead.
Yeah, with the advantage that they have Sword, does have a good opportunity to actually make some damage onto Onat, but not going to be the case. And looking at the bot lane, the fact that they survived after putting both Ignite and using Ghost to try and reach the Nautilus is really good news for the side of Pitch Cats. They haven't lost a lot of health bar. Minions are so much more in favor of mobility, but Wix is still closely following, and he just needs to get a bit more farm into his favor. Now, Kill has been outperforming the Maokai super effectively inside of the jungle, but he hasn't really found the same value that Trickster has been able to find inside of the jungle yet.
Absolutely here. Moving up in towards the top side. Brawling back and forth. Always are Denethor in existence, and always favoring Denethor as well. Important to dodge out of that stun, as that nearly could have been another really rough trade for the Renekton. Denethor building himself up a lead in the one-on-one once again. Heal hovering around here, looking to try to provide some relief, but don't think that's going to be possible.
Well, maybe the potential to go for a gank onto Denethor could work out as well with the Weaver's Wall, but it just feels like it's kind of not a waste of time, but an opportunity that is not as useful as trying to impact other lanes. It just feels like you're not going to find the same value if you go up there to try and beat existence compared to trying to come down into the bot lane. But we haven't seen any sort of attention into the bot lane either from Kill. I feel like Kill needs to decide where he wants to play for, because it just feels like he's moving around too many times.
Agree. He's farming up well and nicely, but need to have some impact on the map here to get your team set up. And they are the scaling composition, so maybe just sitting back and minimizing losses could be the play here, but they're going to have to try to make something happen as they're coming in for the gank. They're focusing down Trickster. He's taking so much damage from the boomerangs, and Keel will be able to finish off that kill. Teleports come in from the top laners, and it's a 5 versus 4 in favor of the Peach Cats.
Oh wait, the re-engage here.
Well, coming back on in, but Chains of Corruption back over towards Kim down. Mobility going on a killing spree, focusing forward on towards Existence, who has to retreat. And Onak comes on down, finds himself slept, finds himself chunked out, but does return some good damage on the sword with the Chaos Storm. Now cut off from the rest of his team, he has to flee back towards the base as Keel continues to look for poke.
Keel's trying to maybe fight, or maybe more actually.
All right, Denethor maybe up a little bit far here at risk of getting stunned up by the rocks, but will be tanky enough to escape as the defense around the bot lane turret is the new focus. Wixie trying to clear out these minions. The stun comes back onto Denethor. He's chunked lower and lower, and nothing really resulting from this bot side play. Both teams committing so many members, but only the one kill ending up going down. They are going to try to get more plates out of this bot lane, but there's going to be a hook landing from Kim down. No follow-up available. The Rift Herald will crash. It will die. 2 plates worth of gold, that's about it.
Did Mobility get any? I don't think Mobility actually collected any gold in that play, so not the most value that you could have hoped for in that play. You still get the flash out from Chukis as well, and actually Existence gets a top lane play. I think he rushed there as soon as he came back into the from the base, so able to get some more gold in the favor of the Renekton. It's going to be the second dragon though for the side of Winthrop, and staying through to the potential win condition of the Soul. And knowing that it was Cloud and Hextech, or actually Chemtech, it's actually a really good Soul that they are drawing for. It's Hextech.
Is going to be the Hextech Soul. Both dragons already given over towards Winthrop, and they have got a hell of a prize to play for now with what they've already recovered into. Going to keep up that push going. Sword is continuing to be as annoying as possible. I hate that champion, TDS. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Just continuing to find the harass, continuing to dump in any summoner spells or item actives that he can pick up, and continuing to keep him chunked out at every opportunity.
Well, on the bright side, at the very least, the champion was dead for a while, Gordo. So it's not like we will see the Zoe consistently. Well, actually, maybe in the new season with the newer items, she pops up.
Yeah, it might happen. I'm preparing. I'm coping. We'll have to see.
For the new season to start. I want to see the newer items being played on multiple champions. There's champions that feel like can be revived thanks to some of the newer items.
For sure, here is throwing out some boomerangs on through. Existence trying to get a trade underneath the turret, but Denethor going to shrug most of that on off as his Thorn Mail already completed, so plenty of armor in the pockets of the man in the top lane. Just waiting on these objectives now. I do think this slow pace of play is good for the Peach Cats while they have all of these scaling options and are just looking to get items into this Sivir, into this Victor. Making a play in the bottom lane, though. They're going to get the knockup onto 2. They're going to pull them back and get them into the stun. Chunky's going to be the focus as Keel is able to take him down, and now the focus on towards mobility. He's forced to flash away as well as Keel stands and fights. Great play there by the Peach Cats to get themselves a kill back.
Yeah, really weird angle though with the W from Keel to try and push back, but at the end they do secure the kill. Mobility has to flash away as well. It uses both summoners. Oh, teleport him back.
Oh, wait, there's going to be the shutdown picked up by Wixie. He gets both ticks of the boomerang. Now kiting back against Denethor. All out. Will be able to execute him down as the Nature's Grass comes on across it. There's no hope for Kim down. He will drop as well. A double kill to Denethor.
Yeah, the response timing there was really well played by the side of Winthrop, but they do get a couple of kills more on Wixie. He gets the kill onto mobility as well, and in the meanwhile, Denethor had to teleport back, so Existence just gets the free time on the top lane. Probably not going to get the first turret blood before Denethor, but it's still gold going in their favor, and the trade ends up being quite equal in comparison. Same as Ona being able to push the mid lane wave, so all in all, I don't think Peach Cats end up losing that heavily with this trade. But it's still in favor of Winthrop.
Really good stuff there from Winthrop University to be able to keep themselves competitive here and be able to get themselves the response to what's occurred in the bottom lane. Still looking to scale are the Peach Cats. I do want to see some more uses of this poke composition to try to force folks out of objectives. They do want to get themselves this next Rift Herald, but currently Keel going to be the first one to arrive to that party.
Exactly, Keel going to be the first. They're probably going to have enough time yet to take it down and be able to get away from there. And at the point where we're currently, we already have items for the Sivir, the Victor, and the Talia. All of them are able to now wave clear really effectively. And the poke from the Varus is not going to be felt same as compared to the Zoe, so the Zoe has to be really effective in her peak potential. There is not going to be a lot of magic resistance though, so this could enable the Zoe to find even more value, but they need to make the most use out of it.
They do need to find more opportunities to be able to utilize those picks that they've gotten for themselves, and gonna be Keel coming back out with the Rift Herald. Going to see if they can get themselves a little bit of a response somewhere. It is 1-1 in those turrets. That bonus gold not going to be too shabby either. You're looking to scale on up on this Talia. Teleport back towards the mid lane now, channeled by Sword, as he looks to keep the push going with the rest of the squad. Now, going to really just be a little bit of calm before the storm here, as this dragon is spawning about 30 seconds TDS.
And just like you're mentioning, 30 seconds for the soul point from the side of Winthrop. It is Hextech soul point, and for the team composition, having that soul can be really, really impactful. So I'm kind of expecting to see a fight coming in soon. Ona teleporting into the mid lane. So yeah, the setup should be really close to happening. The Rip Herald down, and everyone is just trying to get in position for the fight, or for the control.
Yeah, trying to get control over that mid lane. The dredge line not going to connect there from Kim down. Is looking on the flank here is Existence. He's spotted by those wards. Mobility forced underneath the turret as they are going to look to take down mid outer. They will get themselves some prize, even if they can't get out of the dragon, but they don't want to give that up for free. Existence might be up too far. He's going to flash out to safety. That's the only front line that Peach Cats really have, and they're totally forced out of this play.
He does have teleport, so they could look into trying to fight back, but I feel like they are going to give it up. They are looking to push the wave, roam even higher up, and try and make the most out of the top lane wave that is pushing slowly. But that was really well done by the side of Winthrop, just holding on for the position, and then Existence just walking really weirdly by himself in that spot. And it's not the first time we've seen Peach Cats doing this. Happened in the previous game with the Baron buff, remember? Where Ona just went in by himself and got caught out of position. Happens once again here for Existence. He doesn't die, but it's still something that Peach Cats hasn't really make a correction onto. Like, they are still walking in blindly without really respecting the position from Winthrop.
They have definitely been subject to that multiple times in this game now. The poke composition from Winthrop successfully keeping them at bay, not allowing any entrance into the river at all, let alone even close to the dragon pit to be able to deny them that soul point. And now they're one dragon away from being able to get themselves the Hextech soul. And that will be so huge for their ability to just stick to and keep chasing on down these Peach Cats. Feels very good to get that soul when you have this much range damage on your team.
Really does. And the difference maker can be really, really impactful. And once again, focusing on the points of strength that we were talking about before, right? Crucially, this game for Winthrop, for the first time in the series, the two strongest points are ahead. Both Mobility and Denethor are both 3-0, or 3-1 and 3-0. So for the first time, they are ahead of their opposition and can try and carry out this game. It's just getting the chance to do it.
I do need those chances. Grouping up around mid lane still. You can see both these teams playing so much safer now with both of their backs up against the wall. Peach Cats still just funneling gold into Wixie, relying on this Sivir to be the carry force that they know she could be if given the opportunity. Recalls coming on across, purchases coming on across, and setups around the Baron soon to follow.
And it's going to be 1 against 2, Gordo. Can the 1 win against 2? Typically, and Maths would say it shouldn't work out that way, but League of Legends is a different game than Maths, and I think Wixie, if there's anyone you can expect to try and carry the game, should be Wixie. I'm also not going to discount Onat and Kill just yet, because Kill is 2-0 as well, and he can be the carry jungler you're looking to have. It's just being able to allow the Kill to get that sort of chance.
Absolutely here. The side lane, it's calmed down a little bit. Existence has been able to get himself plenty of farm. The kills have all gone over towards Denethor. But at the very least, Existence has been able to stop the bleeding. He's not having as many struggles facing off against this Cassante as he was earlier on. He's got the sustain with the Gore Drinker and with his Call to Meek, and that has been enough for him. Wixie eventually getting targeted here, advancing forward his mobility, great damage with the Blade of the Ruin King proc. But meanwhile, Trickster getting caught in the river, throws down the Nature's Grasp, and it's actually Keel who's been caught all along, executed by the piercing arrow of mobility as the sleep is coming through onto Existence, and they are going to line up and take him down, funneled there into the ramp where they are going to get pushed back away by the Chaos Storm, but Existence gets picked up and thrown around by Denethor. 2 more kills go over to Winthrop as they take control over the Baron buff.
But they are not looking to start a Baron buff, even though they find 2 crucial picks, 2 really good picks onto both Keel and Existence. They are not going to pull the trigger. They got their gold. They can realize that maybe the Baron is not going to be as impactful as trying to go for the Dragon, and they are going to try and regroup and reset. They have teleport advantage as well on Sword, so they can try and play the side lane. Meanwhile, Onat and Existence both committed their teleports into the play and got barely anything actually out of that. So now finally they disengage and are just going to look to try and get control over the Dragon as well.
Doesn't end up with anybody looking to start up that Baron, but a minute to go on potential soul. That cannot be ignored by the Peach Cats. Winthrop, though, they're already setting up into position. They're already getting the saplings layered down from Trickster. And Denethor looking for a deep flank here. Might get spotted by 2 members. He's going to have to back out away, but the footwork will get him out.
There's a really good ward in that spot though, so could keep a really good amount of vision over on the side of Peach Cats. Yeah, they are trying to fish for some poke and some pickup potential, and it's not looking like they're going to find it, but the position already is in favor of the side of Winthrop.
And the decision of who frontlines here is so tough. Existence can get melted through so fast. He's only on the Gore Drinker. It's going to be mostly Kim down, but he's not that tanky either. Getting chunked down by just the saplings. Here comes Existence in towards behind them. And there's going to be the Weaver's Wall as well. They managed to fight their way into the river, but what can they do about getting the fight itself started? Still fishing around for a pick, fishing around for some kind of damage, but it won't show up.
This always really bothers him, and it's finally showing by, oh wait.
Wakanda Denethor, they throw down the dredge line on towards mobility, but they're not going to be able to hit him, and now he's ready to rain the damage back on through. Kim down going to be the first one to drop, and so far the only one. Paddle Star from Sword knocks the Hellfire lower. Dragon Soul is picked up, and it's a complete wipe for Winthrop University.
It's going to be the 5-4-0 actually going in favor of Winthrop. And for this game 5, they not only clean house in the Dragon, but they are going to clean the Baron as well. Huge team fight by Winthrop, and they are looking poised to try and get the game 5 win. And it's looking like Pitchcat is dropping the ball in some of this plays once again. But a lot of this is coming down to the poke. So is just a menace, and nobody can stand tall against it. Nobody.
Such difficult decisions here for the Peach Cats. They don't have the tanky front line to step up against all of this harassment. They finally pull the trigger, they get a hook, they find a depth charge to place onto mobility, but it just doesn't matter. They can't get past the tanky front line, and they take so much damage from the long-range back line.
Exactly, it's just so easy to get so much damage down as Sword, as the Barriers even though he doesn't have poke in his build, he's just able to deal a lot of damage from a safe distance. And the problem we talked about in draft, the problem that has been so prevalent all game long, the distance, nobody able to actually tank the damage, it's been happening so consistently. And now with the Baron buff, they are going to collect this top lane turret that is left standing. They are going to collect potentially the next one as well, and just try and open the base as quickly as they can.
Absolutely here. 4-12 on the scoreboard. Winthrop University in full control here, pushing in with the Baron plus Dragon Soul. And the opportunities are dwindling for the Peach Cats. They are going to have to find a hell of a couple of picks here to fight their way back in this game number 5. And meanwhile, Denethor, he's knocking on that mid lane inner turret. This one gonna fall to mobility in the blink of an eye. It's a more and more gives over towards the Winthrop Eagles.
Exactly, the Eagles trying to soar as high as they can, and with the soul, with the Baron buff, they are going to try and open up the base. They also got really lucky with the draw of the Dragon, because they were able to draw one of the best possible souls so far this series. Compared to the previous games where we had Cloud and Chemtech, this is one of the best ones they could ever hope to get.
Absolutely here and now.
Okay, ult.
Beginning this siege, they throw down the Nature's Grasp. They get a little bit of an angle on a Kim down. They don't even need to take it. They just rip through that inhibitor turret.
Oh, look at that.
And they have already broken open the base. The fight, though, breaking on out if they are going to be able to land that hook. Diving into the back line. He's going to be the focus first. Mobility now up way too far, but Existence going to have already fallen down. It's 1-for-1 so far as Onet is exposed.
Oh,
and he's battled down by Sword. 2 kills for 1, and this means Winthrop do not have to stop their push. They're not done yet. Sword paddles another one, looking for a third. He's just gonna take down every single member of the Peach Cats. It's an ace for Winthrop University, and they're looking ready to break open the base. TDS from a 9-0 winner's side bracket to a tight 5-game finals. Winthrop University are looking to win it all. They can take a bow. Everyone else can take notes.
Everyone can look at them from below, because right now at the top stands the Eagles, and they get the ACL champion Gordo for the second time. A collegiate team showing face for the whole collegiate system and winning the ACL. Huge props to Winthrop. Fully deserved. They realize their win conditions. Mobility steps up in the final game. Denethor steps up in the final game. Everyone steps up in the final game, and they end up winning. You could argue Peach Cats could have drafted better, could have played better, but at the end of the day, none of that matters because they lost. Winthrop is the one that ends up winning, and they deserve it wholeheartedly.
In a season that's been an off season that's been defined by collegiate supremacy, we had collegiate versus amateur. Collegiate won there, and collegiate wins here in the ACL as well. Winthrop University snubbed from the All-Star vote and not believed in as a contender until the last moment. They come in and they dominate the ACL, challenged only here at the last hurdle, and conquering even that. They are the well-deserved ACL Fall 2023 champions.
Exactly. They played their minds out all split long, finally losing 2 games in the grand finals. But they didn't lose 3, and that's the difference in reality. You have to lose 3, not 2. Exactly. So at the end, winning, showing face for all the collegiate system, showing face for everyone that has been saying that Winthrop should get more respect. I have been one of the people that have doubted them consistently. Even today, I doubted them, but they come through, they end up winning, and I'm excited to see more from Winthrop going into the future. I will always have no faith in them, I will say, but it's great to see them being able to shut me up and everyone out that has no belief in them as well. So hope to see more of them.
Absolutely. They've promised us before that they are looking for an NACL spot, and
Yep.
whether a team gives it to them or they have to earn it themselves, it is going to be a hell of a spring split for them. We will have to wait and see how that is going to go in 2024. But first, they get to take a break. They get to enjoy themselves the winter break, and we will look to have an interview with them here tonight. We are going to see who we could gather. We'll take all of them if we can get them.
Yeah.
Just
Everyone
waiting to
come in.
hear who we can snag from Winthrop University here.
This city never sleeps, chemically brought down on its knees. With every breath that I breathe, clenched fists and gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for relief. Thunder beneath my feet, a sight you won't believe. Until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? This electricity, a part of me that's under pressure. Charged up, my fuse igniting, a sight you wanna see. I'm outside, pointing to the sky, gonna make the earth shake, 'cause you can't contain me. Voltage burst through the black of my eyes, put my finger on the trigger and I'll shock you, baby. Against the odds, until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. But can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Aegis Champions League Grand Finals. We are joined by the victorious Winthrop University squad. We got all 5 players. We got Denethor, we got Trickster, we got Sword, we got Mobility, and we have Chookies. We also have Coach Artemis and manager Gabrielle. Welcome, everybody, to the stream. Congratulations, all of you, on your win tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, gonna be without the cams. Gonna be a little tough to tell who's talking, so we'll just direct questions person by person. Let's start on off with Denethor. A hell of a 5-game series tonight. A really, really great showings in lane. Lots of different champs that you've brought to the table here. What was the kind of strategy around the team coming in for the night? Were you expecting the substitution coming in the top lane? How did you guys prepare, not knowing exactly what Peach Cat's roster you would be facing here?
We didn't know what top was playing until like 5 minutes before. So all we did was just go off our scrims and play what we were used to playing. And we didn't really change anything based on what top showed up.
Yeah, and at the end it ended up working out. Like they played 4 games over Nexon, so it's not like they changed much. Pretty much, it just felt like they played all around the same thing, right?
Yeah, I think he was just trying not to take up too much draft resources and not get dogged too much. So
And-
just keep picking Renekton.
I'm kind of curious, like speaking as well with the change here. Obviously, the impact that having the sub does change a lot of the draft dynamics. But I'm kind of curious if even more so going against someone like Moose Hater that essentially picks whatever he wants, right? That changes a lot of the draft dynamics, I would guess.
Yeah, but I don't think the crazy pixie does mean that much. The Peach Cat series we had
Okay.
before, I wasn't really scared of his champ pool. Didn't really do much.
Hey,
Like just
keep
picking
it-
Fiora on 5 is
keeping
Not
it a
too
buck,
scary.
it doesn't change nothing.
Okay,
okay.
Yeah.
works out then.
As mobility speaking, a Garen Zac 2-trick is not changing the draft. We ban one of those. That guy's useless.
I will say though, the sack
Didn't come to
did almost screw you guys.
I'm
Did it?
pretty sure that guy. What happened?
Yeah, we talking about Zach Top from the first series, or
No,
Zach
I mean
Jungle
the no.
this
I
game?
mean the jungle one. I'm talking about the side jungle.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
I mean, Zach Jungle. This is Artemis. It's definitely a fringe pick, but I don't know. I think we had a pretty good response in the Thresh in game 4. Was that game 4? Yeah, game 4. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of better picks than Zach. I'll be real. Kill's definitely a great player, and I think his Zach is good, but probably pretty low on my tier list.
Yeah, I
Pretty-
finally got my main champion too, so bless
In the top
bless the
10
Thresh.
there, Chookies.
Oh yeah, Tom
The
game
Thresh.
5 too. I mean, Thresh and Tom. I mean, why not both?
Those are the main
Okay.
champs. All right, good to hear. Looking forward in the future. So we talked a lot about a lot of the bot lane matchup mattering a lot throughout this series. It really felt, at least to TDS and I, like whoever was winning in the bot lane throughout this series really ended up winning the game pretty frequently. Top side was often pretty one-sided, but it was really whoever was able to come out and bot. That question, I guess, both Chookies and Mobility. Did you guys feel like it was a lot of weight on your shoulders in this game, or did you think it was that you guys could play through top more effectively, and those game plans just didn't quite work out quite as effectively?
Mobility here. I think game 1 we had a pretty good idea on what they were going to do, and we were ready with like the Lucian pick. And I feel like we did our job, which is just winning bot in that matchup. But the next 2 games, we thought we had good matchups, but then they just kind of were able to get the best of us in game 2 and 3 and 4, I think. And then game 5, I kind of, if they didn't take Varus, we were ready for it. They took Varus B1, and if they didn't take Varus, then I was just going to take Varus, and we would win lane no matter what. And that was what we were focusing on.
Yeah, and I think Kim Down and Wixie had a really good series. I think they both played really well. But yeah, after about like game 3, we wanted to just let topside carry a bit more. I mean, every game, Denethor was up like 3 kills, a lot of gold. So we just kind of had to chillax in the bot lane. So
There was a bit of worry though until like the 4th game. Finally, Denethor's carry actually worked out because the previous 2 games he was still winning, but like wasn't winning. the game, which was really unlucky looking at how bot lane kind of went. But I'm kind of curious talking about the Varus because it feels like, well, you guys picked it in the 5th game and you won. But the 2 times that Wixie played it, they lost. So I'm kind of curious if you felt like Wixie just simply wasn't a worry or someone to worry about on the Varus, and you just were willing to give it up even if they ended up getting it at any point.
In my opinion, anytime somebody goes Varus, I think Lucian just wins at all stages of the game, but nobody seems to think this champion's good. But Lucian wins lane, wins mid game, always gets push, always gets prio in every wave, and then wins 2v2 in most lanes. So I just don't think they have a good answer. Cause I mean, they went Sivir. I don't think they have a good answer into Varus, and we do. So we were just comfortable with either side.
Yeah, and I think they also needed Wixie on more of a hyper carry. I think games were going into the later stage, and when Wixie's on the high damage carry in the back line, it makes the game pretty hard. So
Yeah, I thought bot lane draft was pretty interesting this series. They started on Varus, and I mean, like we said, Varus is a really strong pick. Doesn't matter that they lost game 1. I think it was good for them. And then they pivoted to Zyra Khan, which we had a decent matchup against, but they got a lot of early gold on Zaya, and he just took over the game. He played really well in that game, and then we pivoted and tried it, didn't work out, and then we had to ban it going into the rest of the series, and got the Jinx Thresh on 4-5 in game 4, which worked out, and then got the Varus back on R1-2 in game 5. So yeah, I felt like there was a lot of, probably like 5 different adaptations in bot lane draft this series. I think both teams were definitely aware that bot lane matchups were key, and I was pretty pleased with how we pivoted throughout the series.
Just quickly, I'm kind of curious because obviously, if existence was a short notice on the change, I'm guessing came down was the same thing, right? So was that a similar factor or even more impactful factor to consider when looking at the bot lane?
I mean, yeah, I think, I mean, just being candid, I thought Kim Down played better than Isles did comparing this series and our first series against Peach Cats. I thought he had a really great series. And the only thing was we felt he was pretty limited in his champion pool. Like, we knew he was just going to slam Nautilus whenever it was, like, decent for them. So, but that being said, he performed well on it. So I think he definitely did his job in this series and then some.
Very good, very good. Do want to ask Sword really quick. Sword, you got to whip out the Zoe in this last game. You picked it super, super early as well, coming in as the second pick on the red side, seeing only the Talia. What kind of drove the decision to lock the Zoe super early, and what place do you think it has in the current meta?
Like for this series, we always pick mid early, so I don't really get a choice. So
Makes
we
sense,
saw
yeah.
Talia. We kind of assumed it was mid, so I just slammed Zoe. I don't really care what he picks against my Zoe because I have like a lot of experience on this champ, even though I haven't played in 2 months. But I think I'm really stable on this champ, so like I can pick any time. But like I don't think Zoe's that good right now. I just think if you hit your skill shot, she's OP. So it's up to the players.
Player diff all around.
Respect.
Yeah.
Player
Yeah.
dead, fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm
I
actually
think
gonna
that's
just
nice about having Sword is I can just pick him whatever. Doesn't matter if it's early in draft or not, and I know he's going to perform. So we definitely, yeah, he has a lot of responsibility in draft when he has to pick Zoe 1-2 because we knew Talia was flex. Keel plays a lot of Talia, so yeah, they ended up countering it with the Victor, and he still popped off.
Has he gotten any counter picks so far, or has he just been the blind
It's a
guy?
great question. I
think he got
I would
one.
bet he's gotten one.
I think he just got
This
one.
series?
Not
Okay.
this series,
No, I
but
mean in
in
general.
playoffs. Maybe in playoffs,
Yeah.
probably like one.
Oh.
I mean, I'm always picking Rico's or Sword's champion early.
Yeah, I mean I don't mind, so it's okay. Oh no, I got a counter pick this series. I went Silas in game 2.
Yeah.
True,
yeah.
actually.
All right.
We did R5 Silas.
Yeah.
Did
Not the greatest success, but hey, worked out, I guess.
Yeah.
Back to blinding.
back to blinding, perhaps. All right. Well, with that, Artemis, do want to ask you about. So you're kind of rounding out now as we're getting towards the end of December, your first year, having moved over to collegiate. How have you felt about the transition, all in all, and what skills have you been able to bring in from your professional career? Obviously, you're still a professional, but from your career in professional league to now in collegiate league.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it so far. I'm super lucky to have the team that I do. I think all 5 of these guys are super skilled. I'd say they're number one in their roles across the board. and also they have great attitudes, whether it's in practice or in game. They are always giving me the effort that I'm asking for in practice, and we're able to treat practice very similar to as we would stage, which is honestly the most important thing about practice. And yeah, it showed in our preparation this week. I felt we had a really good week of scrims. Most of these comps that you guys saw tonight, we had been spamming this week in scrims. So pretty much everything we played. I mean, there were some fringe picks like Zoe, for example, we didn't get to practice, but a lot of this stuff was really well practiced. And I'm just really pleased with the work they put in, because I think it definitely showed. And as far as what skills or what I brought from professional, I mean, I had 4.5, 5 years of LCS experience where I just learned so much. Like when I first started coaching, I didn't know anything compared to what I know now, and it's really because of all the crazy smart players I got to work with. Like my first year on Clutch, I think Hooney taught me more about League of Legends than I even knew going in, and then players like Impact, even Jizuke, like Sven Skaren, and then even some coaches as well, like Rigby and Peter Dunn. Yeah, I was just really fortunate to work with a lot of the brightest minds in League of Legends, and I picked up a lot from all of them. And I can bring little bits of that to these guys here. But I mean, really, a lot of this is a lot of what you see is 100% the players. Like they're the ones putting in the work in practice, and they had a really high level before I got here. And I think that for me, I just focus on creating the right environment and helping them do what they already know how to do. And as long as we're on the same page and we're executing as five, everybody does their job, I think we can beat any team. So yeah, just really, really grateful for the team we have here.
And it shows with the way that you end up winning the game five. Obviously, a lot of the mentality worked out great going into the series. And I'm kind of curious, like, what the atmosphere or the way that you guys tackled after the game through three loss was, because that, or the game two and the game three, because the game two was the first loss you guys received all playoffs long. So for a good amount of time, I would say close to a month, you guys hadn't lost any game, not any series and not any game either. I'm kind of curious how you guys tackled it, because sometimes it can break the mentality of some of the teams, and it felt like you kind of faced it really, really well. And this is more of a general question, so anyone can answer.
For me, it was pretty tilting after game three, just because like the games from my perspective were going so well, and I knew my team was capable, more than capable of playing better than they were game one or two and three. So I just knew that they could handle it going forward, and all I have to do is keep playing the way I was playing. So I just took a walk and just told myself that I'm better than this guy and I can carry the team more than I was already, or at least do better than I was
Yeah.
already. And I just went to game 4 and 5 with a good mental. That's all it took for
Yeah,
me.
and yeah, I'll say also that mental resiliency is something you practice, and if we let ourselves tilt and be sloppy in scrims, then you don't know how to come back when you're losing games. You're getting a little bit tilted in a series, so it's not like we hadn't been losing in scrims or we hadn't been losing in other
Okay.
tournaments. So learning how to lose and then bounce back is definitely a skill, and it's something that we focus on in practice. I always hold these guys accountable for their attitudes, because as we saw tonight, we were able to lose two games in a pretty tilting fashion, games that we probably should have won and we know we should have won, and then come back and win game 4 and game 5. That takes a lot of poise. So yeah, it's because of the work these guys put in practice for sure.
Yeah.
All
For
right.
me,
Oh, go
for
ahead, Sword.
me, since I played like a lot of competitive games in the past, so I was like pretty focused the series, even though we lost game 2 and 3. I just thought that the better team would win at the end, so like losing didn't concern me.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Trickster, do want to ask you here. Uh, there's a lot of bans focused towards you in this series, with the Jarvan ban constantly coming on through, and then you played 5 different champions throughout the series. You're also having to go against Keel, who's playing some more non-traditional stuff like that. Zach, is it uniquely difficult to have to play up against picks like that, especially when you're swapping up each and every game, or do you think you came into that super well prepared for everything he was going to do?
I don't think I came in prepared. I just usually just get bored of the champ after one game, so I just like switching it up. But I do think Keel is a good player, so he's definitely the hardest player I had to face. But I don't think his champ pool is an issue.
Fair enough. It makes a lot of sense. Gabrielle, do want to ask you one question as well. When the team goes down 1-2 after having not dropped a match or even a game all playoffs long, how stressed out does that make you as the manager?
Oh my gosh. It makes me so stressed out. And also during the games, Discord went down, so I couldn't watch the POV.
Oh
So I was
no.
so I was like 5 minutes behind, constantly worrying about how we were doing. 'Cause I absolutely love this team. I adore all of the players, and I love working with Artemis as well. So I care so much, and all I can do is help from the sidelines and do everything that I can to help support them. So during matches, I am always constantly so stressed out, but it always it seems to work out in the end most of the time, and I'm always really proud of them for how hard they work.
Great. Love to hear it. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for coming out and joining us. We usually give last word to whoever we're interviewing. There's a lot of you, but you can all have it. Just come on in, take your grabs wherever you want it. Anybody you want to shout out, anything you want to say to those tuned in here in the Aegis Champions League before we close out for the season.
I'll start with shout out Prosperous Chan for giving me the hoodie, the Winthrop hoodie. So deserve a shout out for that.
Perfect.
I'd like to thank my uncle and my mom for both watching my game tonight and supporting me behind the scenes.
All right,
Any
not all
shout
at once here, guys.
Yeah, for real.
Any-
I mean,
any-
I can keep going. Like I got a long list.
Go on,
Go ahead,
Chase.
Charles.
No, I don't really. I mean, my team totally smurfed today. Artemis had the crazy good drafts every game. You know, Noah's dad was. You know, he should have been here for all the games, to be honest. But you know, it's all right. So
I'll go
Yeah.
next.
Oscar was there in spirit.
yeah, in spirit.
I want to thank my mom and my dad, who always supported me so much. My brother, my sister, and Summer, my bestie roommate.
Summer has been supporting us a lot.
Yeah, for
She's
real.
so supportive. We love her.
Yeah, there was a lot of bias in the chat from Summer.
Oh, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, want to shout out to Frost Forest as well because he asked me if I need any food after the series. And I was hungry.
Nice.
Huge.
Let's go.
The goat.
The goat.
Yeah.
I'll just shout out Frost Forest too for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, I'll
Yeah.
also shout him
Frost
out.
Forest.
Shout out Frost Forest.
Let's
He's
go,
a
Frost
homie.
Forest.
Let's go.
Yeah, I guess shout out to Josh, our director.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to Winthrop, the board of trustees, and all the people here who make this possible. And then, obviously, to my players, you guys, all five of you played phenomenal tonight. Super proud of you. And then also our scrim partners this week, especially the sub team we had filling for us last night. We got canceled on, and we had a group of 5 come together and give us really good practice. So super thankful to them. Yeah, and then finally, shout out to Peach Cats. They're a good opponent. They definitely tested us in this series, and you know, really grateful to win Game 5 in a good best of 5. And they definitely showed up tonight, so it was a fun series.
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys all for coming on and joining us. Congratulations on the ACL title. Everybody still tuned in. We're pulling on director Flay to give a little bit of words about the season. But for myself and TDS, before we close on out, it's been a fantastic season of the Aegis Champions League. Thank you so much for hanging out with us throughout the whole journey. We're so excited for the next season. All right, take it away, Flay.
Hey, how's everyone going? Thank you for tuning in to another great ACL split. Probably, or not probably, definitely our biggest and best yet. Congrats to Winthrop again for winning. Really appreciate all 32 teams came out. I really think we're doing a great job making ACL the best amateur tourney not ride sponsored in the scene right now, and we're going to continue to support it. A couple quick things for everyone in terms of next split. Currently planning to more or less start around in between OQ1 and OQ2. Generally talking to teams, that seems the best format. We're going to continue running a free split format for ACL, and more or less talking to directors, team managers, and various org owners have a better idea of what you guys actually want, and kind of make ACL not just a place to practice for OQ, but also a place to foster talent before going in. So, free for orders, reach out to me. I'm always available. Give me comments, and really just want to thank Ivar for running Aegis, want to thank Gordo, TDS, Caddy's not here, but PVS for filling in. Really all the staff, Karuto, really all the staff in ACL that makes really this league run. And also want to thank obviously the players themselves for coming on and creating a great show. So really appreciate everyone. Thanks for coming aboard. And we will see you guys in 2 months for ACL and actually about a month for regular Aegis, the cap leagues which begin towards the end of January. Thanks everyone and hope you have a great night.